Good morning, all. This is your host, NCommander, and welcome to another live stream where we've got the cursed 486 out, a whole bunch of floppy disks, and a really bad idea. And for all those who celebrate the holidays, Merry Christmas. For all who do not, Happy New Year's. Today we're going to be reading during the downtime from the Book of Resources. Yeah, I've been planning this stream for almost a month. I had this idea to do it. The Windows 90, doing this on the ThinkPad was the trial run for doing this on the real thing. Oh, my mic is clipping. Let's see here. How's it sound now? I knocked it off the table earlier, so the adjustment may be off. Okay, better. All right, let's try that again. So hopefully I'm not clipping as badly. So Windows 98 on this machine is going to be an interesting question. And Penguin of Time, thank you for the $20 donation. So, yep. Anyway, we're installing Windows 98 on this thing. Let me reboot this thing so I can show you exactly what it is. I did a 3-part video on it in the past. It is a 1992. As far as I can tell, Intel Professional Workstation. Okay, so a little too quiet on the mic. Let's try the other way. Okay, so we were too hot. Now we're too cold. Let's see if we can find the just right. So, yes, this is an ESA-based system. It has a 33 megahertz 486DX. We are below the minimum requirements for Windows 98. Considerably below the minimum requirements for Windows 98. I'm not actually sure this will work. I think it's going to be interesting to try. So right now, the hard drive is wiped. It's an onboard SCSI drive that isn't very SCSI. So I'm thinking the most probable outcome is it's going to run for the entire installation and then blue screen. We'll see. I'm mostly just doing this because I really wanted to try this. It is possible to bypass the installer check, but I will call it. Oh yes, you're right. The capture card is cut off on the left. Let me fix that. Let's see here. Why is it doing this? Hold on. I know exactly what happened. There we go. I was thinking earlier the content looked wrong. I had it cropped for when we were doing the next station, so I forgot to uncrop it. Oh, now I'm just thinking of Red Dwarf. Anyway, I think we should just get right down into it. So we look here. You can see the hard drive is completely empty. We are currently booted off the network from the Novell one. This is 39 floppy disks plus a boot disk. This is the only version of 98 that exists on floppy. It's actually missing stuff, and you also notice I have a missing eject key, so I have to use something to do it. So I'm going to show you what happens if you start the installer normally. And yeah, this is not a fast system. All right, so I just run setup as is. It'll run for a bit. All right, so now it's going to just run some routine checks. All's fine. This is fine. I do wonder if I partitioned or put the disk in wrong, because it's saying it's exactly 1 gigabyte, which is not right. But I don't even know why it's seeing a drive D. Like, what is on drive D? I mean, drive D probably is something. So, okay. So anyway, it's going to do... a Mario guy, I've never successfully run a protected mode OS on this. I've tried Linux. I've tried NetWare. OS2 should work, but I don't have a protected mode version of it. So, it's still going. And still going. I'm a little bit afraid to know how bad this is going to be. Like, I ran the first stage installer just to the point where it started copying files. The thing is, I know it's going to fail because there we go. Windows 98 requires a processor with a 66 megahertz processor or faster. It's really bad that this This is where we start. So we do have a D drive. What is on this D drive? I don't remember. I'm just going to blank it out because there may still be personal information that I forgot is on the system. So just give me a moment. I just want to make sure I'm not like... That's not the capture. I'm just seeing... What is on D? Oh, D's the RAM drive. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's been so long. The way my boot disk works is it makes a RAM drive and it attached as drives D. Okay. That's fine. So if we want to actually start the install, we need to use the slash, I believe it's NM. Let me make sure that's the right one. Windows 98. Yeah, bypass minimum detection. Like, that's not a good place to start. Okay. Anyway, I'll also give it IS because there's no we don't need to run ScanDisk. There we go. So I hope folks have been having decent holidays. I didn't know how successful a stream on Christmas Day would be. But I also know I spent a lot of Christmases by myself. So I figured, you know what, I'll put the stream up. We'll see how many folks come by. We'll have a good time. And it seems like it's been a pretty good success. I mean, the holidays have always historically been pretty hard for me. This year wasn't bad, although this month, on the other hand, I have words about, but that's for a different topic. But I don't know. It's like I remember having to get dragged to thing after thing after thing after thing, and it always kind of sucked. And it's like, why are we doing this? And then it just got worse and worse over time. Okay, so now we're going to start copying files. And you should notice how slow this is going. It will start showing the dialog box at some point, but when I put the key validation in, it took about 2 minutes for it to validate. I don't know if this is even going to work. I know officially this system tops out at Windows 3.1. With an IDE hard drive, I could probably go a bit further. And I do have an external SCSI. I have a SCSI card I could put in this system that's less bad. So we'll see. If nothing else, it's entertaining. And if we fail, I get to try it again for another stream, which is always welcome. The biggest thing is that at the start of this month, and really the end of November, I decided I wanted to do one last charity fundraiser for the end of the year, and that's the 5K. I was hoping to get a video or two out this month as well. I uploaded the NT POSIX real-time video last night. It was processing when I went to sleep, and when I checked it this morning, it said it was unlisted with no flag, so it's probably ready to go. I still need to check it because YouTube sometimes screws with the audio. I've had videos where I've uploaded it, and then the audio goes... So I just have to re-listen to it, and then I'll probably kick it up for Patreons before the end of the day today. No, I did not see John Wolf's stream about charity streams. So... the early 386 got taped, as far as anyone can tell, because over on the OS2 Museum, there's been a fairly long discussion about that. The general belief here is that the very early ACE A and B steppings were engineering samples and partner samples. The 386 was a fairly large step forward as far as protected mode, so the early silicon probably got distributed pretty far, and that's why there's errata for so many things in the operating system. Like even Xenix has detection and correction for the iMule bug on the 386. As far as anyone can tell, the first retail system started with the C1 stepping, which was less bad. Yeah. So there's that. This is not a free. This is a 486. It's a 486 that was actually made by Intel. It's ESA based, but it uses a very. It has IDE, but we're using a SCSI drive. It's a non-standard SCSI controller hookup. standard chip, but I haven't figured out how it works. It has a non-standard Ethernet adapter. And it's just, every time I've tried to do something with the system, it just fails in interesting and catastrophic ways. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if a few AO stepping 386 has made it out. It's not unheard of engineering samples making it out through back channels. Like, it's happened with ARM a few times where early silicon will leak, and so I wouldn't be surprised if that's pretty much exactly what happened. Like, Intel was not super picky about who could get the 386. Like, there was a lot of small shops that could get early 386 hardware, and they probably just got rebadged and resold to consumers, even though the silicon was buggy. So, there's that. Still going. I should note that these discs should all be good. Like, I don't even know how easy it'll be to rewrite a new one. That's actually a really concerning question I didn't even think about. What I'm going to do if one of the discs fails. I'm just going to be optimistic. It's probably the wrong sentence to use here, but I am going to be optimistic about this. Yeah. The way that we have taken it in the preservation era is 586 refers to Pentium compatible classes, with 686 referring to Pentium Pro, and that's a pretty important distinction to make, because Pentium Pro compatibility is generally defined as having the C-move instruction, and that's actually something I talked about on the Sun PCI. I should actually, maybe if I do one more wacky stream before the end, because I think what I'm going to do is, after this stream, I'm going to do a fair number of very chillax streams, because I gotta tell you, this month is just being me with a goddamn stick. I really want to get back into my Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles modded Minecraft world. I'm actually in Endgame. Like, DDSS is essentially GregTech New Horizons, and I'm going for the Stargate. The final task of the pack that I have left to do is I have to make the super ring, the ring. I think I'm gonna have to do disk swaps here in a moment. So hold on, and make sure I have the serial number up. Okay, so we can accept the license agreement. Now this part, I normally block this out, but I want to show what happens when I type this thing in. I'll put a mark in the 6-8. Alright, so now I hit next, and I'm just going to kind of sit here for a bit. I don't know what it's calculating. Like, I don't know what it's calculating. This takes a very long time. It will get past this step. I made sure of that. See here. Okay. Yeah, no, I get annoyed with the amount of hate I get on charity streams, but I've come to the point that I'm just going to accept it for what it is, because the actual view count doesn't go down. I mean, we're at 90 on Christmas Day. I'm going to say that's pretty good, because my average is between 100 and 200. I think the highest we ever got was like 240 on one of the early ones. I think that was during the OS2 project. I think we got as high as 240. There is a video on YouTube that talks about someone who actually reverse engineered the 95 algorithm. There is a computational cost in actually calculating it, but most systems are so fast it's kind of meh. But this is a 33 megahertz 486 that does not have L2 cache. Like LGR's wood grain 486 would run circles around this system. Yeah. I've talked about Dave Plummer before. I know he's talked about a lot of things, but I have to verify some of those. I need to catch up on reading these out. Hold on, let me. Anonymous I don't even know what currency Anonymous donated in. It's a shape. MPI1, thank you for the €20 donation. Seabass Apologist, thank you for the $20 donation and for Trevor Project. And Dan Pellegrino, thank you for the $5 donation. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, that may actually be shekels. It's one of the I actually haven't been to that part of the world. I've been to Egypt. I've been to Iraq. I haven't been anywhere else in the Middle East. My biggest problem is stamps from that region of the world can cause you problems down the line. So Iraq was not a big deal, strangely enough, but it's just something I haven't done. So Merry Christmas, Steve. I personally think Amiga is overrated. I legitimately think Amiga is overrated. The games are okay, but the games all play on an A500 or even an A1000. And in recent years, the A600 has gotten more popularity, but that was all they were really good at, unless you were doing video production stuff. But the video toaster wasn't a Commodore product. Yep. I unfortunately do not. I do have a couple of Power Macs, but I don't have a G3 to run Mac OS X Server 1.x. I have managed to recompile the associated version of Darwin, though, so I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind doing more. Okay, so I'm just going to install the everything because it'll be funnier. Yes, and I've used these disks before, so that's not a problem. And you hear the model. Wow, we can actually serve a website off this thing with the personal web server. That sounds like such a horrible idea. Okay. So we have enough disk space. Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, and there we go. Wait, was the original? Was it actually IIS, or was it really just like IIS, but just branded IIS? I don't even remember. Yeah, Doom for Rhapsody. What would that even involve? Like, it probably isn't that hard, but does STL even support Next Step? I mean, you could probably make the Mac OS X code work, but that's about it. I do have a 286 that I have never used on stream. I've only powered it on a couple of times. It's an IBM Model 30 286 with 1 megabyte of RAM. I bought it specifically for running OS 2, but I have to increase the amount of memory. Wow, this is running so slow you can see the animation of the text. Yeah, this 486 is... Honestly, I should send it to Action Retro because Action Retro would probably have a lot of fun with it, but I really like this machine. So... I'm actually going to step away from keyboard for a moment while this copies. So I'll be right back. Talks amongst yourselves. Alright, and I'm back. And it's not actually frozen. The reason is not that it doesn't run in protected mode, because I did actually get the Linux kernel to boot running off the network. The problem is that all the drivers are so non-standard that only MS-DOS seems to work, although 98 has a chance. It's not frozen. Trust me, it's not frozen. We just have to be very patient. So while we're waiting, I will give you... Let's read something from the book of resources. A reading from the book of resources. Exactly what I was looking for. Actually, it is exactly. Real mode drivers and the iOS in safe driver list. Microsoft strongly recommends that you use 32-bit protected mode drivers whenever possible. With protected mode drivers, configuration information stored in the registry, rather than config.sys or other files. The following guidelines are for device entries in config.sys and whether such drivers can be required or removed under Windows 98. When you use only protected mode drivers, the only configuration information the operating system needs to know for your system startup is the location of the Windows 95 startup file. See, I told you I was going to keep going. You do not need to load drivers in config.sys or autoexec.bat. Any boot device in your computer that needs real mode support does not require an entry in config.sys. In the unusual case that the CD-ROM drive is part of system setup, entries for this device must be included in config.sys. That's interesting. So why are they... actually, this book was written in 95, probably in 94, really. So here's the question, is... For 1994, what scenario would require you to start from a CD as part of the boot process? Okay, now we gotta put disk 1 back in. This is the part that gets really annoying. But maybe after this, I will try and figure out how to make a floppy disk version of Windows Millennium Edition. Because I did look into what that would require. Well, the thing is that SCSI boot is CD. Why would you need to start Windows 95 as part of the boot process off a CD? It was never really supported. There is some diskless support in 95. Like, it is possible to run a diskless system. Like, I mean, no hard drive running off a network. So I guess conceivably Microsoft allowed you to do. Actually, now I'm curious. Could you make a live CD out of Windows 95? This case was not yellow. This case, the light in the room is a little bit tinted, but this is not a yellow. This keyboard is in a very good condition. So there's that. I know that Nlight, but no, did Nlight? I know you can customize the software, but I didn't think you could actually run off the CD entirely. Like, what I'm talking about is running the full Explorer environment. Okay. Like, this has some very interesting things here. Is the computer requires any real mode entry? So let's see here, because this talks about how scenarios. So this is actually relevant. Like, this is actually relevant to Matt KC running Windows Millennium Edition on the on that freaking iMac. That was impressive pain. Like I believe this is the actual thing I'm reading. I just don't know if it works on Millennium Edition. But 98's pretty similar. So apparently we just need to edit a file called ios.in. So let's read about this. This is actually so the safe driver list ios.in can include the following information: whether the driver hooks int13, monitors int13, so real mode driver is considered unsafe. Okay, so basically the very short version about all this is basically talking about how you can use a real mode driver, which is the one way this might possibly work. We might get all the way for the install though, and it's going to explode. Mario guy, if you look at my GitHub, there's actually resources to build a RAM disk boot disk. I did document how I did it with NetWare. So let's see what we can do here. So Windows 95 does not change the version of the driver or TRS in the list, so the vendor must change the name of the driver. So it's completely file-based. I mean, it'll probably just work, all things considered. Tips for using real mode drivers versus safe protected mode drivers. If a real mode driver provides better performance or provides some functions not present in the Windows 95 protected mode driver, you should remove the real mode driver from the safe driver list so that Windows 95 uses the real mode to access the driver. Similarly, a real mode driver can safely be taken over by a protected mode driver added to the safe list. So how do we define something going into the safe list? And I'm hoping this is true for 98 as well. Steve Greer, thank you for the $20 donation. Okay. We are doing well. We are now up to 4,000. I think we've raised like $150. We might actually finish this thing out this stream, which would be amazing. I was really concerned we weren't. Uzisek, thank you for the $100 donation to Trevor Project. Oh wow, that is something else. I'm actually curious how far we're going to get. All right, I'm going to keep reading here because this is fascinating. All right, so the long and short of it is there's basically a whole syntax to this file, including qualifier string do not care. Indicates the driver is can be used either way. It looks like this is only used for protected mode drivers in config.sys. But I do have the SCSI drivers for this system. Like, I do actually have the SCSI mode drivers. Let's look in the back of the book. Let's look up N13. Let's see what sections are actually, where it actually talks about that. Because N13 is the failback driver this will probably end up using. Here, LAN view, inbox setup, in files, installing, N13 safe drivers. I think that was the page we were just on, unfortunately. Is that really it? That may actually be it. And then this talks about partitioning hard drives, and then a whole bunch of warnings here about using Stacker and such. So I'll read some more from the Book of Resources. This is improving. Where's my soda? Actually, where is my soda? Oh, there it is. This uses the weird 1.68 megabyte format. There's a previous live stream on my channel where I went through and created all the disks showing how to do it, because these are not original, as you can see. I wanted to do this charity stream, and I've been trying to get this set off eBay for a while. It's shown up like once, and it wasn't that I got outbid. It's just the seller just basically never got back to me. And considering how many discs and how old they are, the odds of them actually working were not optimistic. So I just basically, yeah. Hey, we have, hey Europa. You know, if you really want pain, you can install Windows 98 from floppy disks on the Sun PCI. You might just die of old age. At least I don't have to get the CD-ROM drive out. I mean, I could have installed it over the network, but why do so? Why do so? All right. Chad, do you have any... You know what, Chad? I want to hear where you might want me to read from. I'm just going to read some chapter titles out, and I'll read a section or two, and then maybe I will go for something else. Like, do we want to hear about the magic of electronic mail? Do we want to hear about setting up a modem? Do we want to look at the introduction to Windows communications? Let's look at a few other pages. There's remote administration. Wow, they have an entire section on security. I can't imagine what that's for. So there's that. Electronic mail. These are neat. This is such a neat book. For it's like, I know I'm being completely geeky, but it is a neat book. All right, I think people want to hear about electronic mail. All right, so let's start with the electronic mail. Starts on page 831. Okay. We have more sections to read. Okay. I don't want to read about application support. There is no applications here. There is only Zur. Okay. Printing. No, I don't want to send a fax because that just sounds like pain. Oh, disk change time. There we go. Next disk. Electronic mail and Microsoft Exchange, and this chapter describes the electronic mail and messaging features of Windows 95, including the Microsoft Exchange client. Microsoft Exchange provides a central place for sending and receiving messages within a work group and to and from other messaging services such as electronic mail, faxes, and online services. Yep. Some kids are playing outside. So directly behind the wall, like if I was to take this monitor behind me, there's a window here. There's a bunch of kids playing in the courtyard. It is cold here. I'm hoping things are okay. Microsoft Exchange, the basics. Windows 95 includes the Microsoft Exchange client, an advanced messaging client that retrieves messages from one inbox to many kinds of messaging. Wow, every time I try to read, I gotta close the window. I say I go to close the window and I realize that I've got the fan still propped open. No wonder it's been so cold in here. Not that I usually use this room all that much. If I don't have the window open, I get the heat in here builds up. I get a lot of heat buildup from the floors below me since I'm not on the ground floor. So it just gets very, very hot. Okay, so, what was I saying? Windows 98 includes the Microsoft Exchange client, an advanced messaging application that retrieves messages from one inbox from many kinds of message service providers, including Microsoft Mail, the Microsoft Network, and Microsoft Fax. I don't think it's that many different types of providers. I think it's just different types of Microsoft products. Like, chat, would you disagree with that assessment? I don't know. How would I even get Discord running on this system? I guess there's probably a client that would work, but like that just sounds painful. Okay. Well, we're 7 discs in, so out of 39. Like, this was a good idea, right, chat? Here. 39 discs that have to be decompressed because these are all cabinet files. Like this isn't just copying files. This is decompressing on a 486. This isn't going to be dreadfully painful. I mean, we're already below the minimum requirements. Like, we are well below the minimum requirements for 98. So the only reason I think it might have a chance is that I put additional memory in the system. We do have 32 megabytes, which should be enough. So, okay. So here's the here talking about the Exchange client. So in this version, that I forgot about this. Exchange was the name of the mail client. It wasn't the name of the server yet. It was still Microsoft Mail at this point. Then they reused the name Exchange to create Exchange Server, and that is now just Microsoft Exchange. Yes, so Exchange used to be the client. Whew. My early Microsoft networking stuff is just complete and total voodoo. Yep. I'm just hoping this will actually work, because considering you're going to need, because it's not actually copying files. It's like all doing the decompression right now. So, Lucy in chat, never throw a bad idea out here. It might get taken seriously. So we're currently at what? Just short of the 40-minute mark. Okay. So actually, let's time this. I'm curious on how long it's going to take to finish each disk. Alright, so that's disk 8 in, and we put disk 8 in at 38 minutes and 13 seconds. So there we go. Alright, so it is ticking away. Ticking away. Ticking away. So, yes, so right now, I actually completely forgot about that little bit of history. Like, I think I mentioned it on the Windows 3.1 networking video, which was actually the second one I ever did on this channel. At least as far as vintage tech goes. I do have a bunch of unlisted ones that I kind of want to go through and put back up. But that will be effort. Like, I do have my old Minecraft Let's Plays from when I was trying Celestial Journey, but I've been seriously thinking about trying. I either want to grind out the NetHack Ascension on stream, because I kind of want to do a video on NetHack, because, I don't know how many people have picked it up, because, like, actually, let me ask the chat this, because I think at this point I want to see her. Yeah, let's just, I'm just gonna ask, like, I am curious how many folks have actually played NetHack. Like, obviously folks here have seen me do it, if you're a regular, because I pull it out probably every other stream. So it only took 2 minutes to finish this disk. But I don't think that's like the average. So let's see here. So let's put this disk in. Okay. I don't think it would be possible to build the source code to Firefox on the 486. So most people have not played NetHack. So, and I have never gone a character to even to the quest, let alone to the to Medusa or past. So I kind of would like to do a documentary on the history of NetHack, but I would need a full recording of an Ascension, which means I'd have to actually play the game, get the amulet, and ascend with it. And my ascensions are considered fast for NetHack because I usually clear in 20 to 40,000 turns, which is considered a fast ascension. But that is literally talking about 30 to 40 hours of real-time gameplay, because NetHack is NetHack speedrunning, for what it is measured by the turn count, not by the score count. So, yep. I mean, we did the entire NetHack stream. I really did enjoy that. I gotta say that's probably one of the more favorite ones I've done on the channel. But I really do want to finish Dungeons, Dragons, and Spaceships. I started that world with Blasek 2 years ago, and let me just see what chat is. Have you heard of Greg Tech New Horizons? GTNH is sort of a meme pack in the modded Minecraft community, but there are people who do really enjoy it, and I at least, well, I occasionally do watch videos about it, and when I say occasionally, I mean I followed both Lashmark and Freefold's playthrough. All right, so there's that. Okay, so the thing with GTNH is it's not inaccurate saying like a wood plank is a dragon egg surrounded by nether stars, and that recipe actually exists in the pack as a meme, but GTNH is probably one of the most, I don't want to say grindy, I would say one of the longest packs, because the goal of GTNH, and it's basically unachievable unless you're like insane, is to create the Stargate, a pair of Stargate rings from Stargate Craft, and it has been done. I think Amphibious Lizard or one of the other YouTubers did an entire video on the quest to get the Stargate. I've been playing a thematically similar pack called Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles, where through the power of genetically manipulating bees to break time and space, I am at the end game of this pack. There's only one final task to do, and that's going to be making the fusion ring. The problem is that I need 3,172 fusion ring segments, and each one of these things is obnoxiously expensive. Like, to make the full ring, Applied Energistics was just kind of crying in the corner. So I've never played West of Loathing. I should break out KOL. I think this week is really going to be me experimenting with the format on the channel, because it was not my original plan. I was expecting to take a 2 to 3 month hiatus, and then season 2 would start. I wrote a bunch of scripts for season 2. I actually have a script that is done talking about the early history of the internet. My work with Network Unix was actually directly tied to that. But every time I've tried to get a video going, my muse just kind of escapes me. So I've just mostly been live streaming to keep the community active. I enjoy live streaming, I really do. But I don't know why. I think a lot of it is I'm taking time off to better shore up my infrastructure. So, well, I basically put a, I could always use help editing. That's actually the point I'm getting to. One of the big things that I started doing back in November is I started the process of incorporating an LLC. And it's actually already started to pay dividends, but I still got more to do here. I think what I'm probably going to do over the next 3 to 4 months is I'm going to continue building up infrastructure for streaming stuff. So that's basically getting my LLC fully in order, being able to hire and pay people, and be able to do more. Because there's a lot of projects we do collectively as a community. Like, the wiki has become a very good source of random knowledge about vintage computing. And the wiki can be searched by Google, which means it gets archived. It's probably on the Wayback Machine by now. So I want to be in a much better position to be able to get things like that to happen. And then I think I'll be ready to come back to doing full-time content. But I also want to be able to stream things that are not just vintage computing, because this is not my entire life. I mean, I've always enjoyed vintage computing, but a lot of why I started doing this is because COVID beat COVID. I feel like these are going faster. Alright, so that's disk 12. So there we go. I mean, I have a 4X Synology NAS that I use for video editing. It's a SHA-2 configuration, so 2 drives backup, 2 drives hot. But I'll just get a disk expander when it's time to add more storage, and I'll be good to go. Yeah. So like I said, I'm not completely sure what is the future is going to hold. I really find I do enjoy doing the live streams, and I do like, and the live streams are pretty easy to have someone else edit, although the last one did not go as planned in that regard. Like, the biggest problem is not the research, it's the actual video production to make things interesting for lay, not for lay people. I think that's not a good term to use here. But how do you make something like IBM AIX interesting? Well, you port Doom to it, but then you have to explain why AIX is interesting in the first place, and this is how you get to a 1 hour and 10 minute. I do think in many ways that is the video I'm most proud of, is the AIX Doom one, and I set the bar a little bit too high for myself because it's very hard to reach that level of quality. So there's that. Wow, my train of thought just derailed there. So that's kind of where I see things going. I don't know what the new year is going to hold, because unfortunately this month has kind of thrown a monkey wrench in basically everything I had been planning, but sometimes that does help. I mean, that is what I'm definitely... Time to change the disc. Okay, there it goes. Now it's reading. Several of the BSD should, well, they would work on a 486. They wouldn't work on this 486. If I was to put a IDE hard drive in, it would probably work, but the problem is that this system has problems with drives larger than 504 megabytes. Like, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. The way I can make it a less bad 486 is if I disabled the onboard SCSI, put in an Adaptec card, and then put in a replacement NIC. I actually do have that. So, yeah, there's a lot of things I want to do. Like, there's a lot of preservation work that just can't be one person doing it. Like, relatively recently, someone did a very long write-up on Willow on the wiki, which was, Willow is the Windows libraries for OS 2. It was basically intended as a porting solution. I need to... I think my Christmas gift for myself, I don't know when I'm going to buy this. I think I'm going to buy a new chair, because I think this one has... Hold on. Why am I so low to the ground? I feel like, I felt like... Yeah, I think I just need to buy... I think we're going to... I think in addition to the lamp, we're going to have the chair. Yeah, these are going faster. Oh, come on, come out. Oh, this does not want to come out. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Okay, that was not in all the way. Favorite version of Mac OS? Oh, that's a hard one. I am pretty partial to Mac OS 9 because that was the version I remember using a lot as a kid when I was in school. Yep, we're definitely coming up to disk 15. I really hope we're not going to meme disk 15 again. Like, really hoping. So, one of the things that I was looking into, so I was looking at making the floppy disk version of Millennium Edition, is that cabinet files can be actually split to any size. So it would be entirely possible to make a low-density 360 kilobyte install media. I am not that insane, but it could be done. I will say that I have gotten a lot more respect for Next Step, having reintroduced myself to the joys of... I mean, don't get me wrong, Next Step has some, shall we say, problems, and when I say problems, I mean serious problems. But, you know, we got the Next Station out last time. It's unfortunately back on my bookshelf because, or will be. It's still staying in the living room. But that was probably one of the more fun streams I've done in a while. I think the thing with the thing with Next Step though is it was the first really user-friendly Unix, because in the era that Next Step was created, it really was just competing. I don't even think Motif was standardized at that point. You really just had SunView and you had HP's VDU, the visual user experience, which basically became the starting point for CDE. Uzazi Sek, thank you for the $15 donation. Oh, we are nearly there. We are just $400 short. Actually, hold on. What is the actual dollar amount? Because, of course, I can't actually see it on my panel. Yeah, so we are $380 short. I think we're going to make it. What track is playing? I actually have it muted. Hold on. Oh, yes, this one. I like this one myself. The music library I do use when streaming is Streambeats. So there's that. Maybe, you know what? Let me just ask. You know what? Let's see here. Let's see here. DDSS Minecraft stream in. I gotta really take my MacBook apart because the keyboard is not. Grant Paul, thank you for the $20 donation. Uzazi Sek, thank you for another $20 donation. Let's see here. We are going to make it. I think we are actually going to make it this stream. That is awesome. That is an awesome way to spend Christmas, is to get that little bar past the 5K mark. Like, that is absolutely phenomenal. And we're not even an hour in. Usually the donations come in pretty slowly over the course of a stream. So once we hit the 5K, what my plan is probably going forward is we'll probably have a winter and summer fundraiser. I think the winter one is basically what I've just been doing for the last month. The summer one, probably, I don't know exactly what that's going to involve. I really want to make another stab at biking across the country, but I don't think I'm going to do it in 23. I think that's going to be a 24 thing. But I gotta be honest, while I was forced to quit that trip because of COVID, I do want to do it. And it is, by biking, it's just over 3,000 miles coast to coast. So if we could get people to pledge $1 per mile, or even 10 cents per mile, like, I would... really, that would be probably an amazing thing to happen. But that would also mean building up Restless Yankee to the extent that the main channel is, because this channel, the NCommander channel, is my original one. If you actually look on the YouTube About page, it's from 2006. I started Restless Yankee because I wanted a clean break from my online persona and the biking stuff, because there's like no overlap in those two communities. So what it really comes down to is, do I still want to do that? Because I strongly considered putting a full-length video on the main channel talking about biking to Boston. That was a difficult bike tour. Like, I didn't expect that route to be as hard as it was, and very little went right on that trip, although obviously I did it and I succeeded. But I think I spent like 6 to 7 nights back to back to back wild camping, including the run-in with law enforcement. That was not fun. For those who haven't watched my Restless Yankee videos, I'll drop the channel link in chat right now. Stream seems okay for me. I'm seeing it here looking okay. Okay. John, I hope you have a great holiday. It's going well. We're definitely, up to 121 on Christmas Day. I'm happy. I almost did something on Christmas Eve, but okay. Rijay Tally, thank you for the $100 donation to Trevor Project. Okay. The odds are, the thing is bringing it all together because doing an actual video is very different than doing a live stream that's off topic. The algorithm penalizes you. I might do a New Year's Unix. If I had a Dell, I would really be. Actually, I do have a Dell. It's just like 2 decades too new. Why are these discs stuck on each other? Okay. Disk 17. So we have gone past disk 15. What was I saying? My brain just completely just went sideways. Hold on. I don't know how I want to incorporate Restless Yankee going forward. I kind of, on it for its own reason, I want to keep it separate. So the original plan I had for YouTube, and I might as well talk about this. I don't think I've actually ever said it, although I may have implied it. In 2018 and 2019, as I've mentioned before, I suffer from permanent disability. I was doing a lot of work in the DNS policy space because it was possible. And I started branching into a DNS research project to see if you could find DNS records being modified or at least split brain in real time. It basically depends on some very intricate parts of the DNS protocol and understanding how the deep magic actually works, and do not go that far into the deep magic. So what had basically become a side effect of all this is I did get funding. I actually got over $100,000 basically to build the proof of concept. But to actually succeed at this, I was going to need a lot of... Essentially, I was going to have to do a lot of lobbying with DNS and human rights groups to actually get this to go somewhere. And I was basically sitting and thinking, this is too much for one person. And just due to various life stuff, the actual funding that I got was delayed even before COVID. It's making that sound. The channel was complete. This predates the channel existing. Okay, so apparently that disc did read. I was worried it wasn't. So, let me change the disc out. So, what had happened was and at this point, my life was really not in a good place. Like, I was doing DNS work, but it was damn near impossible at times. So, the thought that I had was I was going to try and challenge what could actually... Well, the way my mother says it and the way I remember it are two very different things. But the way I remember it, personally, is I felt that I wasn't going to be able to do DNS capture. I feel like I had bit too much. I basically bit off too much than I could chew. But I wasn't sure about that. So I had about a 6-month period before I was actually going to get a check. Just because of the way the funding had worked out. I had been approved, but the money was in limbo. I decided that I was going to fly to Tallahassee. Or not Tallahassee, Jacksonville. I bought a bike, and I was going to go straight across. I got my stamina back up on New York City bikes. In winter, actually. That was miserable. I actually have videos talking about this on the Restless Yankee channel. I built up the necessary leg muscles again. It wasn't my first bike tour, but it was the first time I've toured in years. And touring and biking in New York City is to court death. Like, you can do it. You need to be very careful while doing it. So, what had really come after that is I flew to Jacksonville. I bought my current bike, the AVD 1.1, and I just started doing it. Unfortunately, COVID made itself known, but I did make it across the Florida Panhandle. I made it about 600 miles before I finally threw in the towel. So, yep. Well, I do find it interesting that we're actually installing Windows 98 on a system that was obsolete when, truly obsolete when 98 came out. Like, I can't imagine anyone even trying to do 95 on this system. It's just that lethargic. Like, there are some drivers for 95 for the Ethernet, but what I'm really expecting is we're going to go for all the disks and it's going to blue screen. Like, I don't actually expect this to work. But I have been wrong before, and I could be wrong again. So let's find out. Wow! E.G. Bevenver, thank you for the $300 donation, which puts us past 5K. What are we at exactly? We are at $5,054. Wow. Chat, please give a round of applause. That is incredible. That is it. We have raised 5K. That is your Christmas miracle. That is amazing. Thank you. There's a lot of people in my chat. If you're not on my Discord, I have channels to talk about some of this. The Trevor Project, the big thing it provides is they provide a hotline for anyone who needs it to deal with, basically to deal with, I would guess it's the National Suicide Hotline, but for LGBT. Like, if you're dealing with a lot of that, and they don't get a lot of money. I could look up their Form 990s, but I just know for a fact they don't get a lot of money. So, 5K, I mean, that's enough to pay someone full-time for a month. That more than, you could probably get 2, because it's not going to be high-paid work. It really does go to helping making people be able to live. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I didn't expect that. So that is incredible. We did it. 5K right there. And with time to spare, we still have the last week of the year. That was amazing. That was utterly amazing. I mean, I was probably, I was at the point that we are close enough that if by some chance we weren't going to make 5K, I would just do it. Make up the difference myself. But I'm just, wow. That puts us, I think that brings us to $12,000 raised for charities in 2022. I'd have to go through and check all the math, but I'm pretty sure that we are past 12,000 in total, because we raised 3,000 for Planned Parenthood. We raised another, I think it was 4,000 in total for National Network of Abortion Funds. And now we've just put 5K down for Trevor Project. And I just spilled soda on myself. That just really does. I don't know what else to say here. I should do a Phoenix as a stream. So about a year ago, I did a port of Phoenix 8088, and I fixed a bunch of bugs so you can actually run it with an XT IDE. I meant to do a video on it, but it never happened for a variety of reasons. I've been meaning to go back and do that, and we are now more than halfway through the disk copying process. We just finished disks 10 through 20. Robo, yeah, this stream should be proof that I like pain. Like, I'm still a little flabbergasted we actually made it. Like, I'm basically just sitting here and you know, I know for a fact that collectively as a community, we've done some pretty incredible stuff. But the idea that I basically said, yeah, we're just going to raise 5K, and it happens, is amazing. Like, at some point, I might decide to do a Kickstarter for some of my projects. Like, there's a couple of things that I would like to do very in-depth projects for, but I probably need to raise funding for it. I have floated the idea with Patreons in the past. I haven't done that, but like, I have thought about running a 10 grand Kickstarter for doing a very elaborate video on... I really want to do an in-depth OS2 video, but that is going to be an incredibly difficult project for a lot of reasons. I actually would have to track down more hardware for that one. That's part of what makes that so hard. Great Cunex, thank you for the $20 donation. Yep. I've actually run, so a Mario guy, I've actually run into that bug check, because when I first got this system, I think I even show it on stream, not on stream, on video. I did test to see if Windows NT, because this machine is listed on the Windows NT 3.1 compatibility list, but you need an IDE hard drive to use it, not the SCSI drive that I have. I could probably run SCO Unix on this. Like, SCO Unix was actually officially supported. It is possible that SCO Unix has a driver for the SCSI. So, yep. The police interaction was not on stream. I mentioned it. It should be in the last video I put on the Restless Yankee channel. Here's what happened is I got caught between cities late at night, and the riding was becoming dangerous to the point that if I did not stop, I was going to get myself killed. Like, I was literally riding through the night on one headlight, and I found a pull-off, and I just put the tent up. Like, it wasn't I wasn't a campground. It was off the side of the road. I honestly thought I was going to die if I had just kept going. So I threw the bike down. I'm setting up the tent in pitch darkness. I have just a little flashlight in my hand that's letting me see how the poles go together. So I get the tent up, I get the sleeping bag out, and I'm just lying there. And that was a hard night. That was one of the more harder nights of that trip. I have wild camped before. I've wild camped several times. But in this particular case, no one knew where I was. I had been forced off my main route that I had been on. Because I'm doing... So let me explain a little bit about bike touring. So bike touring is fundamentally the art from going from point A to point B by bicycle. I've done long distance traveling, but the very first one I did was from Rochester to Buffalo and Buffalo back to Rochester. I do unsupported solo traveling, which means I carry all my gear with me and I'm traveling by myself. I don't think I really have to explain why that can go so wrong, because if basically something happens, the only person that I can depend on help for is myself. And like, I've blown tires out. In fact, I actually blew a tire out. It's not on video, but I did blow a tire out on this bike trip. Actually, I blew out 2 tires. One got a nail and the other one exploded. Literally exploded. There's a short on the channel showing the detonation. Matt, thank you for the $5 Canadian donation. Bare Metal Tech TV, you need to do a full routing setup to handle IP traffic from the public internet going down. So, what had happened afterward is I was basically sitting in my tent and I was reaching out to people with Telegram. There's a few people that have access to the track my location feature, but that was not a good night. it had started raining, and I was in Connecticut. Connecticut has wild bears. I was actually not that far from the AT. So I'm just sitting there. I could hear the occasional car going by on the highway nearby. I'm still 8 miles ahead to the next town on mountainous terrain. And I can't sleep. Sleep disorder life be like that. So I'm basically just sitting there. So I probably passed out somewhere about 3 in the morning while sitting in the tent. And I was up at 7:30, and I was so groggy that I could barely function. And then I was just sitting there, and Connecticut State Troopers rolled up. They gave me a tongue lashing, but they just let me off of a warning that for camping on state ground because it was an emergency. I already had the tent broken down. I just was still packing it up. So yeah, that was the law enforcement run-in I had on that trip. I've had a couple of other ones, but that was the first one where I was like, oh man, this is going to end badly. There's a few, like, the other ones I can think of is, I've occasionally had to deal with LE or construction workers. Oh, hold on. Does this change? Just 22. Hi, chat. So, I mean, that's really what it comes down to is... But the fundamental thing that I should say is the reason I started doing the long distance bike tours, I needed to know what the limit of what I could actually do was, because the disability over time became worse, and I always had sleep issues from when I was little. Like, my mother says even as a toddler I didn't sleep through the night, so until like I was age 3 or 4, which is way later than most children. I have no conscious memory of that. I do remember it was always miserable. About the time I hit 25, 26, it just got fucking worse. Like, it was bad, and then it got bad. I think part of why I managed to keep so long at Canonical, though, is I was the travel gopher. I would spend... If you've ever seen the movie Up in the Air, that's a pretty accurate summary of what my life was like in those years. So... Ooh, I'm just hearing joints crack right now. So... I have a physical disability, but what is the actual limit of functionality? I have looked at ReactOS. I have no interest in working on it. Not that ReactOS doesn't have value. It has a lot of value, but I don't really... I can do operating system development, but... it's hard to describe. I don't know exactly the words I'm looking for. I guess it just doesn't interest me is the best way I'm going with here. That, and because ReactOS, you have to mimic the design of the NT kernel. You can't really just go off and do your own thing. It's even less interesting. So, Beartech TV, for routing IP something like that, what you would need to do is you need to have a public VPS announce those IPs, so the VPS is receiving traffic there. You would then need to use IP tables routes to forward that to another point, essentially doing NAT, but doing one-to-one port forwarding. It can be done, it's just complicated. I mean, that's how I got my foot in the door. I was a Debian developer. I just applied for it and got it eventually, as was Ubuntu Motu. I'm a little sad. I'm going to probably lose my core dev credentials for Ubuntu a bit. My Launchpad account has two-factor authentication enabled, and I don't know what happened, but I don't have the 2FA code for it. There's one or two places it could still be, but I will probably be locked out of Launchpad, and thus I can't renew my credentials. The only place it could potentially be is my, 2 phones back. I had one that might have the 2FA code for Launchpad, but I don't have recovery codes, and Launchpad and Canonical's policy is if you lose those, you have lost your account. It's like, that's fine, because I don't see myself ever going back there, but it's a weird way to close out that chapter of my life. I've never run Haiku. I honestly don't know enough to even speak objectively, aside from the fact I know that BOS uses C++ as a system language, and that has caused a lot of pain. I highly respect the work that they've done, and in many ways, I mean, Haiku could probably become a desktop OS contender, because I do believe the idea of a Linux desktop at this point is dead and buried. There's too many people who just do not care. So if there is going to be a non-Microsoft alternative on the desktop, or really a non-Microsoft, non-Mac alternative, Haiku's probably the one that is in a better position, because, you know, Tracker, from what I've seen, BOS and Haiku was very nice to use. It just doesn't have a lot of software, but you really just need a web browser in this day and age. I have played with Illumos. Let's see here. I just heard my phone go off. Why did my phone just go off? Let's see here. Hold on. It's unusual for my phone. I only have a couple of notifications enabled on my phone, so... give me a moment, chat. I just want to check this. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it was actually a holiday message from someone I didn't expect to get a message from, so that's why I decided to just check it. I didn't want to know if someone, like, was having an emergency. Cute. VCU, thank you. I'm doing what I can, you know. Alright, and that's disc 24 that I just popped in. So, it helps. It legitimately helps. I believe the disk copying goes all the way to 50, and then we're just gonna have to wait for things to decompress. So definitely, like, I don't know the state of Haiku. Like, I should do a live stream with it. Haiku and ReactOS have the same problem. Is I worry as a content creator, people are basically going to dogpile it if it's because neither I would say is production quality yet. Like, Linus Tech Tips did a ReactOS video about it was more than a year ago at this point, but he basically trashed it unfairly, and it really put a bad taste in my mouth, that video. So if I was to do it, I'd do it better. Yeah, I mean, LTT was I don't watch a lot of LTT content. If I really am going to watch tech news, Gamers Nexus is about the one channel that I think actually does a good job, because Gamer Nexus will call out bad behavior even in their partners. I feel like when I'm watching LTT, half the time I'm watching a paid sponsorship. I'm familiar with Ashi. I think it's awesome that it's being worked on. I have very strong feelings about Linux on ARM, that it's a fucking disaster due to a small number of people having their head in the sand. I mean, I was involved with it. I wasn't involved in the kernel layer, but I was involved with a lot of the enablement stuff, and the problem with Linux on ARM in a general sense is ARM as in the company seems to have a inability. Like, we needed the server start specification 15 years ago. I wrote the first version of that damn spec. I worked with it in John Masters in his apartment in Cambridge. You know, like I said, that that was 10 years ago. So, like, why did it take so long for that document? We are in this horrible situation that you have to support both FLAN device tree and ACPI. It's absurd. Enablement in this context means that we took Ubuntu and ported it to ARM. I was right there at the beginning. I was even involved with that before the Canonical announced it officially. Like, basically, when I got involved, Ubuntu didn't have an ARM port. We had x86, we had 32 64-bit, we had PowerPC, we had Spark, Itanium, and PA RISC. So there's that. So what enablement means is we basically poured the entire operating system and then got it working on specific hardware. But you can't do a one-size-fits-all solution like you can on x86 because no one can agree what the one-size-fits-all specification is. And the people who make the operating system don't seem to want to specify anything. Like, I had a lot of pain and suffering in this regard. Yeah. So, Christopher Jackson, clickbait to an unfortunate degree is necessary on YouTube. I don't like the practice. I have to engage with it to some point because it is essentially expected and required. On YouTube, originality in presentation and in content is the one key factor of success. I have the advantage that basically no one else is in this part of the field. LGR does consumer electronics. 8-Bit Guy, I haven't watched his recent stuff, but he really stays in the 8-bit, early 16-bit era. Like, it's pretty rare he goes later. Uzagi Electronics is 1970s, 1980s. I really would like to see that Langwriter. I hope he brings it to a VCF. Well, let me think what else. Let me think of the other big names that I can think of off the top of my head. Adrian's Digital Basement. Adrian tends to be all over the place, but it's generally late 80s, early 90s. Again, being in the 8-bit era. I don't watch Retro Recipes enough to even think of what he covers. RMC does a lot of the history, but his last few Trash to Treasures, I don't know. I feel like when it became RMC, there was a tone change that I don't know so much. I mean, I guest starred on RMC at one point. I mean, I actually really did enjoy his video on his series on the Commodore CD-TV. I think he just covers a lot of things I'm just not interested in. Like, his work is very technically competent and enjoyable to watch. I just don't enjoy the subject matter as much. Because the first video of his I think I watched was the VAC station. So... it's from 40 Floppies. I mean, you can see the stack of them right here. Although, I guess the camera, you can't see how thick they are. I don't watch his content very often. I don't actually watch a lot of vintage tech YouTube anymore. Like, I watch LGR because, but not regularly. Like, if I'm playing Minecraft or if I'm doing physical computer repair, I'll queue up LGR in the background. I'd probably say my favorite LGR at the moment, and I haven't caught up. I still think the Adlib Gold one, just because I really impress. Like, Wacky Hardware I enjoy, but the Adlib Gold is something else. Like, I could completely understand how someone could spend so much for an Adlib Gold. Yeah. I do occasionally, I do watch Durango 1 videos. I actually, some of my... I've been compared to Durango 1 on more than one occasion. I always get surprised by that comparison, although I see how people make it. Let's see. I don't watch Gravis very often. Like, I've watched some of Gravis's videos, but Gravis is a lot more AV focused than and I don't actually have that much interest in that. Like, I find it's interesting for the sake of preservation, but I've got my niche. I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah, I've talked with Shelby before. When he was dealing with his Dell server, we talked a fair bit about trying to, I helped trying to help him debug, the fans on that thing, like saying IPMI commands to it, and that machine is just cursed. Like, I have dealt with fan control in Linux, and I just threw my hands up and saying, I would need a flipping multimeter to see what the hell this thing is doing. Yeah. Like I said, Tech Tangents is very solid. I understand, you know, it's a very technical channel, very similar to Usagi Electronics. Excellent content all around. Yeah. So there's that. Okay. I mean, the type of content, you know, the thing with with content creators is you have your own signature and style. One content creator's long-winded style is another person's not enough detail. There are technical aspects, like being able to talk clearly, making sure your audio is not clipping, but once you get past that, everything becomes sort of a stylistic choice. Tech Tangents does long, you know, actually I'm going to go with Usagi Electronics because I actually think this is the best one. The Hello Ord video guy, basically he bought I don't remember how he found it. I think he found it for the secondary market. He basically found a 1980s microcomputer from Centurion Electronics, and he's basically been vlogging the restoration process for the last, I don't know what, a year at this point. Like, I know he tried to spin up the Finch drive and it crashed. I don't remember where he's at on it right now. So, but what he's basically doing is he's documenting the restore process from start to finish. If I was to do a video series like that, I'd probably do a very edited restore process because the knowledge is so specialized that I don't know how much it would be good for general content. Like, I'd probably do something similar to what he's doing on a second channel, and then I would edit it all together to make an actual restoration video. But the flip side is that is probably the last working Centurion on the planet. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if that is the last one. iHeart's Mac, iHeart Mac Z, thank you for the $100 donation for Trevor Project. We are now going into overtime. So, just 28. And I do feel Tech Tangents is very similar. Like I said, it's just a different topic matter. I was actually flabbergasted that he managed to reverse engineer that CD controller card. Like, is this not in all the way? Yeah, it's not in all the way. So, like I said, whether you like a content creator or not, because there are content creators I don't like. Not that I don't like them as a person. The content just doesn't do it for me. Do remember that this is work. Like, all of us who do this, we're putting a lot of effort into it, especially the ones of us who've been doing this for a long time. Cafeoid Raid Dude's been doing this for a very long time. LGR's been doing this for over 10 years at this point. And, like, don't give him shit for just not being your style. Like, if someone does something incredibly obnoxious, that's different. But if someone is long-winded, like, you don't have to watch them. We all gain the more people that care about preservation. Before I got involved, I don't think I've ever heard of Audio Archive. Before I got involved with in the retro tech scene, like as a YouTuber, there was no vintage Unix scene. It didn't exist. I think the biggest thing we had was NeoZ with their blog, and NeoZ doesn't post Unix very often. Like, I know a few people have done videos on SGI IRIX because IRIX was so big in AV production. I know LGR had the Indigo 2 video. And yeah. I mean, that's really what it boils down to is wow, my train of thought just completely derailed. The more people that are doing this, the better it is for preservation as a whole. Even the little tiny content creators. Like, I found someone that showed me a Windows CE video, a Windows CE powered laptop. That the video had like 700 views. They linked it when I did the Giornata one. But these systems are becoming rarer and rarer, and over time, the YouTube videos that we make now are going to be the primary sources for in 20 years from now. Because how many of these systems do you think are really going to survive another 20 years? Okay. I mean, I've always done content creation. I mean, prior to YouTube, I helped create, well, no, I effectively created Soylent News. I wasn't a one-man effort. Like, I had a lot of help. Like, there's a reason why it's a public benefit corporation. But my biggest contribution is I proved that the old code was usable. And myself and a bunch of others, we got together, we formed a company, and we made it happen. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, here's a really good example, is the Commodore Plus 4, or really any of the TED machines. Commodore TED machines suck. I'm going to, but especially because the TED chip is, I don't want to say defective, but it overheats. So there's very few working Commodore 16s. I have 2 Plus 4s, and I have one that has a working TED and one that doesn't. But those machines have value just because they were a bad business decision. It was one of the big reasons that showed why Commodore went down the bloody drain. So, yep. The time estimate should not be considered accurate. I believe that is what I'm going to. Because we are definitely below the minimum requirements here. Like, we are way below the minimum requirements. I mean, yeah, we've gotten to the point that more or less the 8-bit family now can be made from, FPGAs. I don't know how much it's going to be true of the later ones. Like, to recreate a Macintosh SE from entirely new chips, like, I don't know how much. Like, this is why I don't use Gotex. Although I think I'm really going to just break down and put one in my CPM machine. But the main reason I don't use Gotex is that the inherent process of using a floppy disk is part of the process. So that's definitely part of it. Because, wow, apparently I'm just monologuing today. I apologize. The estimated reactor meltdown time are destroyed. Activating uncertainty reactor destruction principle now. This facility will self-destruct in 5 minutes. Oh God, we've gone Portal. We've gone back to Portal. That was probably the single funniest joke to me in the whole thing. That of all the things that Aperture Science has, if the facility is melting down and the timer gets destroyed, it just self-destructs. All right, and now we are now 3/4 of the way for the initial disk copy. All right, disk 30. Cave Johnson here. At Aperture Science, we preserve the best of the vintage computer experience. You thought you knew Windows 98. You thought you knew 486s. Now look at this, the Intel Professional Workstation. With a 486 so anemic, you can barely run Windows 98 on it. Yep. Yeah, like see that's one of the big points. So to add a little context on that, Gabor, one of the big things is that Commodore, because Commodore was a Canadian company, it basically could dump stock on the other side of the Berlin Wall and prevent those systems being re-imported from the West as easily. Like once they sold the systems in Hungary, they couldn't easily be brought back into the United States, since at that point the Soviet Union was still a thing. The Soviet Union didn't collapse until it really didn't collapse until 91 and didn't dissolve until 92, as did the Warsaw Pact. So, okay. Study shows. Oh, I completely forgot about that joke. The trade horn one. I almost feel like I want to do a Portal 2 playthrough, but I don't know. Portal 2, I enjoyed it when I played it, but I always find that something about that game doesn't quite do it for me. Yeah, this is the Intel Professional Workstation. The machine that every time I've tried to do a project with it, it fails miserably. The only way I could run Solaris on this thing is if I put a replacement SCSI card in it. Like I've got the, I've got the card. I have the card somewhere. I'd have to look for it. I just reorganized the apartment, and obviously now I can't find anything. Oh. I believe the actual minimum for Windows 98 is a 386 DX. I don't think you can do it with an SX because you need the... I guess you could do it with a 386 SX if you had an FPU, a 387. I know the absolute minimum for Windows 2000. So, like, in theory, I should be able to run 2000 on this machine. Like, it should work. If you donate to Coffee, it goes to me, not to Trevor Project. If you want to support me directly, the Coffee and Patreon links are in the description. But that is a donation to me. I don't want to handle money that's intended to go to a charity. So just to be clear. Okay. All right. So that's going. I mean, one of the things I did with DEF CON 201 is the talk. So that this is an interesting story. So right before I did my bike trip, I gave a talk, and this talk is actually on my channel. It was with myself and a few others. It was talking about hacking video games and the history of it, and it was presented at PAX East in 2020. It was not recorded because the PAX management basically told us they really like our content. The game companies don't want our content. They just didn't want it recorded because they didn't want to talk about us hacking video games at what is effectively one of the larger game promotion events. So I basically just put my GoPro on a stick and I record the talk that way, and that's why it's on my channel. But it couldn't be live streamed at the time. I didn't actually catch that the kernel is dropping support for i586. That is going to make some embedded vendors really unhappy because there are Quark-based chips that are technically not a Pentium Pro. It's like the very old VIA cores are still actually used in embedded roles. Yep. Juan, I'm hoping I'm saying that right. I will say that a lot of stuff on my channel causes engineers... Like, whenever I've done a Solaris video, you get all the Sun certified professionals kind of screaming. Like, the number of comments I got about Jumpstart was impressive. I have only like watched one or two technology connection videos. Like, I know of TC. I've like watched one or two. That's about it. Yeah. Dexter's Text Lab. I feel like I've watched that channel, but I don't know offhand. And I can't... Maybe, like, I don't like... I will have to think about this. But I almost would like to do, like, a promotion or react sort of thing where I watch other creators. The problem with doing reacts content means that I get ad revenue off other creators, and I really get irked by that. But as a demonetized stream, I think I'd be okay with my own personal stance. YouTube might disagree with me on that, but YouTube is actually it's pretty rare that you get a copyright strike for content that's already on YouTube. Yeah. Modern Vintage, I don't watch MVG very often just because, again, it's not something that interests me that much, but Modern Vintage Gamer's probably he's not the only one. He's definitely not the only one, but he's like, excuse me. He's probably the oldest person who used the dev kits back in the day, who talks about them and still talks about them. I would love to, I have thought about doing a dev kit video. I'd probably try and get my hands on a katana. I actually did try to get one. I would like to get, if I could borrow a Dreamcast katana for, I'd probably need it for about 3 months, probably longer. I would probably do a fairly in-depth video because the katana is interesting for a lot of reasons. Dreamcast stuff is very easy. The homebrew stuff with Dreamcast is very easy. The katana, I could just burn a disc and it will work on a production Dreamcast. The Dreamcast architecture is end of life. I know Sega used it in arcade machines, but companies get a little bit twitchy about their dev hardware. Nintendo extremely twitchy about their dev hardware. Sega has really just not even cared. You can find katanas on eBay, which is unusual for video game hardware. So definitely, wow, I just realized we actually are on disk 33, so we're almost to the end. We're almost to the end of the initial file copying. Then the decompression begins. Dreamcast. So originally the plan with the Dreamcast was that it was supposed to have Windows CE in ROM, and for whatever reason, it didn't happen. I talk about this in the Jornada video. So what happens is that if a game uses Windows CE, it has to load CE off the boot disk, and that takes up about half the system memory. I've heard it quoted as either 4 megabytes or 8 megabytes. The problem is that the only real documentation on it was on Assembler, and when Assembler went down, we lost a good chunk of it, and we haven't really gotten a great replacement for the old Assembler game forms, which is unfortunate. I assume someone scraped and dumped them. I know they're on Internet Archive, but Assembler Games was pretty much the only place you could have found information on a lot of these dev kits. So, yeah, I know there was a lot of drama when Assembler Games went down, but I'm out of the loop on that one. I had an account on Assembler. I even had access to the buy-sell trade farm. If I was going to do a video on a dev kit, because I don't want to spend that much money for something that I know I would really not use that much, it would either be a PS2 tool, or I guess I could use a test, but the tool was the official development kit, or Katana. I, technically speaking, have an Xbox 360 dev kit. I have the correct model of Power Mac that can be converted into the dev kit. My G5 is the right model. I haven't tried doing that yet for a lot of reasons. but I could potentially turn that into what needs to be done. It is documented on how to do it. I just haven't tried it, because I'd have to basically take the G5 apart, and I'd have to hook the drives up to do dumping. Yep. It's definitely going. I mean, modern dev kits are not really that different from PCs. I mean, realistically speaking, the Xbox One is Windows 10. Well, it's Windows IoT edition, but there's nothing special about it. Like, it's a very boring platform to develop for. So, Xbox One is definitely the, how do I put this? The security is interesting, but, like, at the end of the day, you just have a really locked down copy of Windows. I mean, that's really what it gets down to. I don't even know how else you can describe it. Like, it is as interesting as hardware as, I don't know, a Toyota Camry. I haven't watched much. I've been out of the game hacking scene. Like, after other OS, that entire debacle, like, I was like, fuck this. I don't really want to be involved with this. Like, it was really cool when Sony embraced other OS. It's like, oh, I could completely get behind this. I still had an Xbox 360 at that time. And then you really had to deal with Nintendo basically just making homebrew life miserable, combined with horrible system architecture. Sony basically being Sony, and it's like, you know, this just doesn't do it for me anymore. So, if I could get, I don't own a PS3, I actually never have. I wouldn't mind doing something with the cell part of it. Sony actually did pay. I do believe I know they gave hardware. I don't know if they actually paid for it, but I know they gave hardware so Ubuntu had good support for the PS3. I do like that we're reading about the trademark for MMX on screen on a processor that predates MMX by a long period of time. Yep. Yeah, and from what I remember looking at it, the Xbox is basically just running a containerized version of Windows IoT. Like, there really is nothing there. So, yeah, and obviously the PS2 can run Linux if you put the drive in. I sort of want to do a console Linux sort of video. I just don't know what I would do with it. Like, I guess this is like, I think I want to do, if I'm going to do another large production for the channel, I would like to document the process of bringing Ubuntu to a new platform. Not because I really think Ubuntu is any good anymore, but I know the platform well enough that I can describe it without having to do excessive research. Like, porting RHEL to a new platform is going to be, haha, I'm in danger. But if I did it with Ubuntu, most of what I would do is relevant for Debian, and I could explain a lot easier, because RHEL does not have a very good separation of its core system and more. Like, there's no version of the Bootstrap for RHEL. There is the Rawhide Churroots, but I really don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I guess I could do Ubuntu. I mean, Nintendo Wii's are not hard to come by, and obviously they're very easy to do. But there's already a port for PowerPC. Yeah. I mean, if I was to do that one, I'd probably host a Kickstarter. The platform I would probably do, I would prefer to do something that doesn't have commercial value, and I gotta find this issue. Oh, my sinus is just locked up. Hold that thought. And my sinuses are considerably better now. I don't know. Apparently I'm just allergic to extreme cold. Okay. So what I was saying before is if I was to do something like that, I'd probably not want to do it on anything that has commercial value. So probably alpha, maybe, like, what would be fast enough that I could actually do it? I could do it on Itanium, but I don't have modern Itanium hardware, and the power bill is scary. Let's see here. Here in New Jersey, we got a little bit of rain and a little bit of ice. The storm basically missed us. Like, it's fine here, although I can hear the fire department blasting by on the main road, so there's that. I have tried to get alpha hardware for a while. It's expensive. Like, I think I'm just going to have to suck it up and do an eBay special for alpha hardware. Yeah. The problem, like, I'd have to do an eBay special. I could run Cume System Alpha, which really sucks overall, but it can run the Linux kernel, which means I can run GCC. So, it's you know, I could probably just do it in emulation and then crowdfund getting an alpha system. Because once I have the alpha system, I could build the boot media. I could do an actual, like, I wouldn't do Ubuntu 22.04. I'd probably do 20.04. Wow, someone is shouting on loudspeakers. There must have been a large crash on the street. I wouldn't compile Linux from scratch on a C64, but I could hook up a serial terminal to a serial terminator to the user port on a C64 and use it as a serial console and do Linux from scratch there. Yeah, someone is. I think there was a major accident nearby because I hear someone shouting on a loudspeaker outside, and I hear a truck idling. I don't know if that's being picked up by my mic. That's all outside background noise. So, like, I have a Commodore 128. Maybe we'll do it the CPM stream I've wanted to do for a while. So one of the big things I've wanted to do with CPM is I've really just wanted to recompile it on real hardware, but I need multiple disk drives or I have to do a lot of disk swapping. I think the official Commodore build system requires 3 disk drives, and 1571 burst mode drives are hard to come by, and the Pi 1581 did not work when I tried it. I could modify my machine to be burst mode compatible, but not burst mode, to put a fast loader on it, but that only helps to an extent. This is all from the Streamlabs library. Hold on, I need to see what's going on outside. I can't see anything from my window. It sounds like the fire department's trying to get into one of the buildings in the area. I don't think it's my building. Basically from my window faces onto an alleyway, and I get like a sound corridor that I can hear the street much clearer even though I don't face it. Actually, that may be wrong. I think I hear someone coming up the stairs. Hold that thought. I actually don't know what's going on. I hear someone. I actually went out and looked in the stairwell. I hear someone coming up and down the stairs in boots. I'm guessing someone in... It may actually be someone in my building burnt dinner. I don't smell anything, and the alarms are not going off, but there's that. I mean, I was a firefighter. Every year, we would have a full working fire because someone's house burnt down due to either a Christmas tree catching on fire or dinner going up in smoke, very literally. Like, I know Mythbusters did an episode on this, on could you set a tree on fire with just Christmas lights? And they couldn't get it to happen, but dried trees cause a lot of fires. Like, they were like every year, every December, we would have at least one house in our district would go up. Yes, no, I was an actual New York State licensed firefighter. I was a grunt. I was a volunteer grunt, but I was in for long enough that you get a good appreciation for it. Yes, that was the other big one. The turkey bomb. If you ever going to deep fry a turkey, do not deep fry a frozen turkey because it will detonate. Like, it will you can find videos of this on YouTube. It will go with enough force and send boiling oil flying, and that's how it goes up in flames. I've just done a lot of things with my life. Like, by and large, there's been no overwhelming direction. I just go where the tides of fate take me, but that's just how it is. A lot of people have the choice to do things in their life that they just never do. Like, if you're working in a corporate environment, you could volunteer to represent at trade shows. Surprisingly, a lot of people actually hate that sort of travel. Like, it's not unusual for companies to have to basically give the con stuff as a disciplinary thing, because a lot of people that have families don't like spending that much time away from family. I don't have, I live by myself. It's as simple as that. So because I could travel without disrupting my life, I got all the default travel. And because of that, I got to see a lot of things. I guess the takeaway here is, don't be afraid when opportunity knocks. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it took me a long time to realize that my life is my life. But I know how my life works. I've been living it a long time, and if anyone gets that quote, I really commend you. Because, it's accurate. Here's the thing with fear is, a lot of times with fear, you're being afraid of what may happen, not what will happen. I have fallen flat on my face more than once. The part isn't that you fall flat on your face. The part is you pull yourself off the ground, get up, and you do it again and again and again. So, I mean, Shitmaster, sir. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. You build WordPress sites, but you get to see all sorts of things about business. Like, you're probably building a lot of ma and pa sort of stuff. So you know a lot about how small business operate, or in a lot of cases don't operate. That's a unique experience in and of itself that a lot of people do not have. Like, I know a fair bit there because I just did freelancing in that place. Like, I've done the I will install WordPress for money thing, which sucks. But don't discount the things that you've experienced. You're right. It is a recipe for anxiety, but it's not always anxiety. It's being ready to accept the unknown. I mean, when I biked up to Boston, and we're literally just talking a few months ago,
you know, I didn't have a set route. I didn't know where I was going. Bike touring, there's no type of consistency unless you're going to say, I'm going to bike 50 miles per day, in which case, good luck. Nice knowing you. But you know where you're going. And as long as you know where you're going, that counts for a lot. So, like, I think for a lot of it, for me, is I've come to anticipate the feeling of just setting off into the unknown one more time. Like, I have no resolution, I have no illusions about my life. I live on the edge. It's really that simple. Okay. It's still copying. I mean, I really got involved in UFI Bring Up Work because I was the guy in the room who wasn't doing anything at the moment, and I really didn't mind trying it. FTL was basically built as a challenge to make a better Twitch Plays Pokemon. That was actually part of it. Disc 38. Maybe this is the last disc, or else I've lost one, which, both those scenarios are pretty bad. Or maybe the count... No, sorry, the counting starts at 0 because there's the boot disc. Well, here's the thing, is I'm installing Windows 98, but I'm installing Windows 98 on unsupported hardware, on a stream, on a topic I've never tested, on Christmas Day, fundraising for Trevor Project. There's a lot of edge here. And like I said, I don't live on the edge 24/7. I'm not there always. This is something I did over the summer, was literally this biking trip. This is just a relaxing evening to see something I've done. But I mean, here's the thing. Look at the donation amount. $5,100-ish from doing stuff like installing Windows 98. That's something. All right. Now we get to the part where I have to feed most of these discs back in. All right, disc 6. I mean, I understand. I've worked for more than one catbird. Definitely. All right. So now that this is going, I forgot how many. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to put all the discs back in because this is probably doing all the accessory installation. But we're nearly there. Like, this is probably the... Like, I literally just saved this one topic because I really want to just do a for fun stream. And I really wanted to be doing something with this machine for a while. I still have to work on the Pentium that I have. The one that I actually did the last year repair stream on. So, fingers crossed that this all works. Really, really hoping this all works. I might try, maybe we'll try the diskless Windows 95 next time I get all the machines out. Because if we're going to do, the problem is that the only way I can do it with the hardware I have on hand is with a token ring network. I do have all the equipment I need to build a token ring network. So maybe it's worth trying. Like, next time I decide to do... Goff Alice, thank you for the $100 Canadian donation to Trevor Project. Wow. Chat, you are absolutely incredible. Alright, disc 15. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's going to be this is the fast part. That's the worst part of this, that this is the fast part. And we still don't know if it's actually going to work. Although, you know, we're 2 hours in and it's going well. And we could definitely try either upgrading it to Windows 2000 or to Windows Me. Like, we did the Me thing last time, which I thought was funny, but this is kind of funny in a haha way. I've never actually worked with the graphic stuff. It was all serial when I was working on it. I don't know if I would try 2K on this one because I don't have a SCSI driver that would work. Okay, disk 18. Because I know for a fact that NT4 will not work with the SCSI adapter in the system as is. So I would have to install a SCSI card and then try it. Like I said, I do have a SCSI card. I believe it's one of the later adapt techs. The other problem is that this machine only has 2 slots. Both ESA, but only just the 2. Okay. I've never actually done much with Delphi. I still don't know how many hours this is going to take to work. Like, we're still copying files. We haven't actually begun the install process, and I'm assuming the install process is going to run. Maybe, like, if I really hated myself, we could try installing NetHack. Not installing NetHack. I could try compiling NetHack. Hey, frame buffer! Wow, we're actually up to 146. I think that's the most I've gone on a single charity stream before. Like, the charity streams, I get pretty low turnout. I know Europa has done some stuff with Solaris, but she's really the only one that comes to mind. Like, you know, I feel bad. I got the Model M out, and it's just sitting here having me press enter. Like, you don't hear the... Okay. Still doing more copying. I really do want to grind out that Ascension. Like, I would like to do a documentary on NetHack. I'm going to... The 2 goals that I want to do is I want to finish the DDSS world. My goal... I was intending to do it for 2020. I'm close to the end, but I'm not quite there yet. So, I want to finish that in 23. And I really want to get the Ascension on camera. Like, I've got 4 recorded wins for NetHack. I believe there's 1 on nethackalt.org, maybe 2 on NAO. I think I ascended both the Valkyrie and the Samurai on NAO. And I have 2 wins on Hard Fought. I've got a Thick Hack Ascension and... What was the other one I ascended? I don't remember. Maybe it's only 3. I'd have to look it up. I have write-up posts of every Ascension I've done. Maybe I've only ascended 3. So, there's that. Alright, so we are at 89%. We are now at 40 minutes. Progress! It's progress! Well, that's the problem with UEFI, is it's just UUIDs all the way down. Look for Europa 6502. She's in chat. I don't know if she's still here. She's also active on Twitch. Like, look for like Europa Sun Ultra 5. Would be one of the channels I can think of off the top of my head. I used to play PC Rogue a lot. Like, I could entirely lose myself playing PC Rogue on the compact portable, but it's hard. It's hard to make Rogue interesting. At least NetHack, there's a lot of strategy. Rogue is just a straight up. Rogue is very similar to Agbon in terms of how it plays. You're basically just getting as strong as possible. I think now we put all the discs back in. I've already done that stream now. I literally did a NetHack stream earlier. Like I said, this month has been so blasted terrible. I haven't even been able to do proper prep work for most of my streams. So I think it was the one before this one, although I could be misremembering. I didn't have enough time to do the stream prep, so I just did NetHack. Really what it boils down to is I just need a UART adapter for my Commodore 128, but I think I would rather do it on the Kate Pro if I was really going to do that. So, there's that. No, I didn't win. And even if I did, I probably would still... We went through I forgot what the write-up was. I put it like, I listed all the causes of death, but I think the best one on there was, Taurus 2X cheap flights. Because, you know, you go be a tourist and then you end up in the Dungeons of Doom. Alright, there it is. So, the main reason I kind of want to do the stream on NetHack is it's very similar to, like, has anyone here watched any, like, the what's the name of this channel? Josh Dorlington, I think? He, like, does a series of what does it take to beat various Factorio modes. Actually, he took on space exploration, which I was impressed by. That is it's not as bad as Pandorians. Pandorians scares me. Like, it's not Alice Bob. Angel Bob is just it's not hard, it's just long. Like, you can figure out how to get through Angel Bob Petrochem if you are really determined. But space exploration is a slog in places. Like, because you basically have to rebuild your base planet after planet. You have to understand circuit conditions. And I like circuits, but I've actually never done the mega base in Factorio. So, alright. I'm going to step away from the keyboard for a moment, so I'm going to let this copy. So, I'll be back in a minute or two. All right, I'm back. Oh, that's much better. I think dinner last night did not agree with me. I just hate that I have to put all the discs in twice. This is such an annoying process. Such an annoying process. This installer was kind of half-baked. It goes through all the floppy disks twice. It gets all the main files off, and then it copies all the accessories off. So it's just irritating. Shouldn't be too bad. We're nearly to the point where we just basically are going to sit here and talk for a while. What's interesting is that this is a full Windows Free 1 environment. I've tinkered with the installer before to the point that I've run Program Manager in it. It's neat. Yep. Like, they should have been able to do this as a single copy thing, but the floppy... Like, see, now they're skipping a disk, because we just took 23, and now we're skipping right to 25. So that's 24. Alright, that's 25. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this system's a little bit too anemic to do a Linux from scratch. It doesn't even run Linux. I would have to fix it so it would run Linux, which I could do, but the most we probably could do like an early 90s Linux if we really were going to do a Linux from scratch on this, but this was not the system you should do it on. Not without an L2 cache. But because this is a proprietary cache system, it's the IBM i385 Turbo Cache. I'm never going to find one of those. The install is split over 39 floppy disks. It's 38 floppy disks plus the boot disk, which we didn't use. I used a network boot disk just because I have the NetWare server handy that I prefer to use. So, all right, disk 36. Like, even if this does install, I probably am not going to go through all the trouble. There are some experimental Win95 drivers. I guess we can try them. I probably want to take a disk image of this, though, because I don't think I ever want to sit through this install process again. Like, this will just be painful. But it is trying. It is definitely trying. Like, I could see, like, if I really was determined, I could figure out what the boot problem is with OpenBSD, because it tries to start and then falls over, which probably just means that there's problems with the memory map, because this is an ESA system. I'm not surprised that has basically never worked. But because ESA was not popular, I have never successfully used the external SCSI interface on this system. I have the drivers for it somewhere, but using a SCSI under MS-DOS is a little bit iffy. If I would ever need to reinstall it, I would reinstall it from NetWare, because I already have that set up. I use it. But for a charity stream, it's more interesting to put myself through more pain and suffering. Yeah. Basically, as long as I had all the cab files somewhere where the installer can see them, it should work. Yeah. I know, you know, Goff Alice, I've lived my life for a long time. I know exactly how it works. It's very, it's really bad that I'm making comparisons to Rinswald, but here we are. Because that is a lot of that's a lot of ways I've experienced is that I don't have to looking for adventure. Adventure just comes and finds me. But I mean, if I was to really go into not so much vintage gaming, but like, I gotta tell you, I've really been enjoying watching old school RuneScape content. I've really been following Settled and the entire Swampletics series, which is just downright astounding. 5,000 hours to do something that was believed to be impossible, and even in the end was barely possible. I probably could do... I want to do something with Illumos. I just don't know what I would do. Like, because it's a little hard to make modern operating systems be interesting, but Illumos has potential. Yep. Let's see here. Modern Windows installer. Windows... So the 9X family is all 3.1 based. It's technically called modular Windows, but there's that. There's actually a live stream I want to do is Foon actually dug it up, I don't know, probably about a year ago. Foon found the mythical freestanding modular Windows SDK. It's very similar to the NT41 I covered. So on the NT family, it's always been an NT based install. The NT kernel just loads floppy disks and then runs in what's called text setup, and then in full graphics mode. The modern Windows installer just copies files from the WIM file, and that was created with Vista. So it's really gotten a lot more simpler, because the older versions of the installer used to have entire like pages of INF files to populate things like the registry. Okay, 92. Oh, we're almost at the end. The end is near. Yep. Yep. Oh, so chat, I'm actually curious. How many people think this is going to work? Like, let's run a poll. Well, some people are optimistic. I honestly don't know on this one. I know 95 will run on this system. I know that for a fact. Because there's a lot, I found a lot of documentation talking about how 95 would work. 98 I am not certain about, because 98 did remove a lot of the real mode stuff. You are all really optimistic. Like, if I really wanted to go full crazy, I guess I could install Neptune. Okay. Well, you know, it's Christmas Day. What else can I bring? You know, I'm gonna just grab some crackers. So I'll be right back. One of my few real guilty pleasures is water crackers. I don't buy these very often because I will just eat the whole box, but I really enjoy them, especially with smoked sausage, which I have some, but I don't want to cut it up on stream. But I woke up late, like I got up at 11, and it's like, flip, I don't even have time to get breakfast. So that was how my morning started. It's like, The show must go on. Cracker. I don't know why. I always liked hardtack. I like survival foods. Like, I love jerky. I like hardtack. Basically anything that would survive the end of the world. What that says about me as a human, I do not know. Well, I mean, when I lived in Alaska, I had to keep a survival pack in my car, in case, you know, I got stuck somewhere overnight. Like, it had thermal blankets, like those metal thermal blankets, which are surprisingly effective. It had, basically this block of just calories that you're supposed to eat, purification tablets, and a few other things. I lived in Anchorage for about 8 months, and I've actually driven up the Hall Road all the way to all the way to Prudhoe. You could say I kind of beat a dead horse. So after I closed the Oregon section of my life, I kind of wandered listlessly for a long period of time, and I eventually just landed in Anchorage. I'd been to Alaska before. Alaska was probably one of the... I spent about 3 months just road tripping across Alaska. I went all the way up to Prudhoe. I went all the way down to Valdez. I went out to Seward. I went all the way out... Yeah, I went through the Portage Tunnel. That one's wild. I have photos of all of this. I spent a week outside of Fairbanks, all enjoying polar winter. And I had driven up from the lower 48 on the Alcan. It was astounding. Like I said, I maybe someday we'll do, and looks at his vacation slides. Don't worry about Lucy. I'll tell these stories more not times than not. I've been in a very reminiscent mood as of late. Now, Napalm, thank you for the £50 donation to Trevor Project. This is absolutely incredible. I was expecting maybe 20 people for this stream, so this is really just heartwarming at this point. Neptune was basically the successor to Windows Millennium Edition. Or what was it? Was Neptune 9X based? Now I'm not quite as sure. I thought there was I think that was Odyssey. Michael MJD has a very long video that goes through the entire road to XP, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. Okay. I mean, I figured it out at some point that a lot of people watch my streams for the sake that I just do stuff during them, because you're literally watching me I do some very difficult things live. I mean, coding a GDI app is not fun. That sucked. Hold on. My throat is remarkably parched. Like, I don't know. My life has always been a strange one. I'm never going to pretend it's going to be normal, so there's that. From what I understand, XP had a pretty rough launch for people who don't remember it. Like, it wasn't until Service Pack 2 it was even remotely usable. So Millennium Edition maybe not. Service Pack 2 was the first one that made it not completely suck. And got us back to the level of functionality we had with 2000. Like, a lot of people just stayed on Windows 98 Second Edition. Yep. Yeah, we've got 32 megabytes of RAM, so that should be enough to see us through. Fingers crossed. Okay, 33. We're almost there. I mean, what Me basically was a way to get more money out of OEMs, from what I can tell, because there was no real reason. What I like, for regular users, there was very little upgrade from 98 to Millennium Edition. Okay. So now it's telling me to register my copy of Windows 98. We are in the home stretch. Calamine Chaos, thank you for the 20 CHF. Is that Swiss francs? I think that's Swiss francs. I'm not certain. I find it amazing how many currencies I have to remember the codes for these streams. Yes, yeah, Swiss francs. So, okay. I mean, I had a Vio that had Me on it, and I remember that machine quite well. So it's probably going to ask me for the last few discs. Oh, I can hear it. Hard drive be working. Once disk 34. Come on. Come on. We're almost there. The first reboot is ahead. Oh, it's thinking about it. Come on. I think this took about 4 hours to do on the ThinkPad, so I can't imagine what it's going to take on this. 35. Because this part should be about, like, static time. So close. So close. I'm feeling so much anticipation because after the file copy, it's going to do a bunch of setup work, and then we're going to go for the first reboot. Come on. One of these days I should definitely try out the PS2 port of AIX. I wanted to check that out for a while. I don't know what I would do with it, but I did want to check it out just because the idea of AIX on x86 is kind of neat. Like maybe that will be one of the streams in the near future, because what really comes down to is my live streams are very good as reference material for doing later projects. one of the things that really annoys me about Fetty is it really is not, or at least Mastodon, I don't know if I should say Fetty in general, it's not as nice to create research threads like Foon does, and I've done those myself. You can do it, obviously, but yeah. Like, there's a couple of ports, like, there's actually a copy of Intel Unix, which I don't think would run on this machine. I could try it, but I don't think it would run. And there's also Dell Unix, which are basically rebadges of Xenix from this time period. Or, well, it would be SCO Unix, not Xenix. I wouldn't mind taking them out for a spin. I don't know if there's anything unique or interesting about them. I don't even know they have a C compiler, but I wouldn't mind trying them. Okay, disk 36. So close. It's 38 disks. Well, no, you could get it lower with Windows 11. If you cut the operating system to its absolute bare minimum, I believe the smallest deployment image you can get with Windows 11 IoT. Oh, that's a stupid stream project. Like, that is actually a stupid stream project that... Brain, stop. Stop. Do not figure out how you would do a floppy-based install of Windows 11. I really hate that I'm thinking about this. I really despise that I'm thinking about this, because you could get it pretty small. Like, if you were to do it correctly, I could see... I don't know how compressed WIM images are. I believe they can be compressed. The absolute smallest is 16 megabytes. I think I'm gonna have to think of. I might have to take a stab at it. I'm now actually thinking about how you do it, because the absolute smallest NT4 installation was about 10 megabytes. And as long as I throw out the basic Windows installation, that gives me some flexibility that I wouldn't have otherwise. Okay, setup is now ready to restart your computer. I'm going to step AFK, and then when I come back, I'm going to hit the restart. Alright, let's go for it. Reboot. I'm just going to let it run the bar. Ooh, come on. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Alright. Well, the hard drive light is flashing vigorously. I think it's stuck, though. Oh, no. Wait. Hey! It's going. Just getting this far is impressive. It is actually trying to install Windows 98. We still have a very good chance of blue screening because the hard drive may not be found. I don't know what's going to happen when it gets to protected mode. Oh. Here, I'll move the mic over. Watching the hard drive disappear is normally a Linux source specific thing, but I have that horrible feeling we may see it here. So, yeah, I believe 98 can. That's what I'm gambling on, is that 98 can do BIOS fallback. This is going to be exceptionally slow. Vorpal there is no proper driver at all. Period. There's a partial SDMS driver that Intel released as a beta for 95. We got a cursor. I should note that the artifacting you see on screen is a problem with the scaler. It's not coming out of the system itself. I don't know why the scaler is doing this. I've had noise problems with the scaler in the past, but it is exceptionally bad with this system. Because I'm using a second-hand Extron broadcast scaler. No, I just have the MacBook Pro so I can look at the chat. I'm streaming off my desktop. The desktop has 2 capture cards. It has a Blackmagic card that is handling the screen display that the scaler is running. And then I have a little USB stick that does the camera that's pointed at the system. It's still trying. The hard drive light is on solid. It's a 13-inch MVP Pro M2. I bought this to do the bike trip. I want to be able to run DaVinci Resolve on it with the full bells and whistles. So I want to be able to run Blender. Let's see here. It's still going. I don't think it's crashed. I mean, it's trying. Numlock does not respond. Neither does Caps Lock. Nor does moving the mouse. It might be frozen. Let's see here. Let's give it another 40 seconds. Yep. Oh, I just got a low battery warning. Oh, no. It's not frozen. The cursor changed. All right. There we go. It's going. Oh, it's doing hardware detection. This might end badly. Yeah, the mouse is not working. I don't know why the mouse is not working. It's possible this mouse doesn't work. I usually use a serial mouse with this system, so I don't know why it's not seeing it. Actually, no, the keyboard's not working at all. So let's just wait and see if it comes back. It's a PS2 keyboard and mouse, but I think the PS2 part is not working, but that may be expected. Let's see if it can actually run through this part of the installation. This might be like when Matt KC managed to get Millennium Edition installed on the iMac. He had no keyboard and mouse. Yep. But let's see here. I mean, it's not frozen. I have used the PS2 port on this machine before with mice, so I don't think it is, but we'll see. The keyboard should be working because the keyboard was working for setup. Like I hear it doing stuff. Oh! It's doing something. It's now set plug and play hardware. Good luck with that, Windows 98. This system predates plug and play by 3 years. Yep, no mouse. No keyboard. Still going. You know, this is like changing gears on a standard transmission, and you know the transmission is failing. Will it complete this parking maneuver? Or this is Top Gear with the budget supercars. $7 hours. No. 1 eternity later. Let's see here. So we are if we get to the 3 hour mark, which is 10 minutes, and it hasn't. No. Wait. It's still going. Yeah. So if it gets to the 3 hour mark and it's still completely stuck here, I'll hit the reset switch. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely like the hard drive LED. I don't think you can see it on camera. It is flickering. I don't know. So, has anyone got like anything they're looking forward to in 23? Like maybe this install will finish in 2023. I could even throw in. I could even try doing what Tech Tangents did and put a USB card in this thing. We are collectively watching paint dry. This is like watching the Foon 95 crash stream. The problem is pointing device is that this is the type of system that I know from experience can deadlock while doing this. Come on. I guess I could set up a printer. Okay. Well, that's the joys of I should really set up MS Batch files just because I do this often enough that I probably save time by doing it. This is something else. We're literally all like in bated breath. Oh, the mouse cursor changed again. Is this really the level of functionality we're living at? Oh, the numlock button is working again. I have numlock on my keyboard. I can't move the mouse, but the keyboard came back. Chat, the keyboard came back. It does live. Can I alt tab? Yes, I can alt tab. Oh, hey, look, we actually focused something. Do we have a mouse? Still no mouse, but the fact that the keyboard came back. We are still showing signs of life here. Okay. This is 98 original from Floppies. I couldn't make a second edition floppy version. Yep. The whole point, yeah, the greatest thing that I think one of the greatest comments I got was when I did the soft landing Linux video, which if you haven't watched that one, I had to write a kernel patch for that video. It's like, why didn't you just run a more modern distribution like Puppy Linux? And it's like, wow, you have missed the point of this video. Okay. From what I remember, like the time estimated mark is really just the number of steps it has left to do in the setup process. So, okay. Still making happy hard drive sounds. I just realized I don't think I've ever installed 98 on a system that didn't have PCI. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if your computer stops responding for a long period of time, turn it off and then back on. So we'll give it another 5 minutes and then we'll evaluate if it's time to hit the reset switch. Because if you reset at this point, it does continue the install process. It marks the hardware as dead and keeps going. Mic is always a bit overmodulated. I can lower the volume just a little bit. Is that better? Okay. We are currently in the quantum uncertainty state. Will it actually finish? Will it, or is it going to keep scanning like this over and over again? Oh no, it's still moving. Keep the cat in the box. Okay, now this is the dangerous one. Now detecting non-plug-and-play hardware. We have a progress bar. This is nerve-wracking. No. This is fine. God, listening to the hard drive grinding as it's going. That is good. Here, let's listen to the hard drive. Yeah, the hard drive is definitely grinding something. Oh, yeah, I could... I would have to adjust all the levels again, so... it sounds like a machine gun. Yeah, you know, I can mute the music. Hold on, I'll just mute the music. Okay, let me turn up the levels. That's the hard drive. Apparently this is the type of hard drive we're doing. So here's the thing is that, hold on. This isn't the original hard drive that this system should have. This has a SCSI-based hard drive that originally came from a DEX system of some kind. So the hard drive will probably outlast the rest of the computer. Mm-hmm. 82%. This system would predate APM actually. Like it's a nine. The system was sold from 1990 to 1991, and I probably have one of the later revisions because it's got the 92 BIOS. The hard drive is 1 gigabyte exactly. Okay. Michael Smith, thank you for the €50 donation. So now it's setting up more hardware. I still don't have a working mouse. Okay. We still have to do the entire finalizing settings step, which will take quite a while just because that's processing. Oh, yeah, I forgot to bring the music back, but I'll keep it low. I'll bring it down to, say, 26 dBm. This isn't so much exit boot services as writing an operating system in boot services. Yeah, I don't think this 486 is really happy with anything more than 16-bit software. It's really like a fast 286 more than anything else. Yeah, it's definitely thinking about it. The SCSI controller is an NCR53C700. That's a known chipset, but they wired it directly into the address lines of the damn processor. And the technical reference manual I have for the system is not specific enough to tell me how they did it. It chokes on 32-bit operating systems. This is the first time I've actually gotten one to install. I will say that water crackers make my life a little happy. It probably would run Doom. I've never tried. This system, when I got it, had a Pro Audio Spectrum card in it. It also originally had a modem from the previous owner that exploded. So the modem didn't make it to me, but it's just regular Cars crackers. Definitely the thing to have on Christmas Day. So, I mean, we could try. I don't know. See, I have the network boot disk, and I have a bunch of software on the NetWare box. So, I actually tried to do Minecraft on the Sun PCI. You can actually see in the video me trying it, and it just falls over. So, there's that. I definitely want to go make something for Christmas. I don't have a lot in my fridge, but I do have some sausages. I do have some smoked sausages. I do have some dried fruits and such. So I'll have a little feast after the stream. Those crackers really are tasty. The problem with doing a Sun PCI stream is how am I going to do the window capture? I either could plug the capture card right into the Sun PCI, but I wouldn't be able to use it then. Yeah, mine's is a 450 megahertz K62. It is not an impressive piece of hardware. It wasn't impressive when it was new, and it has not aged gracefully. Well, you want to know something? At least mine is actually mine is actually a special holiday event, not one that has just been retconned into a holiday event. So the way I have it hooked up is I have VGA to a scaler. The scaler converts VGA to HDMI, and then that's connected to a splitter, which goes to the monitor and to the capture card. I use the scaler because I have to deal with all the Unix boxes. Like, this is how I dealt with getting the signal from the next station, which is definitely not VGA or anything VGA-like. It's here. I'll actually bring its menu up. You can see the scaler right there. It's a Extron Electronics DSC 601 HD. That's on loan to the channel. Yeah, I'm using a BMD card with it. I had so many problems getting the Blackmagic recorder card to work. It's very annoying because it's incredibly picky about the stuff that it will accept. I mean, if you're really going to watch a holiday movie, A Christmas Story is about it. You'll shoot your eye out, kid. I mean, it's going. It's going. Also, I have a couple of digestive crackers here just because my stomach is not happy. We, basically, my mom and I did dinner in the city yesterday, just for the holidays. And it was like, it was nice, but I don't know, something about the meal just made my stomach go, blah. I don't usually eat on stream just because, you know, mouth noises, but Sorry, I do need some calories. That's like I'm really low energy. I think the one thing that I appreciate the most about that is the lamp. Like that entire scene just reminds me so much of my childhood. And the battle between how the things that would be the things that the debate on how the house would look. I've got Diet Coke. It's just out of the shot. Yeah, they would do the Christmas Story marathon at my grandmother's. Like, I remember that movie year after year. I'm on like I said, so basically on my mom's side, we used to go to my grandmother's. We all used to do it there in the suburbs of New York City. My dad's side of the family, they're all they're all the family members and friends who basically managed to get out from Cuba. And so it was two very different Christmas experiences on both sides. So was Thanksgiving, but Thanksgiving was less critical that we did both sides of the family tree. So, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen Muppets Christmas. I don't really watch movies all that much. If I really was going to watch a movie for Christmas... Honestly, Trains, Planes, and Automobiles comes to mind. Just because it has one scene that is so hilariously sums up the entire experience. But, I mean, I've lived that blast movie. I was in Oregon. I'm going to actually take my glasses off for the moment. So, this was back when I was living in Oregon. And it was probably the blizzard of 2011. I couldn't fly out. But I was able to get a train ticket from New York Penn Station all the way to Portland, Oregon. So I took it. We didn't make it. We were on the Cardinals out of Penn, and it was a late night train. I didn't have a sleeper car for that leg. I was just in the Amfleet 2 configuration. So you had like 45-degree lay flat seats. It wasn't bad. Quite comfortable for what it is. So train was pretty empty. I think it was a 4-car train. And we're Barrow. And once we left DC, we were really like one car of occupancy. So myself and a bunch of other folks, we basically just sat around spending New Year's. We shared a bottle of wine and stood out on a platform somewhere in West Virginia. I don't even know where we were when this happened. And I got to Chicago the following morning, at which case the snow decided that I was not going to continue. So I ended up flying out of Midway on Southwest Airlines back to Portland. The only time I've ever flown Southwest. I still hear hard drive noises. The keyboard is still... Oh, no, it's still going. It's still going. Yeah, it's still going. False alarm, false alarm. So, what was I saying? I will actually be impressed myself if this really goes with no hitch. Because, you know, the modern look on Windows 9.5 and 98 was they were kind of crap. But when you run them on period correct hardware, you actually appreciate how much went into it. So there's that. I never thought about putting a microphone on the hard drive. That's not a horrible idea. I really wish we could carry out one. I'm gonna have to just buy a new chair. Like this one has basically had it. I guess it would technically be possible to run Windows 98 from a RAM disk. I don't know how you would do it exactly, because you need to be able to handle the real mode transition, but it's not impossible. So, like, it definitely would be possible. I just don't know how much I would really want to do it. I'd probably have to break out the DDK to do it. Okay. So it's still going. It hasn't crashed. All right, so at this point, when we get to 320, we'll figure out if it's time to do more. Maybe we could do another reading. Let's see here. We could do another reading from the book. We could read about faxes. Wow, you can send a secured fax. But, like, this was something I never actually did back in the day. I knew that there was a fax service built into Windows, but I've never used it successfully. Oh. I was about to start reading, and then it rebooted. I'll leave the page open. Also, I just found UUCP mentioned in this book. Okay, let's see here. Well, let's see if this comes back from the reboot. I used UUCP as the basis of an IoT product. Windows 98. Thinking about it. Grant Tyler, there's not that much to say about it. You can find it on GitHub. It's called Secured by Them. And it was product. I did a lot of the design work. It was called the Network Data Recorder. Well, that is not a good sound. I don't think it really matters because I really want people to see what the system is doing. So, oh, we're in. Do I have mouse? I still have no mouse. Either it's not plugged in correctly or something else. Do I have keyboard? I do not have keyboard. Okay. I'm just going to read this chapter. Describes how to use Microsoft fax software to send and receive faxes and editable files. I didn't know you could send a file through fax. How did this... I feel like this is the start of the fax arc. We are going to now discover all sorts of things related to faxing. I actually have a PBX, so for the life of me, I could actually do this. This is like a horrible, horrible idea, but I do have a PBX. So all I would really need is a fax modem. Like, when was the last time you sent a... Like, I've actually done that. I used to use fax machines as a poor man's printer. Because you could send you could plug in your cell phone into your laptop, and then with Verizon, you could actually send a fax. And that's how I used to print out my homework at school. I just faxed it to the school. So Yeah, I could totally. I have a couple of modems around here, although I don't think any of them are actually fax modems. I don't have the later ones. I want to learn about faxes. Let's learn about the magic facsimile machine. That's actually what fax stands for. Microsoft Fax, the basics. With Microsoft Fax, users with modems can exchange faxes and editable files, as well as easily printing a document or sending an electronic mail message. Microsoft Fax is compatible with the traditional group-free fax machines worldwide, and yet it provides advanced security and binary file transfer features that make sharing information by means of a fax easier and more powerful. Like, this is actually kind of interesting. To use Microsoft Fax, you must install Microsoft Exchange. Microsoft Fax has been integrated into Microsoft Exchange as a messaging application platform, messaging application programming interface, or MAPI service provider. All faxes sent to Microsoft Fax are received in the Microsoft Exchange message or by using the send option on the file menu of a MAPI-compatible application. In addition, Microsoft Fax includes a fax printer driver so users can print to fax from any Windows-based application. Microsoft Fax provides the following key features. Fax at your fingertips. With Microsoft Fax, sending traditional faxes is easy as printing a document. That one I knew. I've actually done that one. Additionally, Microsoft Fax uses the highest transmission speed and image compression supported by the recipient fax machine. Faxes sent in this way cannot be edited by the recipient. Faxes by delivery type. The MAPI service provider architecture allows you to mix different types of recipients in the same message. For example, it is possible to send a message simultaneously to Microsoft Mail, CompuServe, Internet, and Microsoft Fax users as long as profiles for these destinations have been defined. This is from the era before SMTP was standard. Whew. That is scary. A recipient's fax address can be selected from the Microsoft Exchange personal address book, or the fax can be addressed by using an address just as you use one, such as 555-1212. No, because CompuServe was not connected to SMTP in this era. Neither was MCI Mail. Like 95, you still had mail systems that were disconnected from the internet backbone. MCI was probably the largest of those. I've had to send a fax relatively recently. You have to do it for legal documents. Binary file transfer. Microsoft Fax supports Microsoft at Work BFP, which makes it possible to attach an editable document to the Microsoft Exchange mail message. These editable documents can be sent to users of Windows 95, Windows for Workgroups 3.11, or other Microsoft at Work enabled platforms. I remember this. I actually do remember this. Microsoft had this at Work line of products. It was basically like designed for Windows 95 for business equipment, and you could basically have a fax server that would say this is for Microsoft users at work. So it wasn't lasted long, but it did exist. Oh, things are happening. What's it doing? Oh, it's doing things. Yeah, it's still no mouse. That's fine. It's edible, not edible. Microsoft Fax lets you securely exchange confidential documents by using public key encryption or digital signatures. So this was basically like PGP for fax machines. Oh, this isn't a serial port. This is a PS2 mouse. It should be recognizing this, although it's possible on a 486 it's having problems with that. No, the mouse has not moved. I'm moving it right now. When it does the next reboot, I'll shut it down and make sure it's plugged in properly. I do have a. I actually don't know if this is S-Mine or PG. It wouldn't be PGP. Wouldn't be PGP. It's too old for PGP. Network fax service. You can install a fax device on one computer and share it with other users within a work group. Individual computers can have their own fax installed and install a fax device. Then we have the fax viewer. I'll skip that one. Best available fax format. So basically, it can tell you how to dispatch faxes for a whole lot of other places. Supports Class 1 and Class 2 fax modems, high-speed faxing. All right, let's skip ahead a bit. Microsoft Fax, the issues. Before you configure Microsoft Fax on the network, you need to decide the following things. Which users need Microsoft Fax? For every user that needs Microsoft Fax, you also must install Microsoft Exchange. All the faxes sent to that user are exchanged within the Microsoft Exchange inbox. Which computer within a workgroup will host the network fax? If the computer is to be used as a workstation, then a 486 computer with at least 12 megabytes of RAM is recommended. A dedicated fax server for dedicated fax servers, at least 8 megabytes. High-speed modem is recommended. So, this machine would be a decent fax server. So let's skip ahead. So overview of the fax. Let's see here. So there's nothing really that super interesting past this point. So overview of Microsoft Fax. Users can easily exchange fax and binary files in Microsoft Fax because it is accessible from the Windows 95 desktop within applications or through the inbox. 32-bit applications. Microsoft Fax works smoothly with other applications created for Windows 95 through support of MAPI, Telephony API or TAPI, and OLE. The send option in file menu of any MAPI-enabled application, such as Microsoft Word or Excel, will activate the Microsoft Exchange Send dialog box. This document appears as an icon attached to the electronic message format. After Microsoft Fax is configured, users can easily exchange rendered faxes and binary files. Because Microsoft Fax is provided with Windows 95 as a basic service, it's always available, blah, 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 blah. So this talks about setting up the fax service, composing faxes, receiving faxes. There's a lot of fax stuff here. And now we get to security about network faxes. So I think it did send to the printer, but I remember there being a standalone Microsoft Fax app that used to be installed on the computers at like CompUSA. Like, I remember that very distinctly, but it's not. I don't think that's built into the base. Like, I remember that in like the tail end of the 3.1 era. I really distinctly remember there being a fax icon that used to show up. Yeah, I mean, that's actually an entire section. Like, I don't think anyone's actually covered that before. Like, can anyone think of anyone who used to talk about the era of digital faxing? Because I remember using this, like, having a... Like, I remember using, I think it was like the Haynes Smart Fax software for Windows 3.1. I remember that pretty clearly. Because as a kid, I discovered that I could send faxes with a laptop. I think I actually used to send faxes off the ThinkPad. We were talking about, I think it was WinFax was the software I'm thinking of, but there was an actual Microsoft Fax application. But I mean, this is talking about setting up PKI for faxes. Like, I'm being serious. It literally says digitally signed faxes. And it talks about doing key exchange here. I used to print to a LaserJet printer at school with a Palm Pilot over IRDA. That I remember doing. Like, there's an entire world of printing that has basically been forgotten. Like, IRDA used to be a really popular thing for just dealing with network printers. Like, you'd basically take your laptop to a network cafe, you'd line up the IRDA ports, and then you'd fire and forget. I'm actually just skimming through the section here about digitally signed faxes. It does look like it is overloaded because it looks like it all talks about just doing stuff in exchange. But I didn't even know there was PKI capability in here. Yeah, and that's basically all the technical notes. I don't know, that seems kind of neat that to actually look at doing a faxer at some point. Like, is there anyone on YouTube even covering stuff like Palm OS? Like, I know LGR covered the Palm 3G, but that was about it. I think SMIME is better than PGP if you don't know the senders and you don't need, like, NSA grade protection. It's going. Actually, how long have the drums been stopped? Because maybe it crashed. Nope, the drums are still going. God, my stomach does not like me. I was thinking we might go past. We're going to finish the install, but I don't know if we're going to do more past that because my stomach really does not like me today. No, I know this. We probably still have another 45 minutes at a minimum before we'll make it to a desktop, assuming we make it to a desktop. So there is that. I'm just currently flipping through this book and figuring out things. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to step away from the keyboard. I'll leave the stream up while that's going. I won't put it AFK. So I'll be back in a little bit after I stretch my legs. The graphics driver should be built in. It's a pretty standard Western Digital part, but it's not impressive what this can do. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute or so. Like, I'll still be here. I just need to stretch my legs. Alright, I'm back. I am back. Definitely not a good stomach day, but alright. I do think what I'm going to do is, today is Sunday. I think I want to do a stream either Monday or Tuesday where we do DDSS. And I don't know. Like, I'm just going to experiment with content this week and figure out what I do and don't want to do going forward. I am actually curious what it's going to say in Device Manager when we make it to the desktop. Whew. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should go get the serial mouse out, because at the rate we're going, I'm probably going to need it. I am being semi-optimistic because we are already running in 32-bit protected mode, which means the hard drive is working, which is more than what I would have given this system at the start of this process. Like, if I actually installed the NetWare client, NW client, I could even probably get Ethernet working under 95 using the ODI driver. Like, there is a way to use ODI drivers under Windows 9X. It actually, let me look that up because I have the book right here. Like, it should be possible to do this. So let me look at this. Because ODI drivers were very well supported for a long time. But you generally had to have an ODI to NIDless adapter. Or NIDS. PCM cards. It actually doesn't say, but I do know it is possible. Yeah. So for those who don't know, ODI drivers are Novell NetWare ones, and I do have Novell NetWare drivers for the system, but that's about all I have for it. Yeah, the Drums of Doom are difficult on this one. Well, I mean, that was the big reason that 9X lasted as long as it did, because at that point, when 95 came out, it basically was, what, 15 years of 16-bit DOS drivers and programs, something that NT never did well, and oftentimes just didn't do. So you really need the compatibility of stuff that was in 9X. I mean, the fact that Microsoft basically managed to sunset it in 7 years is actually kind of impressive. The hard drive indicator is lit up, but I don't hear it doing anything. The mouse cursor keeps changing, though, so I think it's still going. Like, I remember using NT4 because I found it at my dad's workplace and I just installed it on my own computer. Like, I remember using NT4 workstation on my own day, on my own stuff. I never really used 2000 that much. Like, I used, like, it was there, but it was never a daily driver sort of thing. I was using Macs mostly at that point. Well, a Mario guy, the biggest thing is that ACPI itself is pretty horrible. So there is that. Aaron, I wouldn't call this speed running. I would call this the opposite of speed running. This is watching paint dry right here. Like, this is paint drying. So there's that. I do actually think what I'm going to do is, like, I could do KOL. Like, I could seriously see myself doing a KOL Ascension speedrun. Or not so much Ascension speedrun, but maybe playing it on stream again. Because Kingdom of Loathing was one of those games that there's a couple of people that play it and play it competitively. I could see myself doing it. I'm thinking about that. Like, the problem is that playing Kingdom of Loathing is very similar to playing old school RuneScape, that a lot of that is just a grind, and it's a time gate game because you only can get so many adventures per day. That by and large, you can only play so far, and I haven't. It's why I love the game so much, because I would be thinking so hard on how I would use each and every adventure. If you like doing min-maxing, it is a dream. Yeah, like, I mean, this is I mean, this board was made by Intel, so I'm going to assume that it is a legit 486 board, although God knows they were cheap in places. I mean, yes, I know Rupee Percent exists. I mean, if I mean, I could say that I set the bar for Linux from scratch speedrunning. Like, how would you even define a Linux from scratch speedrun? No, this is, the one that I recovered from the trash is the Pentium. I still have that system. I haven't actually worked on it since the last time it was on camera. This is the Intel Professional Workstation that I got from my friend Zero. Yeah. Well, all speedrunning is pain. I mean, this is the thing that a lot of people don't get. I'm congested again. Someday my sinuses will love me, but that's not today. So here's the thing about speedrunning, is people watch Carl Jost videos. I used to watch Dream. What you don't see is the hundreds to thousands of hours it took to get to that point. I mean, Carl Jost has a video on the damn speedrunning in GoldenEye, and the number of hours it took to set the I believe it's damn secret agent to get it to where it is right now. So really what it would boil down to is people watch me do the coding stuff. Like, a lot of people watch me just because of the fact that I do the coding live, and either YouTube is broken or my concurrent viewers graph just completely broke entirely. EA YouTube. And what it really comes down to is you don't see the grind. Like, for me to get to where I am in Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles, because it's a solid pack, but the end game is kind of bad. I'm in danger territory. Because I did a full so the end game I did for Dungeons, Dragons, and Spaceships is I used the Horologian ritual from Astral Sorcery, and I combined that with Temporal Bees to tick accelerate neutron collectors to 25 times real speed, and that is how we got the neutronium for the end game, because otherwise we were looking at a month-long grind. And instead, I just abused Jindustery, which was a lot of fun. So, okay. Yeah, it moved. It's definitely moving. It's still doing stuff. It has not crashed. I mean, what it comes down to is, past a certain point, once you're in the skill zone for the world record. It's waiting for the number of events to even go for it. I'd say realistically, most people could start becoming on world record pace probably between 6, for a game like Minecraft, I'd say after about a year of practice, you probably could be pretty regular on getting into world record pace. Because like a lot of the Super Mario 64 current world records, or the contenders for the world records, they've really only started in the last few years. They're not people that were doing this all the way from the very beginning. Yeah. I'm reading from the Windows 95 Resource Kit, the official book from Microsoft. It's sitting right here next to me. Here, I'll show it up on camera. There was a 98 Resource Kit, I believe, but I don't have the Dead Tree copy of that. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to experience a game. What I've learned in recent years that what I enjoy most is not so much, how do I describe this? I enjoy figuring out how to min-max a scenario. It's why I enjoyed Kingdom of Loathing as much as I did, and I actually get annoyed by world events because they screw things in the game. And I should probably like just go into the game and burn adventures on Crimbo content, but there's that. So, yeah. Like, I probably should look up West of Loathing, but that was the entire appeal with KOL, is I kind of wanted to figure out how I was going to speedrun in hardcore mode. Hardcore speedrunning in KOL is, you have the skills, you can't pull any items from Hanks, and only skills that have been hardcore, HC permed can be used in the run. So it really is determining how far you can go with basically nothing. There are some item of the month things that you can use, but by and large, it's, unless you're going for absolute top tier speedrunning, it's kind of okay. Even in the absolute best cases, there are people that have pulled off the 2-day softcore runs, and then you have the, I still believe 3 days is the standard meta in KOL. Although maybe they've gone down to a 2-day run at this point. It's almost there. Now the question is, what do we do next? Do we upgrade it to Millennium Edition? Well, Trickster's Source, it depends on how many people are running the game. A lot speedrunning content has become much more popular, but the number of people who actually speedrun a game is much lower. I mean, I did a 6-hour run through of Mass Effect just to knock out the Renegade achievement. All right, last reboot. I'm going to pop into setup. I just want to see if there's something here. I don't think I can upgrade it to NT. So let's see here. Running disk compression on this. That is quite possibly the best worst idea. That is quite possibly. PVC may have just given us the best worst idea. I don't even know if drive space is in this version. The SCSI controller is the problem. You know what? No, I actually like this idea. We should do drive space and then upgrade it to Windows Me. All right, let me just see if there's something in here about the mouse. Like at this point, I think the mouse isn't plugged in properly. Let me shut down and let me just check. Here's the mouse. Like, is it just not plugged in properly? Feels like it's plugged in properly. All right, well, let's turn it on. All right. Oh, wait, onboard mouse is disabled. Okay. Enter setup. The chat saw something I didn't. Where was that? Okay, there we go. Thank you, chat. All right, I'm just gonna let it run the full startup. All right. Let it run that RAM test. This is 98 first edition. I actually this system tops out at 128 megabytes, and my camera just went dead battery. So let me plug the camera back in. I bought my laptop was about to die. I have a real shortage of USB chargers. Like I think gremlins come into my apartment and steal them. Hold the thought. I got a camera plugged back in. There we go. Okay. Oh. I don't even know how I would install second. So, you can upgrade from first to second edition, but I feel like I want to run drive space. Okay, so I don't care. You can do that. Does the mouse? The mouse moves. The mouse moves. So I'm really liking / hating the idea of actually upgrading this thing to drive space. We need to copy the Windows Millennium files over if I'm going to drive space it, because I won't be able to do that from within Windows 98. Okay. Let's just see what the status of the system is once it's done doing all this. Favorito HJS. It's a problem with the scaler. I don't know why it's happening. It's fine if I have the display plugged in, but to run the capture card, I need the scaler. Okay. It's still going. I don't have speakers hooked up, or we would hear the startup chime. The fact that this is actually working is just a little bit unreal. Hey, look, we're setting up Windows Setup. What I can do is I can copy some software over from the NetWare server. I could even load some software onto it. I don't even know what I would run. Like, I'm thinking about what could I possibly run on this thing. It probably would, but this graphics chip is like pathetic. I mean, this graphics chip makes a Trident card look nice, although it is in 256 color mode. The thing is, I'm seeing it's on the scaler, because I see the raw HDMI output on this LCD. So it really is, it's the scaler that introduces the problem. I normally correct it with by using the D-Band plugin in Resolve, but I can't do that for a live stream. All right. We could have a website as my desktop background. What I think I want to do is I would like to copy NetHack over, and then I kind of want to drive space this. Yeah, we're seeing all the little bits that you normally don't get to see. Like, it's setting up WordPad. What personal settings does WordPad have? Look at that! The desktop. That is actually really cool. It's also really cursed. but it's cool. Wow, that is slow. That is slow. Oh, it's trying to show the channel bar. It's blue screening. Red alert. The advertising is slowing down the system. We need an ad blocker. Yeah, it's trying. Actually, I think the welcome screen is disabled on the floppy disk version. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, look at it trying to draw in. Wow, that is slow. Let's take a look. What? It chat, isn't there supposed to be something here? Like, you know, the processor? Okay, hold on. Who's training? Hold on one second. I just want to check my phone because it just went off. I'm still here. I just want to make sure I don't, like, accidentally show messages on my phone. Okay. Alright. I'm just going to put this on silent because I think at this point, that's fine. Alright. Yeah, so chat, where is the rest of my computer? Like, this 486 may not support CPU ID. Like, it may actually not support the very early 486s did not support CPU ID. Let's see what hardware it actually recognizes. So it doesn't see the Ethernet adapter. It does see the floppy disk drive. You know where I don't see? I don't see a hard drive. I think CPU ID is non-existent on this processor. This is a very early 486. System devices. It sees the ESA bus, but I don't see a hard drive controller here. It does see the Pro Spectrum card though. Performance tab. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. It's using the failsafe mode. So yes, it is basically running in it's running in basically this is weird. I've never seen this before. Just computer. It doesn't even know that it's running on a 486. Because there's no CPU ID. The processor is too old. Cost, there is no SCSI driver. There is absolutely no SCSI driver. So how big does it see the hard drive as? Let's make sure. Let's see what it's actually seeing. I mean, I'll say this: it's about the speed of Next Step. Yeah, it sees fine. We can compress. We can compress. The audio probably works. I just don't have speakers plugged in. Yeah, I should. Yes. Do not display again. So. Here's the options. We could try and drive space. Let's go into control panel. I don't think there's anything I can do with this, but I will try. Like, I don't think I can just install the ODI driver and have it work, but maybe I'm wrong. see here. Want to add an adapter. Existing ODI driver. Okay, so now it's going to want the disk. Yeah, we actually got to desktop. I'm going to see if we can get networking. See, that didn't actually add to the list though. Like if I want to go to adapter, existing ODI driver. I think I have to. What I'll have to do is I think I have to add the. I think I gotta copy the driver over, and I have to put it in autoexec.bat. I think it just locked up. Yeah, I think it just locked up. Oh, no, there it is. It's back. Yeah, I think I remember how to do this. I think what I have to do is we have to go... God, this is slow. Alright, so load the floppy drive. Alright, so now I need to see, I forgot where it is. How do I enable hidden files, folder options? I want to see all files. Okay. Now I want to Control A, Control C. And then what I can do I probably should just switch it. Oh, the mouse just froze. It's probably paging out something fierce. So let's let these files copy over. This is impressive. We have enough memory. The problem is that 33 megahertz 486. I'm legitimately surprised it actually ran. So let's let this copy over. Because I'm legitimately legitimately curious. So let me open command. Did you see that error? The first time we did that, it said incorrect DAWs version. Okay, so type startnet.bat. So I'm pretty sure all I have to do is do something like that. I don't know if this will get called. Let me just try running startnet directly. Extended memory not continuous. So it has to start up from a much lower... It has to start up with system boot. Okay, that's fine. So let's restart. Yep. Well, this should work. I should be able to use 16-bit ODI drivers with this system. Okay. Oh, I don't want to boot off this disk, though. So we should see the ODI stack show up at some point. Ooh. Now, why did it do that? That's a little concerning. Let me F8 this. Actually, let me drop the command line prompt. So that did find the network stack. Effective. Okay, so it's trying to load the NetWare redirector. And then it panicked. Okay. Only use the ODI driver. Okay. Alright. No, we already managed to boot it, so I can fix this. So I apparently just need to use the ODI. Oh, I didn't hit F8 in time. Oh, yes, I did. Command prompt only. So that should give me everything up to ODI. That's thinking about it. It is thinking about it. Yeah, it did load. It loaded the IPX stack, so it definitely started up. Oh, I hear it's still going. Oof. Invalid VDX from network redirector. Okay, so let me hit. Just load ODI. But ODI is in IPX ODI, isn't it? This is new. Like we're now plumbing the depths of what I've never seen a document on how you use ODI drivers, and being able to use ODI drivers is actually really nice for a lot of reasons. So, just do that. Because I know I need the. So LSL is the link service layer. You need to have that to load this one. So, alright, let's see. Alright. Thinking about it. We might have to go into safe mode and remove the network stack. I don't know what LP comes from. It's just the model number of the system is LP486E. All right. I'm really hoping I don't need to install the specific NetWare client, because that would be really irritating. I think it's starting up. I mean, the drive is grinding. Hey, we made it into Windows. Okay, that is progress. That is actual progress. New hardware found, existing ODI driver. There's something you don't see every day. Yep, that's fine. It's now probably going to ask me to insert floppy disks. Okay. Alright, so now what is it going to want? Now I want to upgrade to Millennium Edition, because there's no way that you can use an ODI driver of NT. You can't. But I am curious with how hobbled Millennium Edition is, if it would work. It would probably break. I already selected a driver. It's just doing stuff. Alright, fine. So yeah, that's fine. Install. Error code 1F6. Okay, fine. I'll reboot. Yeah, it is possible to... It is actually possible to do... you can do... Why did I get a keyboard failure code right there? I feel like... I feel like this is my... This is... Haha, I'm in danger. It is possible that this ODI driver is just so old that... I mean, this is a 92 ODI driver. I'm using a later DAWs ODI stack, but I mean, this is pretty ancient. IO address conflict. That is entirely possible. There is possible something... because, you know, this being an ESA-based system, I've had problems with that in the past. So something might be using interrupt 10. It's built into the board. There's no slot. Let's just see. Let's see what goes. This happens. Hard drive be making noise. I mean, for all I know, it's going to be there after the system reboots. Okay. Not for this. The Ethernet driver is not, the Ethernet device is not off the ESA bus. It's off the ISA bus. Okay. I'm just going to let it search, and then I'm not going to let it reboot this time. So there, it is a really impressively bad system. It is an Intel chipset, but it's an Intel chipset they never used on anything else. There is an incomplete Linux driver for it. Well, it stands for Extended Industry Standard Architecture, or ESA, versus ISA, which would be the just the regular 16-bit one. I have a bunch of token ring cards that would work in this system. All right, so let's see here. Networking. All right, so client for NetWare is here. Midless one, yeah, that's fine. So add driver, add adapter, existing. Makes a bunch of floppy disk noises. I wonder if it really just wants the driver install disk. Like, hold on. I have the original driver files. For this. Let me look at those. My drivers folder. Actually, I have a VDX file for this system. Let me format a floppy disk, and I will let me see if I can copy them over. This does not want to come out. What do I have right here? Okay, I have a disk here I can format. Let's see if it's any good. Okay. The files are not in a way I could easily copy over. It's easier if I use a floppy disk to transfer them over. Okay. I just want to do a full format. While that's formatting, I'm just going to look at my driver folder. Yeah, so I have the MS-DOS SCSI drivers. I also have like the Landman drivers. I did get it. It's not that I got a. Oh, it does not like this drive. Maybe this disk is dead. I have a lot of dead disks around here. While this is trying to format, let me get this floppy drive. Where did I put that thing? I literally had it out this morning. Oh, it's right here. I think this floppy drive is dead, or this floppy disk is dead. Let me go grab a different one.
while that figures itself out, I'm going to go grab a known good floppy. Ow. That's my foot. I have floppy, just bear with me. I bought pretty much a 50 pack of floppy disks off eBay a few weeks ago for future shenanigans. So this is not a bad way to start using them. Fresh floppy disk. Let's try it. Eject. I also have this. I have the MS-DOS based SCSI drivers. I might copy them over to this because at least with Windows 98 installed, this is actually like a useful system. Let me see if there's anything on this disk. No, there's not. Okay. So cool. Let me see if I can copy these drivers over. Hopefully this driver is good. So what I'll do is while that's copying, let's so the archive that these drivers were in was considered, it says this is an experimental driver for Windows 95 that was not written by Intel, so I have no idea if this is going to work. Okay. Add, adapter, add disk. Yep, there it is. Onboard. I already moved it with autoexec.bat, so oh. Yeah, but maybe I should reboot. It is possible LP stands for low profile. That is actually possible. The vendor and device ID does not matter because this is not connected to a bus. It's not on the ISA or ISA bus. This system predates those concepts. I will go into the BIOS. Okay, stuck key failure. There's very few options relating to this. Like if I go into the BIOS, you can see I have onboard IDE disabled, onboard LAN enabled, and that's it. These are the only two options. I'm using a scaler, a broadcast scaler to convert VGA to HDMI, and then I'm plugging that into a Blackmagic Design mini recorder 4K. All right, now that we've got the old driver out, let's see if we can install.
Fingers crossed. Because yeah, it would be faster on IDE, but again, I'd have disk geometry issues, 504 megabytes. I should just install an IDE drive, but I kind of like leaving this in its cursed configuration. Because, you know, what's the point of having a cursed 486 if you're going to just, hold an exorcism and drive out the poltergeist? I do have a couple of spare network cards I could put in here. I just don't want to. I mean, you know, that, like, you know, yes, I could put an IDE drive in here, but that would be like, you know, Action Retro keeping that TAM entirely stock factory. Okay. All right. So, networks. Alright, so let's get rid... Alright, so let's try this. Let's get rid of the dial-up driver. Let's get rid of the other dial-up driver. Let's get rid of the VPN driver. Let's add an adapter. Okay, there we go. So LP486E, that's the correct driver for this system. Still doing things. I hear files copying. It's the Intel Professional Workstation 486. I have an entire video series on this system. So it does all that, and then it just doesn't do anything unless... Did it show... Oh, does it show up here now? I mean, I do have... I don't think this is the same driver, and this has gone very slow. Oh, there it is. Cool. So now we want to add protocol. We want ODI. We want IPX, and I want the Novell NetWare client. Actually, I don't know if that's going to work. Here we go. Client for NetWare networks. That's what I want. Okay. No, that's not what I want, actually. So client. Why am I... Like, why is this being so... wonky? Like, here we go. IPX. Like, I think it's failing to install something, but I don't get the error that it's failing to install something. But, I mean, that is progress. No, 250 is unused in my network. Let me give it... And I want you need a gateway. Your gateway is that. And there's your DNS servers. Host name. Okay, so that handles that. Thank you for the $50 donation. So let's see here. I don't have DHCP on my network, NJ Roadfan. I disabled it. I do too much cursed networking. It was getting in the way. So now everything is static IP based. I'm actually going to let save settings here. And then I'll add more. Okay, so there's the Novell stuff it just added. Probably going to want to install more drivers, but one step at a time. Yeah, rebooting might be the right idea here. I don't know what it's doing. It should be wanting to copy files. Okay. Like, I do have DHCP set up for when I need to pixie boot something, but... Alright, I think... Yeah, I do think this may be reboot time. Oh, there it goes. Copying files. Okay. Dungeon Seeker, the universal mini-port driver requires that the actual physical SCSI card is supported, though. Okay, now it wants disk 4. Hopefully it won't want too many of the 98 boot disks. I do have a separate guest network, which is a little less baroque. But it's completely isolated from the main network. I had this horrible feeling that this system is going to basically run 98 from this point forward, because this is probably the most cursed thing I can do with this machine, unless I upgrade it to Millennium Edition, which I kind of want to do. Now the question is, do we upgrade to Millennium Edition first and then drive space it, or drive space it and then upgrade to me? OS2 will run on this system. I don't know if it'll run well, but it should be officially supported. NJ Road fan, I like my suffering in all forms. I would think doing drive space and then upgrading to Millennium Edition with a, shall we say, slightly bespoke network stack will be the most interesting thing I could do here. Well, Michael Smith, I have to get online first. I mean, this is the type of system that a disk compressor accelerator would be better. So it started with double space, and then Microsoft got sued, and then they started using drive space. Yeah, I'm really seeing how much spit and duct tape it takes to run Windows 98. We could even convert it to FAT32. It should be able to get online if this driver actually works as advertised. I don't know if this driver actually works. I've never tried it. All right, so we need disk 5. So I think the correct series of events here is we have to convert it to FAT32, we have to drive space it, and then we have to upgrade it. We'll get the upgrade with Millennium Edition, because this will not run 2000. Or, it won't run 2000 without excessive tinkering. It's thinking about it. The problem with dual booting with OS2 is OS2, if you want to do any sort of development or, well, you know, anything interesting with it, I really need to be on HPFS. NJ Roadfan, I only can have one SCSI bay or one IDE drive. There's not enough room in the case for two. I do have an external SCSI port that I could use. I mean, I could try and load the DAWs-based SCSI drivers. It might actually be faster. You know, actually, that's probably not a horrible idea to do that. Like, let me grab those. That's cupping over by Floppy. I have a IDE to CF adapter, but I really, like I said, I do enjoy this. Okay. So I have the SCSI drivers right here, so we'll, let me open the video file. Apparently not. Still going. Come on. It's actually impressive how slow this is. You know, I'm not, you know, you're right. I should not use that SCSI driver if I really am going to upgrade to Millennium Edition. Once we have networking working, we'll decide the next part, because I have to load... Me is too big to load in otherwise. There it goes. Network is still installing, James. It's a slow system. I have absolutely no idea if me can work with BIOS disk access failback. I have to assume it can. So in theory, as long as I drive space this, I should... There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to do this. The processor is... XP needs a Pentium. I know that 2000 is the upper limit for 486. Like, I could try the SCSI drive. There's no reason. It's still an MS-DOS-based SCSI device, but it might suck less. Yeah, but how does config.sys interact with Windows Me? That I do not know. I actually do not know that one. Like, can chat look that up while I deal with this? Let's try rebooting. Apparently rebooting was not the right move. Okay. Windows Fundamentals for Legacy PCs was just a rebranded Windows XP Millennium Edition. Still doing things. I don't know what I can do to make it faster. Do we have resource manager on this version? I don't remember. We have drive converter, drive space, compress an agent, accessibility, and dial-up networking. Oh, we don't even have games. I forgot the floppy disk version is really limited in that regard. What does system information say? Interesting that this actually says it was a floppy-based install. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Clean install using full floppy. It really doesn't know what it's running on, though. Yeah, I probably am going to have to copy Solitaire from somewhere. We don't even have that. We're not getting a prompt to reboot. We are apparently... Are we online? Oh, there it is. There it is. I just had to open and close the window. Okay. The goal of this stream was to install Windows 98 from Floppies on a 33 megahertz 486. We're now going for bonus points. All right, let's see if we have a working network. Okay, that's fine. V redirector and DFS. I'm not actually sure what those are. I'm trying to connect it to my NetWare server so it can download Millennium Edition. Yeah, no, I mean, this is completely usable. You could probably even run Office. So Microsoft Network is completely broken. Surprising absolutely no one. Let's just see how broken it actually is. It may just be missing some components. It may not be missing the whole thing. I don't think you can run Blender on something this slow. Yeah, so look, we lost our network option. So let's... This is why I didn't want to remove the old ones, but Chad insisted. So here, it's win IP config on this one. Or is it IP config? Like, do we have an... You know what, let's just open Internet Explorer and see if it can talk to anything. Hello, Dr. Mick. I've never seen this splash screen. It's usually probably on screen for like 3 seconds. Oh yeah, it is IP config in this version, but again, okay. We are already set up to the network. So are we actually online? Cannot access site, so it's probably not online. In fact, the entire network thing is gone, so I'm going to assume we're not online. Okay.
And there is absolutely nothing here. At all. Alright, so I want client for NetWare. No, I know the two overlap. I do know the two overlap. I'll switch the views around. Okay. Like, yeah, this is like completely broken. Okay. So let me do this very slowly. Let me close this out. Yep, that's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for this to close. I just want to see, is it even see the network device in here? Because that's kind of important. Although I may have asked it to do... Okay, yeah, it is really, really confused. Alright, so let's remove this. And I'm just going to close this out entirely. Oh, I may have tried to do too much at once. No, it's still going. It hasn't crashed yet. Patience is a virtue. This is hard. Yeah, that's an accurate thing. This is Sundial Edition. Uh-oh. Ignore. It's going well. It's going well. This is definitely going well. It did remove the driver. Okay, so now we got those gone. Now we go to network. All right. So let's add an adapter. Where did I put that disk? Actually, seriously, where did I put that disk? The one that had the drivers on it. Oh, there it is. All right. Now, this goes in. Have disk. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, it doesn't even see it anymore. Yeah, I think it's reboot time. I don't think I can set this up in safe mode, but I could try. Well, we're making a good old try of this. Not convinced it's gonna work, but we can try. Safe mode with networking, I don't think it's gonna make that difference. Alright, let's just jump into safe mode. It's not, the 090 is not an error, it's just a boot clock.
Testing high memory. Trying to get networking. I feel like it's such a battle that it's going to be to get the networking working on this. Okay. Well, it started into safe mode. I always liked how it goes through the extra effort to put the little shadow on it. I do think it probably is a counterpart. All right, so let's look and see what this system thinks it sees. So Amy, I have gotten Debian to start. The SCSI controller is not supported by Linux. I'd rather leave the live shot up just to show that it actually works. We're really finding all the race conditions because we are faster than the computer. All right, system. Do we have any? Okay. Oh, yep. Okay, chat was completely correct on this count. Okay. Well, I know I have a disk drive because Windows doesn't even know what processor is running on. There's no CPU ID here. This is such an old chip. All right, so let's try. We'll try adding new hardware wizard once we're back up in full mode. Okay, that's fine. That'll be fixed once we got the networking sorted. I love the fact that we're trying to install a prototype driver on Windows. Like I said, trying to do anything with this computer is just pain and suffering. Mostly suffering at this point. You know, it's better than being alone and miserable on Christmas Day. Yeah, that's fine. That's expected. All right. I can deal. Those files will get reinstalled once we have the network stack fixed. It's not. My stomach isn't great, but it's not horrible. I think a lot of it. I might go grab the other chair once we start making some headway on this. The problem, so I have investigated that driver with the Linux kernel. The chipset is directly tied to the address lines. I know where the registers are. They actually are listed. The area addresses are listed in the manual for this system, but I don't know where the memory buffer is. I don't really want it to search for plug-and-play devices, but fine. I want to select hardware from the list. God, that is cursed seeing USB on a 486. All right, network adapters. Half disk. No, this is a entirely proprietary network device that is, I believe, wired into the CPU. This system is so bizarre, it defies convention. Okay, just wait. I'm not going to touch it. Hard drive light is blinking. I don't think it's doing anything. Oh, maybe it is. Okay, finish installing hardware. Napalm, this system predates the existence of PCI. God, patience is a virtue on this one. Yeah, I think I found a race condition in Windows 98. Well, you know, normally you don't see those type of conditions on it because the system's too fast for it to happen. The stripey is coming from the scaler. I know for a fact that's a problem with my scaler. Millennium Edition is going to be exciting. Oh, you know what? I forgot to record this stream. Damn it. I forgot to hit the start record button. YouTube will grab it, but that's a little depressing. It means I have to make sure we don't go past 12 hours, though, or we'll lose the VOD entirely. I'm really annoyed I forgot to hit the start recording button. Oh well. There's not a lot I can do about that. Like I said, YouTube will grab it. Well, it won't be the first or the last time that one of my streams will go right to that 12-hour mark. This is a 33 megahertz 486DX with no L2 cache. This is like an LGR project. Like, I would expect LGR to do this with the wood grain 486. We're not sure what LP is, but yes. 33 megahertz, no protected mode drivers, and it's and no L2 cache. I mean, I could drop an SSD, but I'm not Durango 1. Why should I steal? I shouldn't steal another creator stick. And for the first night of, for the first day of Christmas, all I want is a 486 with a floppy disk drive. It's copying files from the floppy drive. Well, frame buffer, we've managed to boot. We've done DOS boot. DOS boot. DOS U-boot. Oh. That's a part of my life I don't want to relive. Do not think of the U-boot. This would have been unbearably slow in the 90s. This system is below the minimum requirements. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 Swedish franc donation. LP is probably low profile. The data, this machine is, the BIOS says it's 92. It was probably made in 1990 or 1991. I have a 3-part video series about this machine. This is the first time I've actually managed to do something useful, and I'm putting the words usefuls in quotes with it. My sanity's fine. Wait, no, sorry, that's wrong. What's the opposite of fine? Entirely on fire. There we go. These discs I made a few months ago. They are all in the DFM format. I have a bunch of CD copies of 98, but I didn't have the floppy. I've been trying to get it off eBay. Like, I have Windows 98 licenses. I have several of them. I even have MSDN ones. I can't find the floppy disks. Yes, I have basically installed Windows on the same thing as a graphing calculator. Doom is kind of an ask on this system, not gonna lie. But, no, we're not doing an action retro here. We're not going to try and run Wolfenstein on everything. I don't know why he does Wolfenstein. If you're going to do a Mac game, do Marathon. Okay, well, there's netstat. There's ping. Route. We can try Doom once I have networking working, because I could just load Doom off the NetWare server. Alright, I'm going to stretch my legs while this copies. I'll be right back. It's still copying. Alright. No, I think the biggest thing I need in my life is a new desk chair. I don't know why this one feels like it's like completely broken. Probably because it is. So yep. I had the driver details up earlier, but we can go through it again. No, I didn't use the Microsoft tools. I used ND format to create 1.7 megabyte disks, and then I used RawWrite to write the actual disks. It took several times to do it. We already have Windows installed. We're trying to get the networking installed. I don't read Hacker News because 9 times out of 10, the comment section of Hacker News is 90% bad takes. More so than Reddit. Okay, so like there's dfs.vdx. It's all the stuff. So, you know, here's the thing is I know that the network stack on Windows 95 breaks on too fast systems. Will it work on something this slow? Yeah, I mean, I know. We could send the packets over Avian Pigeon. I'm actually looking at starting to have a larger Reddit presence for channel content. Like, when Twitter went down in flames, because let's be honest, Twitter... I went back on Twitter after this week, and it's like, wow, this is a disaster. It's just... I gotta tell you, I really find... I don't like... I'm not a big fan of Fetty. It gets very echo chambery. Because you only get the people you follow and the people you follow who they boost. The algorithm was good for keeping some variety in my streams. And it's like, all I'm just seeing is the same few names. I'm getting... It's not enjoyable. Like... I mean, I'm there, but I'm not enjoying using it. I'm only using it because I need a Twitter replacement. Okay, there's the reboot prompt. That was progress. It's funny, in this month, I've connected to my NetWare server with both Windows 98 and, or I will with Windows 98 First Edition, and with Next Step. I need to build a proper, like an actual proper NetWare box that I'll probably put in a VM on my NAS. Because right now, what I'm doing is kind of garbage. If I could get like one of the old Linux distros that had NetWare and old NFS, it would be amazing. Yeah, I was surprised at how well that worked. That was click, click, go. That was like, I was astounded. Like, I mean, I've unlocked my Twitter account because I have a lot of posts on there that are high value to just be accessed. I might try Unixware, to be honest, because Unixware was an official had official Novell bits in it. Okay, so that's fine. We need to switch it to Novell login. Okay. Well, the network came back. Let's just see if it can talk to anything, like... Properties. So that time it booted up with no errors. That ain't a lot. All right, so if I want, here's what we do. Let me go to add. Now we need to add client type, because I want the Microsoft NetWare login client. And then I'm taking my hand off the mouse, and we'll see what happens. Okay. Like, is anything going to happen? Because I assume this dialog box will disappear and something will happen. But I don't actually know if that's what's going to happen. My hand is off the mouse. No, disk is not whirling away. Light's not going. Yeah, there's no activity. But I can't drag the dialog box, which I think means the processor is doing something. Hey! Okay, there we go. Now we need to switch our logon type to network to Novell. Just make sure the rest of this is okay. Oh, I clicked too hard. Yes, we don't have a lot of CPU cycles to spare here, so network clients, IPX, TCP, and onboard. I don't think we need anything else. I think I can just install that. Oh, I did need to configure the IP address. Well, I guess I didn't need IP address. I want to keep the MS client still installed, because last time we removed it, shit broke. So now... I mean, we're going the right way. It's just not going particularly well. Well, I don't need IP addresses for NetWare because it's IPX. Okay, it's going to want floppy disks. Like this is reminding me of the OS2 experience, but let's see how many files it's going to want. I forgot to configure... Well, I had it configured earlier, so we'll see what it happens. Oh, it wants floppy disks again. Is it really going to copy all these files again? I don't know. I don't know what story time. I'm running out of stories. This is like the level of madness that we're dealing with. We're dealing with. I mean, here's this story where I had this idea about a stream that I wanted to do for Christmas, where I was going to raise money for charity, installing Windows 98 on a machine that predates it by 8 years. I mean, this is about as low as you can get. Like only a 386 would be slower, but this is much more cursed. So okay, I can talk about the biggest thing that I want is I want an adapter between my modern NAS and the older systems. So something that handles old NFS well, NFS v2, v3. I want support for IPX. Old NetBIOS with LANman would also be nice. Although that one's less necessary. My gut feeling is either run NetWare itself in a VM, like NetWare 4 or 5, one of the later ones, or try and use Unixware as a server. The thing is that there is no CD-ROM drive. Okay. Yeah, so in the early days of the internet, System Mail has been on every early system I've seen. Like, as far as I can tell, System Mail was universal in the very early days. But email was a very different thing, because the very earliest email was from ARPANET, and it would basically become user at name. But then you also had the UUNet, which used BangPath addressing. You had BurkNet, which was also different. BurkNet I would like to try. Like, I would get BSD out and we'd actually go try that. Okay. Well, Grant, I'm making a difference between local system mail and system-to-system mail. Because, yeah, mainframes had... Every multi-user system that could do time sharing had a messaging facility that I could find. Even MIT CTCSS had one, and that is generally considered the first one. I would love to see. I need to figure out how I would tackle VMS. I definitely do want to do stuff with mainframes. I do want to do a Hercules MVS stream. Unicross recently, the CDs for Unicross recently showed up, so I could try the Cray Unix. I've tried it in emulation, not in emulation. There was a system on the internet you could access it on. It was remarkably broken. I wouldn't mind trying it on the real thing. So MVS is one of the operating systems that IBM had for System 390. It went on to become z/OS. It's like the difference between NT4 and Windows 11. I have looked. They're not that different. Like, Dave Cutter basically just re-implemented what he knew. I don't think there's any source code that was shared between the two. But Dave Cutter basically just re-implemented VMS. Yeah, the Pizza Box, I'm surprised that this form factor, like, never came back. Alright, so it's copying all the NetWare messages. So that's a good sign that it's grabbing all that. Okay. I wouldn't mind trying Haiku. Alright. Still going. It's still going. I don't think Haiku would run well on this system. And if I'm going to do Haiku, because I don't want to say it's a hobbyist project, because it's gotten pretty advanced at this point, but because it's not a commercially supported one, I don't want to put it through a torture test. There's showing off something, and then there's being a dick about showing something off, and I don't want to be a dick. To say my hair has gone really long, and I really enjoy that. I am debating dyeing it. Like, I've always wanted to do it at least once, but I haven't actually ever done it. So I might buy some water-based dyes and just see how I feel about it. We're trying to get the networking working. We have the system installed. Well, I mean, if you really get right down to it, a lot of stuff is basically mainframe all the way down. Yeah, the fundraiser, we got over $1,000 on this stream alone. I am running NetWare 3.12 in a VM, and it's Ethernet. So, a lot of why the desktop computer died is because, by and large, not everyone used desktop computers. The smartphones really was the point where it died. AS400 is still sold, still supported. I know someone who's recently got an AS400. I really would love to get an AS400. I should probably just set a Craigslist alert for DC, because governments tend to, the U.S. government used a lot of AS400. It wouldn't surprise me if they show up on Craigslist from time to time. Yep. I mean, I'm not the guy that has a basement to put a System 390 in. That was an amazing story. Okay. VNet BIOS. Hopefully we'll have networking. I mean, I've successfully, Paul, you'll appreciate this. I have Ripple booting working. And that is not trivial to pull off. Alright, so at some point it should ask me to reboot. At some point it will ask me to reboot. Yeah, let me just try. Okay. I guess we just have to wait until it's ready to ask me to reboot. Yeah, you do need the boot ROMs. I have a token ring one that I know works, but there is a way to get around it. Like, I have a Ripple boot disk that can start this system off netware. That's how I normally run it, actually. All right, I'm not getting that reboot prompt, but it didn't stop me that time, so let's just reboot. All right. So far, so good. I have enough hardware to build a token ring network. I literally do have the hardware. The problem is I don't have enough space to keep it set up permanently. So unless I'm going to go all in on a project, I really just don't want to pull it all out. iPixie doesn't support Ripple though. Pixie was the replacement for Ripple. Pixie is pre-execution boot environment. Ripple is initial program load or remote program load or remote initial program load, which there are two different boot technologies that both use RPL as their terminology because IBM. Frame buffer, it would be 16. I don't have 100 megabit token ring. Okay, there it is. So here's the $1 million question. If I click Network Neighborhood, am I going to see Odyssey 2? Network Neighborhood. And it's searching. Odyssey 2. Cool. That is awesome. Sys probably doesn't have it. I don't remember where I put the Millennium discs. I think I have to adjust the... I think I go to data. Did I not put me on here? I don't remember how we did this last time. Let's see here. If I go to user... I have a lot of things on this server. I don't remember exactly what I have on here. Oh, look, I have the bunch of various things I've backed up over the ages. Stuff for my ThinkPad, debugging stuff, Linux stuff. Like, I don't use this server super often. So yes, now we can do file transfer over the networking. I feel like I have more things on this box than I should. Let me go under data. Like, there should be more folders here. If I go under OS, Windows 98 floppy disk. I guess I have to copy Millennium Edition over. I guess we're doing it. Hold on, because everyone keeps asking me about. Let me grab Doom off this. Yeah, here it is. I have Doom and Duke 3D. I've never actually used the 98 built-in NetWare client. That is really cool to see. Yeah, so chat, here's the list of options. I'm going to put these. I'm going to start a poll. What to do next? Are we going to convert to Fat Fairy 2? Drive space. Install me. I logged in. I logged in because I think it froze. All right. The Nico, this processor doesn't support CPU ID. It's too old. I mean, it's progressing. It's just progressing immensely slowly, but it is progressing. This is a little glacier. Yeah, but can you imagine how... I don't think this is a high-quality network drive. Or I'm a little afraid how long Millennium Edition might take to install. It's 10 megabit. Yeah, still going. Still going. It might only be single duplex. I mean, Duke's not that big. Yes, no, I'm not sure we're actually able to run this at 10 megabit with this processor. This is like zip disk territory. Like, this isn't that big. I think upgrade to Millennium Edition is an incredibly bad idea. I mean, I could try and find it. I can't easily copy files onto this VM, though. Huh? I'm 34. Oh, there it goes. All right. I'm just curious if... Yeah, this is a little bit painful. I'm surprised it's that slow, though. I actually do remember orb drives. Like, I just... It's just on the very edge of my memory, but I do remember them. Sweeper, I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I'm not going to be... I don't have enough processing power to run Doom. Okay. I just want to see if we can even run Doom. Well, they're there. Let's try Doom Shareware. Because if Doom won't run, then Duke has no chance. It's loading. I'm afraid how slow this is going to be. You know, that's playable. That is actually playable. It's not great. Like, there is a notable key lag. Alright, yeah, it plays Doom. It plays Doom! Alright. Let's see if it'll play Duke. I don't think it has enough horsepower to do so, but we'll try. I'm actually surprised at that. I mean... So yeah, it does actually... At some point, it'll actually finish. It'll close the DOS box. Or I'll just close it for it. Let's see what happens when I try Duke. Probably a really bad idea. Duke really wants to be on the Pentium, even on a like it'll run on 486, but it's usually not very happy on a 486. Oh, it's complaining that I can't find the Sound Blaster. I remember Rise of the Triad. I never enjoyed it. Oh, Sound Blaster. Yeah, okay, so that program is terminated, so we have to run the setup. Okay. I'm a little surprised. I mean, you know, it's not fast, but this is usable. Okay. Ooh, my back hurts. All right, let's see here. So loaded. Well, it started. I don't think it's going to stay started, but, you know. I mean, Office 97 probably would be usable. You know, that's less bad than I would anticipate. Like, if we make the screen size... a lot smaller. A lot smaller. Like, all the way tiny window. Okay, maybe that small, but, like, say there. It's struggling. I don't think this is gonna be playable, but we'll try. New game, LA Meltdown. Oh, right, the detail sections. Let's see here. Shadows. the UI is lagging. Oh, what? Oh, it loaded a new demo. I mean, that's actually better. That's almost. All right, let's see here. Wow, that is lag, but it is. That's playable. That is barely playable, but it is playable. How do I make Duke jump? It's A. Okay, let's go grab that rocket launcher. Okay. I believe I can shoot. It's been so long since I played this. I think I can shoot through the wall and accidentally kill myself. I don't know how I want to rate this one. I mean, it's not horrible considering how low the system specs are. It's not horrible. So let me grab the art. Oh, nope, he's not dead. Where did he go? Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to play the game like this, but it does play. I do find it funny. Here's the AOL keyword and Go Realms. Like, that was a really big thing back in the day where they would pay for licenses for that. Yeah, the fact that it runs at all is, I think, the impressive part, not the fact that it doesn't run. So let me figure out, does anyone remember offhand how I got Millennium Edition onto the ThinkPad? I don't think I did it by a CD. Let me load up my client. Yeah, okay, so NetWare client. And then let me put the Millennium disk in. Because this is going to take a bit, this will take a few minutes to copy, so we might as well multitask here. Alright, Windows, yes, Windows Me for retail. Alright, so the NetWare client is starting up. And then I'll be able to just copy the CD onto the server. Alright, so as soon as I have, let me just do that. Log on to supervisor. Map X. X copy. Alright, so the CD is now copying over to the NetWare server. What do we want to do now? So let me look at the poll. I think we're going to convert to FAT32 first, because that will actually help with performance. And the idea of using FAT32 on something this old is kind of amusing. So drive converter. Alright. So, alright. Additional programs, convert drive. That's fine. For where we're going, we do not need to run NT. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, the entire process might take a few hours. That might be a little dangerous. Well, okay. Well, we're going for it. I don't think it's going to take a few hours, but FAT32 will be much faster because of the disk sector size. There's a pretty large performance increase. I've also never done the conversion on 98, so it's kind of cool seeing this. So it's making space. Well, all right, you know, I'll grab it because people keep saying to grab it, but all right, let's see here. CPU Z Vintage Edition. All right, I will grab this while that goes. CPU Z download page. Vintage edition. And while that's copying, let me get the disk with all the drivers on it. So because that'll be running. And yeah, it's 2 megabytes. It's too big to fit. The easiest. There's only annoying ways to get this transferred over. Yeah, like there's only annoying ways to copy it. It's like I guess I can do it. I just need to do it. Once we're back under the running system, I can just grab it with Internet Explorer. And this almost looks like it's done. So, you know. All right, I don't have Python installed on this box. And if I ran simple web server under WSL, it won't actually do anything. How can I grab it over then? Have a great night, Amy. Yeah, I can lower the background music. Okay. Yep. The problem is that I don't have an easy way to put files on my on the NetWare thing, but the NetWare thing is still copying all the Millennium Edition files. Although I'm actually going to Control C that because it's copying a lot of things it doesn't need. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I could FTP it over. Hold on a second. Let me just start this copy process properly. So xcopy win9x. All right, so that's copying over. Okay. That screen lasted all the way, in some form or another, all the way until Windows 7. It's probably still in Windows 10 and such. Not that it's actually used, but I do believe it's there. Okay, so the NetWare CD is copying over. Wow. Fatigue, be real. Definitely still holding pretty good viewership. I mean, I think we have to wait until the CD copies out. Uh-oh. Why is this broken? No! Don't tell me this is how it ends. Why does it end like this? No. I'm not giving up hope. I'm not giving up hope. Load safe mode. I don't want to reinstall Windows 98. I have a horrible feeling. I have this horrible feeling that the network driver is incompatible with a FAT32 file system. I'm just copying files so we're being productive. All right, that's going. All right. So what went wrong? Probably because I had my fingers on the keyboard. All right, let's see. I should be able to just disable them. But somehow, those two things should not be connected to each other. All right, so let's just try properties. Disable. Yeah, disable. And then restart. I could start the Millennium install from DAWs. We could still also try and drive space it. I'm really annoyed that I seem to have killed it. Yeah, no, this is physical hardware. Partition Magic can put the drive back, but I would have to put it on something. Let's see if starting without the network brings it back. I think it's starting. Okay. You're kidding me. Are you actually kidding me? The network driver is incompatible with FAT32 mode. Well, I'm not writing it off just yet. Oh, God. Why? See, we've now reached the several hours part of this. Oh, my God. It's actually going to run a defrag. It's actually going to run a defrag. I don't remember the last time I've seen this. It actually should not be bad. We haven't deleted a lot of things on this system. This should be quick. Yeah, I'm going to let it run. It's been a really long time. We should not... This is a fresh install. There should not be a lot of fragmentation. This should not take long. This is fine. Let me just make it smaller. I'm just going to let it run. I'm going to let it start, and then we'll see what happens. Like, did it actually run the full thing? Checking drive for error, 2%. Oh, it's probably running a surface scan. Like, did you actually do your conversion to FAT32? It did actually already do the conversion. So I could probably just hit stop. Okay, conversion was successful. So now, can I re-enable the network drive? Or not the network drive, the network. Too late. I mean, it shouldn't even need to reboot. Like, enabling a device like that, you can do it on the fly. It might just not boot, but let's see if it actually sees anything. Okay, apparently not. No, it's got an IP address. It's talking to my network. You don't apparently have to reboot it. nethack.org. Yeah. Stop looking for Microsoft because you'll never be able to load that page. Yeah, it is thinking about it. Oh. Rip. Rip. Yeah, it went down. F. Ah, damn it. No, it locked up. It locked up. I'm surprised it went that long without a crash. Yeah, I gave it the free finger salute. I hit the reset button on the front of the system. Yeah, you can skip scan disk. This is a beta file. This is a beta driver that was never made by Intel that was never formally released. That we're kind of tempting fate here. It will this boot? I gotta figure out a web server so I can copy these files over.
I feel like this is incredible. This is incredibly cursed. This was more what I was expecting from this system. I almost wonder if we should undo the FAT32 thing, but I'm just going to hit boot log, and let's just see if there's anything interesting in there. No. As long as we don't boot with the network enabled, it does work. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to try uninstalling and reinstalling the network drivers. This is going about as well as I expected it to go. Like, this is actually what I expected. I should not have upgraded to FAT32. But it shouldn't have also broken anything. Watch. Now that I have boot log... I didn't start with FAT32 because the hard drive... I haven't tried enabling with the network, but yeah, we might have to do a backup and restore. You know, we might have to do a backup and restore. You know what? Screw it. Let's actually do that. We should have a backup utility we can use. Let me think about how we're going to do this. Like, there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't back... oh, yeah, no, there is actually a reason why we can't back up. Can I get into command prompt only? I can. Alright, start net. We don't... I need a backup utility. Do I have backup? Don't think MS Backup was in this version. It should be on one of the... I can get it, though. Hold on. Login supervisor. I should log in NCommander. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, there's no reason why this shouldn't work. I'd rather do it with a backup utility because this will be much faster. Alright, save config. Do a backup. We are just going to select everything. Because there's certain files that have to be saved, so there's more than... Okay, so select all. Okay. See, it's not going to save some of these empty directories, which I'm unhappy about, but it shouldn't actually break anything. Yeah, I mean, this should be fine. Okay, so now we need to back up. We need to select where it's going. You back up to...
insufficient disk space. Okay, hold on. I forgot how I have this thing set. But I think it's on L actually is where this has to go. Yeah, it has to go on L. Okay, that's fine. You just go to L, Win98, LP. Start backup. Oh, you're right. It's not long file name aware. This is an old backup utility. Stop. Control C. Cancel the backup. What can I use that would actually support long file names? That's actually a problem because how am I going to, if I back it up and restore it without long file name support, what will work? Ghost would work. Oh wow, and my NetWare server ran out of disk space. Shit. This is not going well. Like, this has gone... Alright, hold on. I gotta free some disk space. Yeah, there is a way to do this. I just have to think about how to do it. Or we could just reinstall. Give me a moment to think about this. How much space do you have on L? Okay, so you have enough disk space right there as is. It's a really stupid idea, but maybe. Because then I could use the Windows backup utility, but I don't know how useful that actually is. Like, the Windows backup utility is, but how am I going to restore the backup? That's the part I'm not sure about. Complaining that I can't load some drivers. That's fine. Let me think about this. This is actually a pretty interesting and difficult problem to solve. I didn't think about this. Like, can we? Is there a? There's got to be a way that we can restore. Well, it did start and then crash. Well, it was a pretty useless system to begin with. Yeah, no, this went about as well as I expected. I don't want to make that many test floppies. No, that is not a thing we are doing here. I don't. That is a level of torture I am not ready to embrace. Alright, let's try purging and reinstalling the driver. At this point, I have no other ideas of what we could possibly try. I also need to figure out how I'm going to free up disk space. Oh, I did have Windows Me on this thing. Okay, well, I did find where I put the Millennium Edition installer. It's in the dump directory. I don't know how that actually helps, but it probably helps. I probably have to just play with Syscon. Yeah, this is real hardware. Naomi, you're not wrong. Yeah, no, apparently the curse was designed to run on faster hardware. I could just copy the Millennium Edition files to the hard drive and then we could install it. Like, what could possibly go... I'm not saying the last word. Not saying the last word. What could possibly go right? Alright, let's delete the network adapter. I find it hilarious in how bad this is going. Like, this has been far more amusing than I expected it to be. I've proven I can get Windows 98 installed from scratch. I haven't proven that I can actually do something. There is option B, which is a really stupid idea that we could do. We could install Windows Millennium Edition over NetWare directly onto the system. Like, there's nothing stopping us from actually just installing Me straight out. And I kind of love the horrible idea-ness of this. Like, I'm kind of, I want to see what the limit is. Let's see if we can get the network to come back after a reinstall, and if not, we will use the NetWare boot disk, and we will reinstall Millennium Edition off the network. Kavas, this is not meant to be a useful system. It's not meant to be a useful system. I can make my boot disk support FAT32. I prefer keeping it as a DOS-based one, but I could completely change that. Okay, but let's first try just reinstalling the network driver, because there's a non-zero chance that just fixes it. We're already dealing with curse technology. Sometimes you just have to reinstall and install the curses in the right orders. Okay. Long file name backup. Okay, that's good to know. I don't know if that's going to be super useful for this, because I'd rather just blow it away and then redo it. Why is it updating system settings? What has it done? My display works. Oh, I can turn. I can turn on more colors. I can even make it a higher resolution. I don't really want to do that, but okay. I mean, it got this far, which is kind of impressive in a sort of haha, I'm in danger sort of sense. Okay, so add remove hardware. It's going to search for plug and play, and it's not going to find it. Global positioning devices. I didn't even realize that was a category on this version. Okay. Have disk. Alright, now take my hand off the mouse. I'm still shocked that it managed to run 98. Like, the fact that it got this far. I've tried quite a few NCR 5.3s. It just doesn't show up. I've looked at how the Linux driver works, and I'm not surprised that it doesn't show up. Apparently, the only thing that's ever seen it is the Novell NetWare driver. Sees it, and then NetWare abends. This is 98. We're trying it, the installation has gone sideways. Okay. Still going. Let's see here. I'm using NetWare 3.12. Okay, it's still going. Still going. No, the failures are real. You have to get the authentic end failure experience, because that's how this is going. No, I already pressed finish. It's still lagging. Like, I already pressed finish. Yep, nope, it's still going. It's still going. Well, we've already raised over $1,000 and got me over the goal for this stream, so I'm very happy with that. Yeah, no. The problem is that the fail counter only can only hold integer numbers. Okay. Here we go again. I'm getting a little sick of this part. I still don't know how it manages to get this far. How the hell did the file system? We upgraded the file system to FAT32, and that's what flipping broke it. Like, what the hell? Like, I almost feel like installing Windows Millennium Edition will be less cursed than this. And that's a level of scary I don't even want to comprehend. Yep. I think I'm tempted. I don't know if I want to do it tonight or as another stream. I am tempted to try Millennium Edition on this thing. Like, I am really tempted to try Millennium Edition. What time is it? It's 6:10 on Christmas Day. I don't know if I want to go super late. Because that's a... Millennium Edition on this system has all the makings of an amazing New Year's Day stream. I mean, it wouldn't be the first 12-hour stream I've ever done on this channel. I mean, I really do feel like celebrating. We hit the goal. Still copying. Still going. And if you haven't checked it out, I do have a Discord server, and you can follow me on socials. The links are in the description. I should be shouting that out, but my brain has been a little bit confuzzled. Think. Let's see here. Yeah, I that's why I like it. It's so horribly bad. Like, I have yet to successfully do a project on it. Like, we got 98 installed, but the moment we tried to install drivers, or the driver, I shouldn't say drivers because there aren't any. No, we're going to install Windows Millennium over the network. It's less pain. Although pain is relative in this case. Oh. Alright, still going. And then we'll have to swap disks again. I really wish you could tell if the files were already installed so I wouldn't have to keep copying. Well, you know, their cell phone processor now powers most of the world's computers, so that's kind of a failure and a failing upward. So I'm just debating if we're going to do the me stream tonight, because I kind of want to put me on this system. Like, I kind of like that as the shit cherry at the end of it. We could try 2000 later. I just have to swap. I either have to put in a replacement SCSI card, or I have to put in an IDE hard drive. I have both. Well, this machine actually, this is an officially supported machine for Landman. I actually have an OS2 Landman driver for it. Like, I'd actually probably put OS2 on this system full time. Yes, I actually have valid OS2, although I don't think OS2 would work with the SCSI, or it would use that int13 failback driver. So yes, this machine would work great with OS2. $95 might be okay as long as you weren't running Explorer, but it would not be good. I mean, I would say 98 is probably this. As far as performance goes, this honestly is about the same as the Sun PCI, and the Sun PCI was usable. As long as you weren't trying to do anything complex, this. I could always reinstall it. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I have tools that can archive and back up something like this. Because I could just dump the whole hard drive over the network. I've actually written tools that can do this. There's no direct upgrade path from Landman to Server 2022, but we could take an NT domain and take it all the way to 2022 by upgrading each version to Active Directory with Exchange. Oh god, that is actually a really horrifying idea. That might be our summer charity stream project. To go all the way through. Like, that would be an NCommander. Like, this is not... In and of itself, this is not interesting enough to make an NCommander in real-time video. Like, it's literally me just putting discs in. I mean, I'd have to do a lot of VMs, although I guess I could do parts of it on real hardware. Okay. Almost there. Yep. I mean, this system had Windows for Workgroups on it when I got it. I do want to say that I feel like we could try using the Windows 98 backup utility if we can get the network going again. Okay. It's doing something. I'd definitely be doing something. Alright, let me eject that disk and let's wait for the reboot prompt. Because I guess if we could install Millennium Edition, we could actually upgrade from every version of Windows 1.0 to Millennium Edition on real hardware on this box. Yeah, the FlagGen app would run on this. I just have to copy it over. Alright, let's see what happens. Here. I think it's going to start. I do actually believe this may start. Oh, I'll be damned! It actually started. It's not using the right network, but that's fine. Do we want to back this up? Because I have no idea how we could restore that backup, but I kind of want... I just want to do a backup. Like, when was the last time you got to actually use the Win98 backup utilities? I think it's running again. Let's just take a peek at Network Neighborhood and see what it has to say on the subject. Okay, so we still need to install the NetWare client. Alright, so there's the NetWare client. And I'm going to have to feed it floppy disks again. I believe the Windows 9X backup client can back up to network, so we might as well do it. There is a restore command on the CD. I know it's possible to restore with that. If nothing else, I kind of just want to do a backup for the sake of doing a backup. Okay, just wait. It's still doing things. Let's see here. I've never tried to run the restore program, but I have used MS Backup of this system before. I keep the original install of... Like, if I could figure out how to handle the long file names, I would just use MS Backup with this. Alright, so that handles all of that. So now you do okay. Like, I believe the... Hold on, I'm going to check it right now. But I want to say... that on the Windows disk, if I were to check that, I believe there's a restore utility. So that's, yeah, it's still waiting for copying files. So while that's going, I'm going to check if that restore utility actually exists. So someone said there was a backup thing. Okay, so there is the copy of the res kit here. It's from a different version. It's from a second edition, but I do have a copy of that res kit. Okay. Rex, thank you for the $48 donation. Let me see here. So, the default login is not the end of the world. Okay. LFNBK. I mean, the biggest problem is, like I said, there's no command line tool to restore it. There's gotta be a way to do this. Let's see here. To the Googles. Restoring Windows 98 backups. Oh, okay, so the system recovery disk can do this. There's a PC restore command, but it automatically reinstalls. You have to completely restore Windows. So basically the way it works is it reinstalls Windows, and then it restores the backup. So basically, the problem is that I could do a full backup, but it would just bring me right back to where I am, unless we have some more things we want to install in this system. Yeah, I'm completely not surprised by that either. Let's see here. Restore, PC restore, original locations. I still kind of want to just do it for the sake of doing it, though. Yeah, I could use Ghost. I probably should use Ghost. I don't really want to install Ghost. I would have to put the files somewhere where I could install it from. It's a lot of effort. There's no reason to revert the file system. It's working. Unless it's going to break the moment we install the NetWare client, which is entirely possible. God, I didn't even think about that. This might actually break. Networking is working, sort of. Like, I don't have an additional flash drive. What can I have some zip drives, but again, I could probably just X copy it straight to the, well, no, the NetWare server's too old. It doesn't support LFN. SCSI doesn't work. We're using the fallback SCSI. Yeah, we're basically using the BIOS SCSI fallback, so we have no functional SCSI. Well, here's the thing: is that it might just be the NetWare. It might be the the NetWare client that broke it. So it's possible after I install the NetWare client, it's going to break. No, it's doing Int13 emulation. Let me figure this out. Hold on. NetWare 312 long file name. It says that I should just load OS2 support. Okay, so let me try that. Can I just load OS2 name? Okay, apparently that's all I had to do. Let me go stick that in the AutoExec file. Okay, so apparently all I had to do was enable long file name. Yeah, load os2.nam. I just did that on the server console. So I could just X-copy the whole thing. Like, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. I will say this: we are suffering from this machine is suffering from a bad case of possession. If I ever reinstall this, I probably won't do this from floppy disk. I'll just load it off NetWare. It would suck less. Like, at this point, I'm kind of just happy to just kind of YOLO this. I could use a Windows 98 boot disk to restore. I don't know why it's this slow, though. I really don't. I am tempted to make a backup and then see if we can restore it later. It's probably a horrible idea. It's like, that's almost certainly a horrible idea. So hold on, let's look at this. Let me grab that command. Like, I could just lob that one command over the fence. If we grab those, it's not what I need. Because if I can just grab the resource kit files, that may just be all I actually need. Windows 98 second edition. So that's the only one I have the CD for. ResKit. Tools. ResKit. Okay. let me copy this. Elephant back, EXP. So I just copied that. I just copied the elephant back there. So, alright, that's been copied. We're going to know in a moment if this works. Yep, I jumped the gun on the reboot. I keep forgetting to wait for that. It's fine. I can't easily check Discord while I'm on stream, so it's fine. I'm reaching to a point that I'm more or less happy with this, but I just copied the LFN-BK application to the network. Please work. That's what I believe it is, LFN, but I'm not completely certain. Very real chance that we're going to have problems with this. But we'll see. We shall see. I have links disabled in my chat. Or, well, they're disabled by YouTube by default. Okay. Uh-oh. F. Okay. So much for that idea. Let's see if we can do a backup and restore then. It's entirely possible. I will try one more time. Apparently the NetWare driver has problems. You know, let's see if we can do safe mode with networking support. I don't have high hopes for this. Like, I really don't have high hopes for this. In fact, I have very low hopes for this. How is it this broken? Okay, so it is booting. It definitely has problems. Oh, it got into safe mode with networking. I'm surprised. I didn't think that was actually going to work. Okay. So do you work well enough that I can actually talk to NetWare? Also, what happened to my Doom folder? Okay, it's not seeing the net. It's not browsing the network though. So while I have network, I don't have network. I mean, when I ran the command on the DAW system that I use as a client, it made noises saying that it's really unhappy. But let's see here. Okay, I don't even need to boot from floppy. All right, let me throw this somewhere where it can be found. It's just a very unstable system. So let's see what we can do with it. Command line prompt only. Must be run from an MS-DOS prompt within Windows 98. Because of course it does, but I can copy it to the hard drive. Yeah, I changed the autoexec.bat. I did that. And then we can back this up. This has become a ridiculous process. This should not be this hard. We had it working once. I can't believe that. How did changing the file system break it this badly? Like, what unholy... I'm actually going to let it just start up normally. I just want to see what happens. Grant Tyler, that won't work correctly because I'm going to be using a DAWs-based backup program. It's thinking about that. Alright, I'll try that. Assuming we can get to start. I mean, it definitely sounds like it's trying. Honestly, this is still trying to start, so... Oh! That's the NetWare login prompt. Am I spelling that wrong? Yes, I am. This is just slightly cursed. Yeah, I'm not even going to borrow that. Why is it working? Yeah, I think we have working network. Hold on, let's look in computer. Yeah, we lost the video driver. It's like this. Yeah. I'm a little terrified. Why is this working? Yeah, I also want to know what happened to the Doom folder. Alright, so performance, file system. Let me just figure this out. Where did I copy that file to? I don't see it. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, because I can just go get it again. Long file name backup restore utility. I apparently copied it to the... I don't know where I copied it to, but... I kind of want to take a backup. Like, this feels like a very smart and... very smart move right now. Backup and remove long file names. I don't quite get how this works. So why do I have to do this? So disable long name file preservation for old programs. But what does it do? I just... Alright, I'm just going to set it. Alright, and then reboot. I feel like we're running off voodoo. Like, that is the only possible explanation for the things that we have seen to here. Alright, I'll just look it up here on the laptop. LFN backup. Windows 98. Okay. Back up your files to name files. Records both the short and the long. So we can just do this to make a single backup. I need to find a better solution for this long term, but this will do for now. Hey, we got the graphics. We got the graphics back. We got the graphics back. And we got the drum back. I don't understand this. I feel cursed. I can't... I'm looking for that all natural netware experience. Look, Doom came back. I feel oddly in danger right now. like I do actually think we lost the networking and regained the graphics card. Okay. I'm gonna let that back up. Not in 9.8. They all share a desktop folder in this version. Okay. I don't know why it's saying removing attributes, but okay. I think that broke something. No, I know that broke something. Oh. Here. Alright, so reboot and back up. I can do that. What? I'm just gonna restore it. Restore it. That wasn't what it was supposed to do. Look, they're coming back. They're coming back. What the hell was that? I'm just going to terminate Explorer. What on... Yeah, I'm just going to shoot Explorer in the head. I don't think I want to touch the attributes. Okay, that's fine. So I just do LFN like that. Okay. Nope. Nope. I lost all the long file names. They're now... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It crashed. Can we get into safe mode? This is going bad way. Yeah, let's see if we can get into safe mode. This is insane. This is insane. It's really cool, but it's insane. I'm not sure what we're trying to fix because I'm not sure what's left that could be fixed. Yeah, I don't. Scan disk isn't going to be a big help here. I don't understand where a world we're removing the... Yeah, I'm going to restore it. Okay, I get it. We're going to restore it. I don't know who designed this application, but I have problems with it. Like, if I can make it into safe mode, we'll be okay. No, I think we're okay. I think it just removes all the long file names. That's fine. I know I'm in safe mode. So yeah, I can see that a couple of things are just a bit broken at the moment. All right, so here's what we do. We are going to restore. Ah, flag. Hopefully I don't. Of course, that setting didn't get saved. File system. I did. All right, maybe I need to not be in safe mode for this. Is it possible this will start multi-user? It shouldn't be this hard. I should probably just use Ghost, but whatever. I'm committed. This is a bad idea, and I want to see it through. I mean, yeah, it kind of is. All right, let's see if it boots. I have faith in the utilities. We have a chance. Let's see here. I mean, I should do an AUX stream. I really should. I have hardware that would work. Like, I should be able to get into I should be able to do a full system startup. Then we can restore the files, reboot into a command line, and then back it up. And then I have to find a better solution for this. Okay. So far, so good. Oh shit, it's creating a system policy. That's not good. We should be okay. This is fine. Let me just see how broken the file system actually is at the moment. Okay, so far so good. So what does our root directory look like right now? I don't know what we're running on. It's not good, but it is running. Yep, no, there are no long file names here. So, all right. So, Elfin. Restore. 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 Okay, that's a little bit concerning.
So it did restore all those. So let me now make a new backup. And then I'm going to... The moment... Okay, so... Let's move the backup file. Take the backup. So now all the files are going to go away. Okay. You can't back scroll on this. All right, so now that we're here, I'm going to reboot the system. I'm just going to actually all control delete it from right here and force a restart. Now the long file names are no longer there. I'm now going to back up. I actually even want to try restoring this backup. Like, if this actually works, I want to just try it. Oh. No, I think it's okay. All right. All right. Back up. Change this to J. Do we want to try it? We are going to do it. All right, it's running the backup. This is probably a horrible idea, but it is backing up. And yes, it is Novell NetWare. I have no idea how long this is going to take. I mean, it's already done 6 megabytes. It's 4%. Yeah, you know what? This won't be too bad. This actually won't be bad at all. We're doing backups. Let's just see how fast it is. I mean, it's almost... It's going... Like, I'm not compressing this backup, so it really should just be the speed of the network. And 200 megabytes is not that hard. Yep. So, chat, here's a question. Are we feeling spicy enough that we want to try formatting the hard drive and restoring? Like, do we want to try that? Yeah, I forgot to remove the swap file. Oh, well. It's already at 16% backed up, so it can't be that long.
I'll say having some crackers on hand is really nice. That helped. Okay, it's backing up Doom. Like, this is cursed. I've never tried to do a backup and restore of Windows 95 or 98 to NetWare before with MS-DOS based utilities. The problem we have here is we don't have a backup utility that doesn't require me to reinstall the whole damn system. I want to be able to restore and back this up from DOS. I could use Ghost. I really could. I really should just buy a copy off eBay. But the masochistic side of me wants to see if this will actually work. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do worse. We're going to restore this backup from Windows 3.1. Watch. Because I have 3.1 installed on the network. Like, we are going to go full cursed Froyo here. Alright. Let's let this backup run. This is something else. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Yeah, we're already 40% of the way as what? 5 minutes? This will be done in about 10 to 15. Oh look, Java. I like the idea of, instead of the Yule log, we have a backup log. I wrote a DD app for Windows, but I want to just try this for the sake of trying it. I think what I'll do is, it's 7:05. I probably won't be able to order Domino's tonight, but I got some food on hand. Like, what can I eat tonight that's in my fridge? Oh, I have a box of stuffing. I'll make some stuffing after the stream. I'll just throw it in the microwave, and that will be part of my dinner. Yeah, but it's Christmas Day. I don't expect them to be open late. Yeah, I can't imagine any fast food is going to be open today. I buy Domino's and I live in New Jersey. Oh God, Sorry, I know I don't live in. I don't buy Domino's. Yeah, I just have the stovetop stuffing thing, so that will work fine. The biggest problem is that with the way my sleep is, it's the fact that I eat all my meals here. You go through a lot of food pretty quickly because you're here 24/7. Like, that's the plus minus of my life. Yeah, so I think this is going to back up in what, 10-15 minutes. I say we nuke the drive and we see what happens. I'm actually really curious as to what happens. Yeah, like, because if this works, that is awesome. And if it doesn't work, then it's also incredibly cursed. And that will be a great reason to end the stream. And then we will try again with installing me off NetWare. All right, now that folks are talking about Domino's, I'm gonna have to check if mine is if it is or is not open. Because, you know, the thing is, if we can successfully restore this backup, I'm much more confident to drive space. Like, I really want to do it. I really want to do it. %, 85%. Drive Space is a disk compression program that is notorious for making hard drives disappear. See, I don't own a car. That's the problem. I live in New Jersey. Yeah, I definitely want to try Drive Space, and then I want to upgrade it to Windows Me. But the fact that we upgraded the file system caused the whole thing to go kaflooey. Like, that should not have happened. Okay. I never needed Drive Space back in the day. I remember trying it. It's just very fiddly. No, Drive Space works on FAT32. So that took, what, 10 minutes to do the full backup? I want to know if we can restore this backup. I really want to know if we can restore this backup. That's not a problem. We're just backing up. We're about to see if we can do a backup and restore. I'm about to see how good of a system administrator I actually am. We're just looking to cause problems. Okay, so now it's just doing a brief verify, I believe. Or it's just doing a brief confirmation that nothing has changed. This is a good way to spend a Christmas. All right. So now I've got the Windows 98 boot disk in there. Gotta wait for it to finish doing that. Okay. All right, backup complete. Okay, so now we need to reboot off the Windows 98 boot disk, and there's a reason I have to do this. Actually, I probably don't need to do this. Actually, there is option B, and option B may be the smarter of the two moves here. Option B, where's my network boot disk? Here it is. Network boot. Because I don't need to give it /s, and that's really what matters here. Alright, so this will start off the NetWare server. Yeah, we're going to format it. We are actually going to format it. I just have to wait until... And I have an entire video about this NetWare setup if anyone has questions. Okay. IMM is testing. I may monetize the VOD here. I see. One of the things I need to figure out is, am I going, if is if I'm okay taking ad revenue on the charity streams, because I love doing these charity streams, but I gotta tell you, it does horrible things to my YouTube analytics. Monetization, I don't know how much it's tracked, but I'd have to figure it out. No, it's fine. This is fine. I know exactly what I'm doing because we're booting off a floppy. Oh, no. I think I'm going to need an fdisk command. I just realized I need fdisk. We're going to have to delete the... Frig, this actually won't work. Plan B. Plan B will work, though. Because the RAM disk took drive layer C because it doesn't see the FAT32 partition. So let me just throw in the other disk. And if you like this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider supporting me on Patreon or give me a one-time donation on Ko-fi. Hey, look, there's the shameless plug. Okay. We're going to do a really fancy restore though. I have done this before. It's actually how I put this machine back to the way it was. The eject button is missing on this machine, so the scissors I can get far enough in to eject. I have not dumped the BIOS on this system. I have to figure out how to do it. Okay. So let me hit F3 here. So this will drop me to a DAWs prompt. So what do I have on here? I do have format. So we're just going to do a quick, format C/Q. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Yes, so we just formatted everything we just did. We're going to find out if we can actually restore this back up. This is going to be exciting. So now I need to switch to the other disk because this one has the netware stack on it. I actually want to keep the format because I don't want to have to reinstall the boot sector. I vaguely remember there's some problems with this, so let's find out if we can actually restore this back up. My boot disk does not support FAT32, but I used one that does. That's the cute part. So, now we get to check out the cursed part of this. Oh, the path did not load. Let's see here. Where's so X... Did I really break that? Or no, maybe it's in Win3 1. Did I, at some point, break this? Oh, no, hold on. I remember how this works. It's been a while since I've used this thing. Cannot find files, need to run in either. Check path is correct. I think the path, the path must not, yeah, path did not get updated. Ooh, why is this being problematic? Syscon. User information, login scripts. Okay, so maybe it won't run Windows 3.1 under this. It should. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't. Just because I'm curious. Are you just complaining because the path is in the wrong direction, or are you actually broken? I may have broken this at some point. I completely forgot about it. I could just run MS Backup directly, but I actually want to know why this is broken, because I do use this setup for other things. Why are you broken? Custom setup. Yeah, that's all correct. I'm just going to let it perform upgrade and repair. Actually, no, I want to use Windows. No, I do want to use this one. I don't want to use Windows for Workgroups. This is one of the very few times you don't want to use Windows for Workgroups. All right, let me do the repair. No, Win3 1 should work fine. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah, no, it's fine. I must have broken the profile at some point. So what I have is a network install of Windows 3.1. And the L directory is the home folder. So this is a multi-user free one. I must have broken it at some point. That's easy enough to fix, though. Actually, I may have done this wrong. No, you don't need to do an administrative install. You shouldn't have to do an administrative install. Yeah, the graphical backup program I have. I just want to do this for style points, really. We've already run everything else. This horrible... Okay, I know I gotta switch the discs around. This horrible sensation, I just broke it, but we'll find out. RIP. Well, it was nice trying it. Okay, so that was actually probably working, and then I just broke it. That was fine. That's fine. So what we learned here is you can't run Windows 3.1 under Windows 98. All right, you know what? I'm not giving up that easily. Let's go back. No, let me restore it with FAT32. It's fine. We'll just forego the style points. And I'll have to figure out how I broke that. That's a little annoying. Yeah, no, I'll accept that I'm wrong. Like I said, I really just have to redo this entire setup. It's going to be a project. Okay. All right, let's see if we can successfully restore this. So, C drive is empty. Start restore. Select files for restore. Select all files for restore. Okay, hold on. I forgot how you do this. Special. Oh, I hope those didn't get excluded from the backup. there's a way to do this. Hold on. Restore options. Restore empty directories. I really hope I backed up the empty directories. Select all files. Loading restore. Okay. Why are you complaining? You should be able to restore these catalogs. Restore from... I've done this before, so that we have the full backup that we did here. Select category. Windows 98. There's the backup. Yeah, so that's a valid backup path. You can see the catalog. Restore to other drive. Why is it doing this to me? Alright. I want to restore. Restore from, that's correct. Original locations. Backup catalog. That's correct. Restore all files. Load. If I just tell it to start, so if I do that, because I've done this before, start restore. Can't find or open file autoexec.bat. What is it? Why is this having... Oh, maybe because it's... I wonder if it's having problems because this is a 6... You know what? I have an idea of what's going on. Let's just see if I'm right about this. It may be dying because this is a FAT 16 hard drive, a FAT 32 hard drive. Yeah, I should have just I know I should have invested in just using Ghost. Ah. The restore path is J because it's the restore archive is on NetWare. So let me... I'm not giving up just yet. I have an idea. I have an idea. It's probably a bad idea, but it is an idea. Does this really not have an fdisk command on it? It does. Actually, it does not have an fdisk command on it. I'm surprised. That means I have to do it from DAWs. That's annoying. For a lot of reasons, that's actually quite annoying. That is... Like, I don't even have a sys command. Alright, fine. That's what it's going to take, though. That's what's going to take. Let me do an fdisk and let me do an fdisk and then a format, and then let's see if we can restore those archives. Problem is that's going to leave me the wrong boot sector, but one problem at a time. You're right, I do need a real Windows 98 startup disk, and I screwed the pooch on that one, but fine. This was a learning experience. We're just screwing around for fun. Okay. So I'm going to let this... Oh, no. Did you really change out my drivers on this disk? I think you did, actually, starting at. I think the Windows installer actually broke my boot floppy. That really irritates me. Why copy Hyman? Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened. HiMem got overridden. Fortunately, I know how to fix this. So apparently, Fate has just decided to screw with me. You know, I do find that as the project goes on, standards for success go down, and we're basically in that territory right now. Okay. No, we got Windows 98 working with networking. I'm not giving up just yet. I'm not quitting just yet. I made a backup, and we are going to flip and restore it. Why is it saying incorrect DOS version? Invalid drive specification. Hold on. Like, why is it being like this? I know the files it needs. I'm pretty sure it upgraded my setup and thus broke everything. Yeah, no, apparently that's exactly what it did. Yeah, it apparently overwrote both HiMem and RAM drive. Hopefully it didn't screw with the other system files. We'll know in a moment. Yeah, this is probably one of the higher view streams I had. I'm surprised it's this high for Christmas Day. There's likely just a version check number. Let's just see what happens. Sync for extended memory. There's a switch to disable that, which I should just set and be done with it. Yeah, that was apparently it. It apparently overrode a bunch of my files. That's annoying. Yeah, it looks like it's just a hex difference, but it still has to be resolved. It's like a train wreck, but we're trying to restore the train wreck from backups. I want to see if we can pull this off. I would be over the moon if we actually manage this. Insufficient disk space. What? What What have you done to my floppy disk? It probably copied some additional files here that it shouldn't have. I just don't know what it copied. I'm not going to worry that much about it. At least not right now. Okay. So what we need now is we need fdisk. We want to delete non-DOS partition 1. Yes. Create. Use max size. Alright, and then restart. Oh, we're going to see a really cool error message. Something you don't see very often. Like, I know the message that's going to show up, and it's different because we're still running off NetWare. Extending testing memory. So I think what I want to do is I've been convinced at this point I have to build a better file. Fail. Oh, you're going to do that, aren't you? Control C. Terminate batch job. Yeah, it's having problems because of StartNet. So now we're going to get to see a really cursed error message. Or message. Okay. No, the problem is that the C drive is unformatted. Okay, so check this out. /Q for quick, /S for network. Or for system. And we should get a really unique message here. Oh, it didn't actually do it. Hold on. I want to show this one off, so let me eject the disk. Insert DOS disk in drive A when ready. This is the message I want to show. It needs the boot sector. Yep. Fine. Do unconditional. Oh, it's going. You're really going to make me sit here and do the full format, aren't you? Yeah, fuck it. It won't take that long. Famous last words on this one, but okay, maybe it will take that long. I think it's going to take about 20 minutes to do that. Because of course. Yeah, it's really going to make me do the entire format, aren't you? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just sit here and do it. It's not going to take that long to do the format. What I'll do is for the Windows Millennium stream is I'll just reinstall this off the server, off the NetWare server, and that I think that's going to be the new. It'll either be the New Year's Eve or the New Year's Day stream. I haven't decided. You know, let's check. Win me stream. Right, so this is going to 8%. I don't want to... No, NordVPN does not make this solution better. NordVPN just creates problems. Okay, let's see how folks feel about this. Wow. Chat is divided on this one. Chat is actually divided on this one. Mind the gap. All right, I'm gonna go stretch my legs while everyone votes. I'll be back in a moment. Ooh, my legs are a little cramped. All right. Yeah. I think we'll be okay. I do think everything. We'll be fine. It won't quick format because there was no valid fat to begin with, unfortunately. So we might as well just wait it out. What I'm probably expecting is going to happen is we're going to have to boot from the Windows floppy disk. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I guess we're doing I guess we'll do it on New Year's Day. I'm still very happy that we reached that goal. Less happy that this broke catastrophically, but you know what? I'll take the good with the bad. All right, 30%. Well, I mean, you know, it's only 20 years past the millennium. Sorry, 23 years past the millennium. Wow, that suddenly made me feel so old. That was like... No, but I could boot from a floppy disk. Like, I could boot from a Windows 98 boot floppy, and then, because that'll have the MBR, I'll be able to start that way. I mean, it's trying. I have this horrible feeling that my backup is broken, but we will try. I mean, I'm more inclined to do a Minecraft stream. Like, I might legitimately do Minecraft. Probably not tomorrow, but maybe Tuesday in the evening. I might stream it for a few hours. Okay. No, it would be Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles. This is actually this is painful. This format is actually kind of painful for me. So, but yeah, what I would want to do is I really want to finish the DDSS world that I've been working on. I'm so close to the end. I've got the singularities. I've got the creative fluid tank, which in that pack is a flipping challenge. I mean, this is getting to GTNH Stargate territory. What's left in that pack. Because it's trying to check for bad sectors. That's why it's doing it. It's stupid. It's an old utility. It's how they work. Yep. Yep. So, I mean... You know what? I'm gonna load up the server for the world while this loads, because I'll give the people a brief tour of it. I think we're getting to the end of the stream, so while that goes, did I put the server, though? I think it's in... Yeah, it's here. Alright, so my DDSS server is starting up because it started life as a multiplayer server, so it's easier to keep doing that. Hey, we're halfway there. Okay. Yeah, so Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles is loading up. I'll load up the CurseForge client. Not that anyone should ever... I'm annoyed that I had to use CurseForge just because, like, all the third-party clients have just basically broken at this point because of CurseForge. Yeah, no, we are basically on Living in Prayer territory. Okay. I do have the right boot disk. And we're more than halfway there. We don't have the sys A. There's no sys command here, though. The level of functionality that exists here is very low, but I do have a plan, and I think we can work with it. Like, I have an actual plan on how to do this. Alright, so this loaded. So, I will let this load up the path. Alright. 60%. It all kind of went sideways. And when I say it went sideways, I mean it went very sideways. I will have to just basically reinstall it if this backup restore doesn't work. Well, I formatted the drive, but I wanted to know if it would work because we already kind of screwed with it, and I'm going to be unhappy with that install, so it's not that hard to work with. I just don't know what I would want to do on top of Millennium Edition. Okay, so Minecraft is loading up on the other monitor. And what I'll do is I'll give folks a pretty brief world tour. Format uses sys. Okay, 65. Yeah, we learned that lesson. Don't convert to FAT32. Well, I honestly should just have gone through the trouble to get Ghost. The problem is I'd have to find a copy of Ghost, set it up, set the floppies. It's a to-be-figured-out stream that I really didn't want to deal with right now, and I still really don't want to deal with it. I'll be perfectly honest about that. I don't use this machine that often. Like, it very rarely comes off my shelf. I mostly am using it because I don't use it. Okay, 70%. Windows Millennium did not support NTFS at all. Let's see here. So, 73. There is an unofficial driver for Windows 9X that can load NTFS, but it's not even period correct. Someone, I think from the kernel X guys, made it. Okay. Okay. 95. Almost there. This is excruciating. This is excruciating. Even NT3.1 still had NTFS. It also supported HPFS as an upgrade path for OS2, but you never were supposed to use HPFS with NT unless you were commingling with OS2. We could install NT4. I just need to replace this. I just have to either put an IDE drive in or replace the SCSI drive, or put a SCSI card in. It's one or the other. 80%. It's a 33 megahertz one. It is not a fast system. I mean, this is it's probably a 1991 or late 91 or early 92 system. It's hard to date these things exactly. All right. Almost there. All right. So right now, and we are DDSS is still loading up. I almost would want to do a Greg Tech New Horizons run, but there's a lot of things in GTNH that drive me a little bit crazy. Nope, this is a DX, not an SX. It's just a really early DX. All right. 89%, 90%. The problem is that the progress bar is going to update, which makes it annoying. Yeah. You can put an SX processor in here. It has the jumper for it, strangely enough. And there's a 487 slot in there. I guess Intel must have sold it in an SX configuration because it's got the slot for its FPU. Or if I wanted to put an AutoCAD chip in it. Yeah, I mean, I know what that is. 10% of my... Yeah, I know how this goes. 94. When we get to 100%, the stream just suddenly stops. Oh, you know what? That I shouldn't joke about that. I should not joke about that. Oh, it's almost there. Seven. I've had this power go out on stream before. That would not be the first time that's ever happened. That would not be the first time it's ever happened. I actually saved that stream. I did the fastest reboot ever. I believe the highest I could take it is I could put an EverDrive 586 in here. Okay, format complete. Cool. So, next thing I want to do is... I want to fix this setup program. So if I want to do a... I forgot how you do it. Yeah, okay, it's /n. I want to do a shared setup. And I want to take this diskette because I don't want to update system files. Okay, custom setup. Because this is what I meant to do the first time. Alright, that's fine. This should be real quick. Shouldn't even have to copy anything. Yep, pretty much. Don't want to install a printer. Don't think I had anything of value here. I'll just let it do a search. Okay, that's fine. Skip the tutorial, return. So no, apparently there was a problem with the path because now this is not working. Apparently I need both of these in here. And then it works. Okay, so maybe it was an actual broken path issue. I'm going to have to fix that with SystemCon. So now I can run MW backup. Well, as soon as I can remember where it is. Okay, so we go to... Is it under Y? I think it's under Y. Alright. So now we run MW backup like that. Slightly annoying. Okay, so now we want to restore files. That backup's fine. Restore to path, because that's the one we took tonight. Just wait for the hourglass. Okay, so restore files. Let's restore. I want to restore all files. Okay, so restore all files. Restore from path. And actually, I have to open the command line. So map J data. Okay. Restore. Configure. See, that catalog exists. Why isn't it not letting me select it? Oh, okay, because that's not actually the right folder. J equals dump. Yeah, okay, that is actually correct. Invalid drive assignment. Why is that an invalid drive assignment? That should not be an invalid drive assignment. Load catalog. Let's see here. Probably just need to restart the app. Restore. Fingers crossed. Come on. How do I get that box to show up? If I want catalog load. Okay, yeah, I guess I do have to close and restart Windows. That's fine. Actually, let me add that setting because I don't... It wanted me to add a line about this, so I might as well do it. Yeah. Oh, we'll see if it actually matters. I don't know how I want to change this setup exactly. I'm going to have to do like a brainstorming session just to see how I feel about changing it. Alright. Come on. Yeah, I know the hardware is definitely slow. So load catalog file. And I have no J. Why are you here under Y? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Restore all files, start restore. What's the state of my file system? Why am I getting... Okay, so we look at Y. It's probably... Yeah, so that's the data folder. That's definitely not right. So let's... Did I forget? Oh, I probably forgot to run map. That's probably exactly what happened. The Windows NetWare client would have taken care of that for me. Dump. Yeah, we did lose the boot sector. All right. Yeah, I think I screwed... Okay, hold on. So I've got J correct now. I got fix. Damn it. I am not... I'm not doing so great tonight. Oh, well. Map... Let me just check what the maps are supposed to be. Login script is Y supposed to be data DAWs. Okay. Restore. Load backup catalog from J. Oh. Alright, so now why don't you show backup catalogs? Retrieve. Alright, so retrieve from J. Win95 back. Okay, there's your catalog. Retrieve is complete. Now we have the backup catalog. Yeah, I mean, I know the feeling. Okay. Restore all from J. All files. Is it restoring? It's thinking about it. Hey, it's restoring! It might actually be doable. It also might be broken entirely because it may have not backed up. Oh, hold on. Cancel, cancel, cancel. There's something we have to do first. Let's see here. Configure. Is this restoring empty files? That's the thing is I don't know if it's backing up the system files. It shouldn't matter. Like it should not matter, but it probably will. Like hold on, let's see here. What file? Let me see what's in the catalog. You are... Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Special. Don't exclude any of these. And then... Yeah, okay, cool. Restore all these files with all their attributes. That's good. Restore. Oh, I can't... I'm having fun with this. We have a backup of the LFNs. We have an actual backup of the LFNs. Okay, disable the read-only warning, and let's do it. I'm mostly at this point curious if it can be actually restored. I don't know if it will or will not. But the fact that it's even trying is kind of awesome. I just have to fix all the crud I broke. I did kind of foobar this. But see, I'm the only user of this system, so it's not really that big. When was the last time you saw a backup being restored? We're restoring a backup. We basically made a backup with MS Backup, and then I wanted to see if I could restore it with the LFNs. I need to just buy a copy of Ghost off eBay. I mean... Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description of this channel, watching progress bars. It's fun, though. I mean, I doubt anyone has ever restored Windows 98 from 3.1. I am really hoping that this works. 8%. I have my bottle of soda. Alright, looks like I finished that one off. Let me go grab another one. Yeah, Ghost wouldn't be too bad. I mean, NJ Road Fan, we are using Central Point Backup, though. I mean, this is basically Central Point Backup. It's just been rebranded. At least I don't have to insert like 50 floppy disks for this. I mean, we could go for the home stretch. I could do the ME upgrade tonight, but I feel like I'm tempting fate as is. I don't have 32-bit disk access. I just have 16-bit disk access. The README for the thing says if you need to use more than one hard drive. Yeah, this is 10 megabit. Or I believe it's 10 megabit. No, it should be. Okay. The processor is too old for XP. I just enjoy it. I enjoy entertaining people, is more specifically. Like, I wouldn't do something like this just for the sake of doing it. But I do enjoy entertaining people, and I enjoy fundraising for good causes. So, because of that, I will sometimes do projects that I would interest me, but I wouldn't normally go out of my way to do. Sometimes I will do my research live, like the POSIX stream I did was one of those. Yeah. So you don't have, there's not a lot of people streaming on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day. Christmas Day Eve at this point. And Naomi, you're welcome to join the Discord, as is anyone else. We have -1. The processor speed is only 1 greater than the amount of megabytes I have in memory. I didn't learn as much from LFS as you would think, because I just used to do Linux core development for a living, so I know a lot of it. Yeah. Yep. I wouldn't mind going for a second go at old Unix. I don't know when or what I would do with it, but I wouldn't mind a second go of it. I could do a Linux from scratch for this machine, but I would have to, again, either figure out how the SCSI controller works, which has defied explanation, or I would have to just put an IDE drive in. There it goes. I actually have played with Multics. It's fascinating. It's just hard. I don't even know how it would be able... Like, I could maybe do an hour, maybe 2 of content, but it's hard. Like, I'd have to really study and learn what I'm doing with Multics. And me shooting completely blind probably isn't that interesting. Man, listen to that hard drive grind. I've managed to compile Hello World with the PL1 compiler on it. It's just with Multics, if you just enter the video mode, you can run Emacs, and that's enough to give you an okay, if not decent editor. At which point you can run the Fortran or PL1 ones. There is supposedly a C compiler, but I couldn't find it. It may not be in the stock install tape. K Kuhn, thank you for the $5 donation to the Trevor Project. This has been a victory. I've only done LFS once, and I did that on for AMD 64. I did a lot with ARM. I just know how it all goes together because, again, I used to do this professionally. Hey, look, it's restoring Doom. It's taking longer to restore than it took to actually write the backup, but it'll probably speed up. Here. I mean, you can always do hard drive emulator sounds, but, you know. Alright, well, fingers crossed that this is actually going to be potentially viable, because this will be the first time I've ever seen a 98 restore actually work. Hopefully, yeah, so... But yeah, restoring takes quite a bit longer than the backup did. You know what? We can load up Solitaire while it goes. We have this thing called multitasking. Why don't we use it? We'll know it's done when the hard drive grinding sounds go away. Alright, so we can move that there, that there. Does that give me anything useful? Not really. Also not really. Sort of. That I need to get that ace out, but this is not a fun deal. The 10 and the 3. I want to get that 3 out because that 3 is going to be useful. I can't do anything to get that 6 out. So let's go for the next draw. Oh, that's handy. That's also handy. That I can use. Actually, we can move that like that, and I can move a king out of here. 3 and a 7. That gives me a king here, an ace there. Move that there. Ooh, well, that was lucky. Okay, I'll take that. I will completely take that. Alright, so what do we got here? We have a 5. I know there's another ace in here, but... Oh, I'll grab that 2 while we're here. Does that 7 help us? No. And I can't easily get that card out. 4... 7. Nothing amazing in that deal. Alright, so what can we do with this? Do I have any valid moves left? I should. Maybe not. Well, hold on. I can put the 9 here. King there. And then the 8. I don't know how that helps me, but I always find getting cards out of here is always a smart play. We have a 7 here. If we can get a red 7, it would help. Let me see what cards come up. Actually, that actually does help. So let's grab that 7. That moves this pile to here, and then we can flip this up. Wow, it's lagging. Joker. Or not Joker, Jack. Not amazing card flip. A red 10 would be ideal for that. Let's see what we can get out there. Can we move this 6 to anywhere useful? Not really. I might as well grab that and see if we can make another card come down. Gives me a 5. I can't do anything with that 7. Doesn't help there. This will cause the... Because I took the card off, though. There's the ace. Alright. That helps. That is a distinct help. Queen. Okay. I would really like to move this. Oh, hold on. I can move these cards like this. That gives me a 7... Okay. Can I do anything? I still can't do anything with this 7. Yeah, that doesn't really help me all that much. Alright, so what can I do with what I just uncovered? Like, all the 2s are buried, which is really frustrating. Black 9. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, look, a 2. Finally. Like, that took way longer for that card to come up than it should have. What do I still have in this pile? I have, like, nothing useful in this pile. If I can move this jack, it would be amazing. All the 2s must be buried. Yeah, I can't get that 4 out. I'm thinking this is going to be a scratch. I don't see any more valid moves. Yeah, new deal. Oh well. We tried. How's the restore coming? 38%. All right, we got a few more games in us. Got a few more games. I'm not a big fan of Minesweeper. I really am not. All right. That's just kind of terrible. All right, let's see how many cards I can flip up, and then we can move this king here because having these cards buried. That was a good move on my part. Let me see if we have any aces up here we can grab. There's that ace there. Wow, that's kind of terrible all around. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do with this. Let's grab that 9. Can't do anything with that 10. That 7. A 4. A queen. Can't do anything with that. A jack. Can't do anything with that. And another jack. Wow, that is just uniformly terrible. But we took a card out, so it's going to change the deals. And that gets me another ace up there. Okay. Alright. It's still pretty terrible. Let's see what we can do with this. Let me grab that 8. I can't do anything with that 10. The 3 we can do something with, though. Yeah, you know what? Ooh, that's a bit of a mixed package. Let me grab that 7 out. Getting the higher cards moved helps. Hey, there we go. 5 and a 5. I can move the 4. Okay. Well, this is starting to look less terrible. I can put the 3 up there, and that gives me another king. Okay. What can I do with these are all terrible. Let's see what we can do with what we have. We can grab that. We can play that. Can't really do much with that. The 6 I can do something with. We can take the 6. We can grab that 5. Or actually, can I undo that? Yeah, please undo that. Well, wait. Which pile do I want to move? I think I want to move this pile. And we get an 8. Another 4 there. That doesn't do much. But this will move this will change the card order around. Okay, we can work with that. 2. That helps. That actually does help. Red 9 does not do a thing. Black 9 to... Oh, yeah. I'm stupid. I should have seen that one. Put that there. Well, now we know where all the face cards are. That's actually helpful. Sort of helpful. Weird. I'm not having good feelings about that. I'll grab that. Which gives me yet another 4. I really need a red 4. Let me grab that jack. Because that would let me free up another space for a face card. Gives me a 6. No help there. Another jack. Queen. Oh, wow, that was that. I think that's GG. Red 6. Red 6. Red 5 on 6. Where's the red 5? Yeah, I can't get to that. I shouldn't have shuffled the deck, but... Rip. Alright, new deal. It's no problem. We're just killing time right now. Sooner or later, I'll be, like, actually good at this game. Alright, let's see if I can get any of the aces. I'm actually going to grab that 2, because that, if that card gets buried, that will get really annoying. This is lagging. Like, I have actual UI lag playing this right now. I'm not going to grab that card just yet, because I want to grab those aces, and this is about to shuffle. Okay. So that should bring at least one of the aces to the front. Yep, and it did. I will grab the 8, and then move the 7. Which gives me a king, not great, but okay. No help there. That helps. And yeah, that gives me basically nothing. Alright. Let me see if I can get that other ace out. I don't think I can, but we'll try. You know, that's not horrible. That is definitely not a horrible move. Let's see here. Oh, see, it's so laggy. It's actually really frustrating to play. I can pull this one out. Doesn't really do much for me, but okay. I'll grab the 2. And then let's see what we can pull going for the deck. The 6. If we can get a 5, it would be nice, but I don't think we will. 4. Grab that jack. Like, wow, I can feel the lag. It's bad. An 8, a 6. Is this done yet? No. Wow, it's only at 44%. It's going to take a lot longer to restore than it took to make it. And I think we gotta play one more. 1 or 2 more. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. I think what I'm going to do is I'm only going to pull 1 card at a time out of here. And then I'll shuffle the deck. Unless it's 2 cards directly on top of each other. I think it's a better strategy going forward. Although in cases like this, I really don't want any of these cards to be buried. There's not a lot I can do. I'm just going to take the 1. That's a lot of face cards in there. That is not good. 7 doesn't help. The 3 doesn't help. None of that really helps. Alright. Can we move any of these cards? We can grab the 3, and that should move the position of one of the face cards. Okay. We can grab that 3. The hard drive really went quiet on me. Nope. Still restoring. It's just taking its time. 5, 8, 9. Okay. Oh, yes, the queen. And then I can grab that. Yeah, I'll do that. King, 1, ace. Not sure I see the movement there. It's probably hard for chat to watch me playing. Wow, my arm is falling asleep. because the angle I have to hold the mouse. King on ace. King on ace. How can I put the king on the ace? That's not a valid move. Okay, well, I'll take that. Yep, I mean, right now we're just killing time while the backup restores. And then I gotta hope we're going to be able to do something with it. Ooh, that was useful. We got a 2 up there. Actually, we've got a 3 up there as well. Can we move anything else up there? Not this moment. But if we can get a red 5, it would be nice. Queen. I'll grab that 2. Not the worst pass through the deck. Not the worst pass through the deck, but I don't think I have any more moves left. I've got this 7. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. Wow, this was a pretty terrible initial draw. All right, let me just see. Oh, all right. Well, I'll take an ace. In fact, I will take all of that. Thank you. All right. I'll grab that 3. I'll grab that 8. I will pull out the 2 because the 2 we're going to need. The 5 lets me unbury the 4 to flip the card. Ooh, that's annoying. Can do that. Flipping up another king. Okay. Gives me a 5. You know what? I'll take that. That was actually a pretty successful set of flips. Gives me an 8. No use there. And a 2. I will save the 2, and I will actually grab that ace. Just let me move another card up there, and we flip the deck. Let's see if any of these cards are immediately useful to us. So we get an 8 for that's not looking promising. 9, no good there. Let's see here. Can we get a deal out? Like, what do you mean deal out? Do you want to see me win the game, or because we can change the options. We can change it to draw 1. Which will make it less likely that I will get stuck. But it does make it... let's see here. Yeah, alright, we'll do draw 1. Let's see how close we are. 56%. Hopefully it's near the end and not... versus not, but we'll see. So let's go through the deck and just grab the aces. It's always nice when all 4 aces end up here, in which that would be really amusing if that actually does happen. I actually don't want to do that move. Okay, so all 4 aces were in the initial hand. Okay then. All right, let's flip. So let's move and flip some cards around. We'll flip this one. Doesn't really matter. Nothing. All right, so what do we got that we can work with here? A 5 would be like red. Not helpful. Could be helpful. 8, king. Let's see here. 5 to 4. Missed it. Why am I not seeing it? End of the deck. Well, I'll grab the 2s while we go through. I am starting to get a little tired. We've been streaming for a long time. Red 5 to black 4. But that doesn't actually help me. Like, that doesn't actually give me any additional moves. Because I basically need to move one of these face cards to make it useful. So I really need is a jack or a queen. Yeah, because that doesn't do me, that doesn't help me. Because cards up here I can always pull out at any time. I just have to click for the deck. So let me grab that 9. Let's see if we can pull an 8 out that does something for me. 7. I'll grab that 6. I'm not sure that helps, but if I have a red 5, I can grab it. Do I have a red 5 I can reach? Yes, I do. So now I can grab... Which 4 do I want to grab? I think I want to grab this one. Yeah, I'll grab this one, and let's flip the card up. Gives me a 7. You know what? I can work with that. That's actually useful. Which gives me the 3. Which gives me the 4. Okay. Okay. The 2 is probably under one of these. Oh, I can move that. Move the 6. 6 doesn't immediately do anything for me. 5 to 4. 4 to 5. I'm not seeing that as a helpful move. Queen. Oh, yes, yes. And that gives me a jack. Thank you, chat. Alright. Gives me that 4. If we've got another king, we'll pull it out. I don't know. Yeah, we do have a king. In fact, it's a king of the right color, so all we need is a queen. Gives me another king. That's a little annoying. Do I have a... I need a... Yep, that's exactly what I need. Gives me a jack. I can use that. Gives me a 7. It's not super useful. Yeah, that's actually not super useful. Alright, let me see if we got a 10 somewhere I can... Let me build out these piles. Let's see here. Yeah, we gotta build out some 10s. Have a 7. I think there's some 9. I'm pretty sure there's 9 still in here. I will grab that, even though it doesn't actually do me much. Just so I have less cards to go through. 9, 7, 6. Doesn't help me to grab that right now. Oh, I don't think I have another card I can play. I actually don't think I have another card I can play. Is this done? No, okay, it's just being quiet. It's a little annoying. Yeah, it got completely buried. Yeah, I don't have any valid moves left. Nuts. And that one was looking promising. That was looking promising. Yeah, I do think we're at the near the end of the stream, but fair enough. Or not quite the end, but we're gonna wait for this backup to finish restoring, and after that, I am reaching my limit. Okay, ace. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Not useful, but okay. Oof. Grab that ace, grab that 2. I don't know what compelled me to actually do this. Well, we're playing with unlimited passes for the deck. Wow, it is lagging. See, if it wasn't lagging, I wouldn't mind so much, but this is a little annoying to play. I know, it's for the children. I think it... No, it's not done. Thought it was done. It's not done. 7, and then this would let me move the 6. Okay. Gives me a 9. I mean, okay. I'll take it. Actually, hold on. Undo. Gives me a 4. 2. As long as we have a red 10 in here, we can move that card. Let me see, we have that 10. Yep, there we go. Red 10. Move that. Gives us an 8. That helps. Not amazing, but okay. Okay, it gives me an 8, a 9. Yeah, I'll grab that. I'm not going to move that card over just yet in case I have to build a new stack, but 9, 6, 7. Actually, I can play that card. I don't have a 3 I can play, but let's see here. 8. Oh, hold on. No, yeah, let me do that because this pile doesn't help me. Queen, 9, the 3, the 4, flips up. That helps. That also helps. Gives me the 3, the 7. Oh, the 2. Excellent. Jack? Okay, well, this should be easy now. Just need to literally click on all the cards. Well, I still have to actually win the game, so... Alright. 7, 6. I am tired. Like, I am actually tired. 6. 6 of diamonds must be up here. I'm not used to... Usually I don't get to flip them all over like that until near the end. So that's cool. Let's grab that before making the last pile. The lag. The lag. I just wish it wasn't lagging. There we go. is excruciating to watch. Look at that. Boink. At least now we have something to watch. Like, you can imagine what it's like for me trying to make the moves. Boink. This is going to take a while. Boink. Boink. This is painful. Oh, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. It's only at 78%. Why is it taking so long? It didn't take this long to back up. Alright, I at this point I'm committed mentally. We'll see it through. Alright, fine. I will try. I'm sorry. I'll try and get it back. I will play another one. We will play another one. I will make sure you get your VOD. Maybe we'll just like get it right off the bat. Besides, it's good for causing me pain. And we know it's done when it starts moving quickly. Okay, that gives me a 4. That is no use. None of these are useful. Oh, that one is, but... That one is... that's like a pretty... Actually, that Joker... I'll have to go back around, but that Joker... not Joker, that Jack is useful. Let me grab that 8, and then we can grab that 7, which flips up that card. Not immediately useful to me, but it will be. Because if we pull a 6, I will make sure that you get this very slow. Yeah, okay, there we go. 6. Okay, oh, you know what? I can move this like that, and that gives us that. That helps. That doesn't. Move that like that. Gives us a 10. That's a lot of red face cards. Like, that's a lot of red face cards. Okay. Queen to Jack. Queen to Jack. It stopped. Oh, there's the lag. Like, every time I think the lag has gone away. Like, if it was consistently bad, I wouldn't mind as much. But even flipping up a card is slow and painful. Like, that doesn't actually help me playing that card. So that gives me the 9. Probably the cards I need are all buried one after another, which is never a good place to be. 7, 6, Jack. If we can get a 6, I can then move that pile, and free up a card. That's a good one to have. Oh, exactly like that, which lets me move not that one, this one. Oh, that was perfect. Now we can move that, which gives us the 3. Okay. Okay, then. Now we just need a 9, and we can move that 8. Oh, we can move the king. How can I use this? Let's see here. I need a red 9. is what I need. Oh, perfect. 4. That one we can just play up there. Play that there. Play that there. Like, I should have enough cards out that I should be able to start just sending them up to the piles. Like, this should not be hard. Like, this was an easy game. Queen. There's the 6, the 7, the 8, the 9. It's a lot of cards that just went up. Joker. Because then I can just grab a 10 and get that card off. Grab that one while we're here. 4. There we go. Alright, well, that was easy enough. Alright. And now, let's just get all the cards up there, so now we can watch the slideshow. I will take my hand off the mouse as soon as we have it going. There we go. There it goes. There we go. All right, there's your slideshow. I'm just going to keep my hand there. We know it's done restoring when it's done backing up. So how long do you think this is going to take? We've lost a fair bit of viewers, but you know what? Given how long this stream is going, that's fine. That is impressive. Like, I think it's faster on my 8088. All right, I'm going to go stretch my legs while this runs. Okay, we are still on the Kings. Alright. Well, no, it's not going to be consistent time because when the backup is done, it'll keep going. This is absurd to watch. Like, this is like when we were watching the VOD of myself, watching the VOD of myself green shift. No, we can definitely fix. We'll definitely be able to fix some things. Like this has been a fun. This has been a fun night. That is excruciatingly slow to watch. All right, I think it's now going to start doing the queens. Yep, there we go. Like I've seen, you know, it's. Normally, in modern versions of Windows, these stream out so fast you can't even tell. Oh yes, that is a nice final time. Okay. Yeah, I mean now we have to determine what is the maximum possible solitaire bounce. Like depending on the angle of which the card shoots out. How long could this final screen take? That sounds like a That sounds like a video. That sounds like a video that would need math. Because, I mean, look how long that one took to bounce. But here it is, the system that struggles to run solitaire. Yeah, you know, I feel like someone should clip this VOD and then send it to They Did the Math. Yeah, this needs to be an They Did the Math. Well, we have this entire thing of watching paint dry. Like, we do that here. This is a paint drying session. All the paint is dry. I don't know why so many people are watching paint dry on Christmas Eve, but I'm happy to have you all here. Or, sorry, Christmas Day. Oh, man. It's been a good day, but it has been a long day. Well, the thing is that Microsoft Paint wasn't in this version. It was Paintbrush. And what I like is every time the hard drive spins, the card stops. Because cooperative multitasking at its finest. Yep. Yeah, this queen be out of here. It's like, I'm not doing this. I appreciate, you know, I could really go for a turkey leg. You know, I'm just thinking, what do I have? I think I'm going to do stuffing. I'm definitely going to do stuffing when we finish this. And we'll be finishing this sooner rather than later. Because at some point, it's going to finish restoring, and then all the cards will just go flying. I don't drink, or I don't drink much. Like, if I go out, I'll have a drink, but I don't drink by myself. Okay. It's going to bounce. It's going to bounce. It's going to bounce. She's going to bounce. The queen has bounced. Repeat, the queen has bounced. Oh, she's going to go for another bounce? Is she going to go for another bounce? She's crested the arc. Boink. And there's still bounce to be had. I don't think we're going to see another bounce here tonight, but we could be wrong here. Yeah. We are definitely seeing... I wonder how many megabytes get ran per card bounce. It's the stupidest thing this is one of the stupider things I've done. Okay. See here? Boink. Boink. And it's gone. Hey, look! There's the Jack. And you want to know something? Jack is out of here, man. Oh. Wow, Jack really is out of here. Yep. The animation is taking longer than the game did. This is ridiculous. This is so wonderfully ridiculous. 28 minutes of the animation. I feel like we should... The thing is that you could edit it and speed it back up. This is so stupid. And I love it. I appreciate the madness that this is. I do definitely want to do some Minecraft streams, though. Especially because I already have the dungeon. I've already beat the dungeon, I beat the dragon, and now the space shuttles. Yeah, this is about as cursed as solitaire gets. This is faster than my 8088. Yep. It looks like this Jack is doing the scenic tour. It's walking by the path of its elders. Oh. 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 Oh god, this is so painful to watch. This is causing me excruciatingly my excruciating pain to watch this. Like, this is like part of me is dying inside sort of thing. This is like watching someone that takes like 30 seconds to go through an intersection and then leaves you stuck at the light. Yep. This is I don't know if I want to play Minecraft on AUX. It's a little cursed even for me. Like, I have my limits. I feel like I've heard of Serenity OS, I just don't know anything about it. This is... It's still going. It's still doing the card bounces. Are you really sure this is only going to take 22 minutes? Because this has been going for at least a minute, if not 2. I mean, this really is the Yule log. I literally feel like that someone out there is just put their monitor in the fireplace and it's burning burning down. Come on, Jack, get out of here. You're not welcome here, Jack. I actually had a multi-socketed Pentium system, but it was dead when I got it. I passed it off, and they haven't been able to get it going yet. I'd used the lyrics of that song, but content ID. Not that it really matters. Come on, Jack. Come on. Look how much time he's taking to get out of here. I mean, I guess what they have to do is they have to have an angle that determines the card bounce, and then you just do it as simple physics. Like, what is the weight of a solitaire card? Could we calculate the number of units to give you the bounce? Because we'd have to figure out the initial velocity of the card jumping out. Oh! Well, the restore just finished. And, I feel slightly... Look... Oh, wow. That just broke something interesting. I mean, that was what it's supposed to look like. Well, that's fun. Alright. I can get behind this. Let's find out if we can restore this. Alright. So, we've got all the files. We got the files back. Now we just gotta see if we can boot it. So now we do the Alt-Control-Delete. Well, I know we've got the boot floppy in. Fingers crossed. Okay. Please be here. Yes. And that just crashed the system trying to do that. Okay, no problem. I'm still pretty sure we can get this to boot. I mean, worst case scenario, I could do a utility. I should have tried the sys before the restore, but you know what? That's not how we roll around here. So now I get a bad boot sector. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem, because I was expecting this problem. Okay. So this is supposed to make a boot sector. It didn't, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing. Yeah, that's probably not going to do what I think it's going to do, but that's okay. So now we're starting into the correct version of DAWs. I mean, we had it working, but not really. So, alright, so... apparently trying to run anything just causes the system to hang. Like, I can't even run... I think my backup is not good. Yeah, I think it's dead. It's not even spinning the hard drive. I can't hear the hard drive going. Alright, I'm not quite giving up on this just yet. I've got 1 or 2 more tricks up my sleeve. Yeah, I don't think this backed up correctly. I think this is all corrupted. Yeah, we tried. Alright, so the next stream we do with this machine, I'm probably just going to have to reinstall it. We'll probably just install Millennium Edition right off the NAS. We tried. We tried. Oh, well. For a glorious 3 hours, we had Windows 98 on this thing. I think on that note... yeah, like, because I can't think of what I could possibly do past this point. Yeah, it's alright. I'm gonna have I'll have another go at this. Not tonight. At this point, I'm kind of dead and I want to eat something. So... what I probably have to do is I probably have to reformat this hard drive, and I could reinstall it off NetWare a lot easier. So that's what I'll do between streams, and I'll actually install 2nd edition when I do it. And then we'll be able to do the Windows Millennium Edition install. So, alright, I think on that note, unless anyone else has stuff to say, I think this has been an awesome stream. We've hit our goal and then some. So I'm going to wrap it down. Make sure you like and subscribe. And until next time, this is NCommander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day.